Hey everyone. Welcome back to Proxima What If. Today we're diving into an amazing story called What If Harry Claimed the Lordship of the Peverell line and commanded the Dementors to guard him. If you love story content like this, please hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Inheritance of Bone and Shadow. The shadows in the smallest bedroom of number 4, Privet Drive had started moving on the third day. Not much. Not in any way Harry could have pointed to and said there, that one, watch it. It was subtler than that, a darkened corner that seemed deeper than geometry allowed, a patch of shade beneath his desk that didn't quite match the angle of the afternoon sun. Once, just past midnight, he'd been lying on his back staring at the ceiling and could have sworn the darkness above him breathed. He didn't tell anyone. Who would he tell? Ron's letters were careful, hollow things full of Quidditch scores and weather reports, obviously vetted by someone before sending. Hermione wrote longer but said less, concern wrapped in so many layers of tact that the actual words disappeared. Dumbledore hadn't written at all. Harry sat at his desk on the 14th morning of summer, surrounded by stolen knowledge. He'd nicked 3 books from the Hogwarts library before term ended, shoved them into his trunk under dirty robes while Madame Pants wasn't looking. Liminal spaces, a study of magical boundaries. The architecture of the Department of Mysteries, abridged, declassified. Theories of death in magical practice. The last one fell open to a passage he'd read 11 times. The veil of the Death Chamber remains the single most studied and least understood artifact in the Ministry's possession. Its origin predates the Ministry itself. Those who pass through do not return. Whether the veil represents a doorway, a boundary, or a terminal event remains a matter of vigorous and unresolved debate. Harry's quill had gouged a line under Do Not Return so hard it tore the page. Sirius had fallen through 17 days ago. 18. Harry had stopped being sure about the count because the days at Privet Drive blurred together like wet paint, one smearing into the next, all of them the same shade of gray. He wasn't sad anymore. That was the thing nobody would understand if he tried to explain it, so he didn't try. The sadness had been there for the first week, crushing, suffocating, the kind of grief that made breathing feel like a deliberate act. But somewhere around day 9, the sadness had burned down to its core and what was left underneath wasn't sadness at all. It was anger. Not the hot, explosive anger he'd felt in Dumbledore's office, smashing the old man's things. This was colder. Quieter. It sat in his chest like a stone and it didn't go away when he slept, didn't ease when he ate, didn't soften when Hedwig nipped his fingers or when the sun came through his window in the mornings. It was anger at Dumbledore for his secrets, at Voldemort for existing, at Bellatrix for her laughing curse, at the Order for keeping him locked in this suburban prison, at himself for not being faster, stronger, better. At death itself, for taking and never giving anything back. He turned a page. Read the same paragraph again. The words wouldn't stick. He pushed the book away and pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes until he saw sparks. The shadow under his desk moved. He felt it more than saw it, a shift in the temperature, the faintest displacement of air, as if something had exhaled. I know you're doing that, Harry said to the empty room. Nothing answered. But the shadow settled, and the room felt a fraction of a degree warmer. Harry dropped his hands and stared at the corner where the darkness was deepest. He'd fought a basilisk, faced Dementors, dueled Voldemort in a graveyard. A moody shadow wasn't going to rattle him. If you're something, say something, he said. If you're nothing, stop wasting my time. The shadow didn't move again. But that night, when Harry finally slept, he dreamed of a stone door set into a hillside, its surface carved with a symbol he almost recognized, a triangle, a circle, a line. He woke with the taste of cold earth in his mouth and the absolute certainty that someone was about to knock on his window. The owl hit the glass 3 seconds later. It wasn't Hedwig. It wasn't any owl Harry recognized, a massive gray eagle owl with eyes like polished copper and a leather harness stamped with a symbol he'd never seen on Wizarding Post before. The bird radiated a seriousness that made Hedwig, watching from her cage, ruffle her feathers in professional jealousy. Harry opened the window. The owl swooped in, landed on his desk with the precision of a creature that had been doing this for centuries, and extended its leg. The letter attached to its harness wasn't parchment. It was something heavier, stiffer, vellum, maybe, or something older than vellum. The wax seal bore the same symbol from his dream. Triangle. Circle. Line. Harry's scar didn't prickle. His scar had nothing to do with this, and somehow that felt more significant than if it had burned like fire. He broke the seal. Mr. Harry James Potter, Gringotts Wizarding Bank hereby notifies you of an inheritance audit triggered by the confirmed death of Sirius Orion Black, account holder, House of Black. Cross-referencing of bloodline records has revealed an active and unclaimed lordship tied to your paternal lineage through the House of Potter. The lordship of the most ancient House of Peverell has been unclaimed for 573 years. As the sole verified descendant of Ignotus Peverell through the Potter bloodline, you are the primary heir to this lordship and all associated holdings, contracts, and covenants. Per the terms of the original Peverell-Gringotts Compact, predating the current charter of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, this notification triggers a 30-day claiming period. Should the lordship remain unclaimed at the expiration of this period, all holdings and covenants default to the next eligible bloodline. The next eligible bloodline is the House of Gaunt, through descent from Cadmus Peverell. We trust you understand the implications. You are required to present yourself at Gringotts main branch at your earliest convenience. This matter supersedes all other appointments, obligations, and, we are informed, protective custody arrangements. This letter serves as a legal portkey authorization and will bypass all existing wards on your current residence. Speak the word overdue while holding this letter to activate transport to the Gringotts Secure Arrival Chamber. Ragnarok Director, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. On behalf of the Peverell account, dormant, Harry read the letter 3 times. The House of Gaunt. Voldemort's family. If Harry didn't claim whatever this was, it defaulted to Voldemort. He looked at the symbol on the seal again. Triangle, circle, line. He'd seen it before, scratched into a desk at Hogwarts, drawn in the margin of a library book, carved into old stones. He'd never known what it meant. The shadow under his desk exhaled again. The darkness in the corner deepened. Right, Harry said. He pulled on jeans and a t-shirt, shoved his wand into his back pocket despite Moody's voice in his head screaming about lost buttocks, and hesitated for exactly 2 seconds. Then he grabbed the letter and said, overdue. The world hooked behind his navel and pulled. He landed hard on white marble and immediately had 6 goblin spears pointed at his throat. Wand on the floor, said the nearest goblin, a scarred creature in ceremonial armor that looked like it had seen actual use. Slowly. Harry put his wand on the floor. Slowly. Harry Potter, said a voice from behind the ring of guards. You're 3 hours earlier than we anticipated. The goblins parted. A goblin who was clearly someone important stepped forward, taller than the others, which still made him about 4 feet, wearing robes of dark red leather with gold thread. His face looked like a cliff that had been arguing with the weather for a millennium. Director Ragnarok? Harry guessed. Ragnarok is busy. I am Ironclaw, Senior Account Manager for Dormant Estates. The goblin studied Harry with eyes that gave nothing away. You came alone. The letter said earliest convenience. This is early and it's convenient. Something that might have been amusement crossed Ironclaw's face. It was hard to tell with goblins. The Order of the Phoenix will notice your absence within the hour. Dumbledore will be here within 2. We should begin. He turned and walked toward a door that hadn't been there a second ago. Bring your wand. You'll need it. Harry picked up his wand and followed. The goblin guards fell in around him, not threatening, exactly, but not optional either. An escort. Or an honor guard. With goblins, the distinction was largely academic. They descended. Gringotts above ground was all marble and columns and carefully maintained grandeur. Below ground, it shed the pretense. The tunnels were rough-cut stone, ancient, lit by crystals that cast light without warmth. They passed vaults with doors like castle gates. They passed deeper vaults with no doors at all, just solid rock that presumably opened if you knew the right word, or the right blood. They kept going. Down and down, past the dragon level. Harry heard the chains, smelled the fire, past what Ironclaw called the old foundations, into rock that felt like it had been there since the world was made. "How much do you know about the Peverell family?" Ironclaw asked as they walked. "Almost nothing. I know I'm descended from Ignotus Peverell. I know there were 3 brothers. 3 brothers, Ironclaw repeated. That's how the story's told now. 3 brothers who cheated death. Children's tales." He said this with the contempt that goblins reserved for inaccurate record-keeping. The Peverell brothers did not cheat death, Mr. Potter. They served as death's mortal stewards. Harry nearly stopped walking. "What? The boundary between the living and the dead is not a metaphor. It is a real, measurable magical structure. The goblins have known this for 9,000 years. Your ministry discovered it 6 centuries ago and built a room around it. The Peverell family was charged with maintaining that boundary. The 3 brothers were the last generation of an ancient line of wardens." "Wardens of what?" "Of the threshold. The membrane between life and death." Ironclaw glanced back at him. "Surely you felt it. You, who have survived the killing curse. You, who carry a piece of a soul not your own. You must have felt how thin the boundary is." Harry thought of the veil. The whispering. The way Sirius had fallen through like it was made of air. "I've felt it," he said quietly. "The 3 hallows, you know this term, were not gifts from death. They were tools of office. The Elder Wand, the weapon of the Warden, used to defend the threshold from things that would breach it. The Resurrection Stone, the key that could open the door in a controlled way, allowing communication with the dead. And the Cloak of Invisibility." "What about it?" "The cloak," said Ironclaw, "is the mantle of the Lord. Whoever wears it is hidden from death itself. Not immortal, merely invisible to the things on the other side. The Lord Peverell could walk among the dead and return. Could stand at the threshold and not be pulled through." Harry's hand went unconsciously to his chest, where the cloak was folded in the moleskin pouch Hagrid had given him. He'd started carrying it everywhere after Sirius. He hadn't known why. Maybe he had. "And the Dementors?" Harry said. The letter had mentioned covenants and contracts. The word that kept surfacing in his mind was Dementors. Ironclaw stopped at a door. It was smaller than the vault doors above, plain dark iron, unadorned except for the triangle circle line symbol carved into its center. "The creatures your ministry calls Dementors," said Ironclaw, "were the Peverell household guard. Sentinels of the threshold. They were bound to the Lord Peverell by covenant, not enslaved, Mr. Potter, but sworn. There is a difference, and the goblins respect that difference." "Household guard," Harry repeated flatly. "When the Peverell line fell, the brothers dying, the hallows scattering, the Dementors lost their master. Without a lord to serve, they lost their purpose. Without purpose, they lost their minds. They became the feral, starving things your world knows. Your ministry found them and chained them to Azkaban. They've been wrong for 500 years, Mr. Potter. Lost and hungry and mad." Harry stared at the iron door. "And if I claim the lordship? Then you are their lord. Their master. Their purpose. And they will come to you like water flowing downhill." Ironclaw paused. "Every Dementor in the world, Mr. Potter. Every single one." The silence was enormous. "What's behind this door?" Harry asked. "The Peverell Vault. The oldest sealed space in Gringotts. The trial of claiming. Ironclaw stepped aside. You enter alone. The vault will test whether you are worthy to bear the lordship. Previous candidates, there have been 3, over the centuries, did not survive. Wonderful. You should also know, said Ironclaw, his tone carefully neutral, that someone has been trying to access this vault for decades. Proxy accounts, false identities, magical tampering. Someone who knows what's inside and wants it very badly. Who? We don't know. We know they are old. We know they are patient. And we know they are not Voldemort. Ironclaw gestured to the door. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Potter. Touch the seal with your wand. Harry looked at the iron door. He thought about Sirius falling through the veil. He thought about the prophecy, neither can live while the other survives. He thought about Voldemort gaining this power if Harry walked away. He thought about shadows that breathed and dreams of stone doors. He pressed his wand to the seal. The iron dissolved like smoke, and behind it was darkness so complete that it seemed solid. Harry stepped through. The darkness ate everything. His wand went out. Not dimmed, out, like someone had reached in and pinched the flame between wet fingers. Lumos did nothing. His voice worked, he could hear himself breathing, but sight was gone, replaced by nothing. He walked forward because there was nothing else to do. The floor was stone under his trainers. The air was cold, not Dementor cold, not the creeping, hope-eating cold he knew. This was older. The cold of deep earth, of places that had never known sunlight. It smelled like soil and iron and something sweeter, like flowers left on a grave. You carry death in you, said a voice. It wasn't sound. It was impression, meaning without words, arriving in his mind fully formed like a memory he'd always had but never noticed. You have been touched by it. Marked by it. You survive it. But do you understand it? Show me what you want me to understand, Harry said to the dark. The dark obliged. Light bloomed, not warm light, not the gold of torches or the white of spells. A gray, flat illumination, like a winter overcast, that revealed a space with no walls and no ceiling. Just a stone floor stretching in every direction, and standing on it, like figures in a museum, were people he knew. Sirius was closest. He looked exactly as he had in the Department of Mysteries, mid-laugh, his face alive with the fierce joy of combat, caught in the instant before Bellatrix's curse hit him. He was frozen, a sculpture of the last good moment. Beyond him, Cedric Diggory, surprised, his wand half raised. Beyond Cedric, a woman with red hair and green eyes, her arms spread wide, her face a mask of desperate love. Beyond her, a man with messy black hair and glasses, standing like he was trying to block a doorway. His parents. He'd seen them in the graveyard, in the mirror, in photographs. Never like this. Never so present that he could smell his mother's perfume, something floral, something warm, and see the exact way his father's robes were wrinkled because he'd been wearing them all day. Harry's throat closed. His feet carried him forward without permission. This is what death takes, said the voice. This is the cost. Look at it. I know the cost, Harry said, and his voice came out rough. Do you? Do you know it, or do you merely feel it? The figures unfroze. Sirius turned to look at him. The laughter was gone from his face. His eyes were clear and sad and kind, and when he spoke, it was with Sirius's voice, rough, warm, carrying that faint echo of aristocratic upbringing he'd never fully shaken. You can't save me, Harry. I know. Do you? Because you've been tearing through books for 2 weeks looking for a way. Harry said nothing. His jaw ached from clenching. The veil isn't a puzzle to solve, Sirius said. He stepped closer. He looked real. He looked like Harry could reach out and touch him, and Harry's hands trembled at his sides with the effort of not trying. I fell through. I'm gone. Not lost, not trapped, not waiting for rescue. Gone. That's not, Harry started. It's not fair, Sirius finished. No. It's not. It was never going to be fair, Harry. Your parents dying wasn't fair. Cedric wasn't fair. None of it. He paused. But if you go into this looking for a way to undo what death has done, if you take this power because you think it'll let you bring people back, the Lordship will eat you alive. Harry's mother stepped forward. She was shorter than he'd imagined, he was nearly her height now, 15 and still growing. Her eyes were exactly his eyes, and looking into them was like looking into a mirror that reflected something deeper than his face. The question isn't whether you can defeat death, Lily Potter said. The question is whether you can live beside it. I don't understand. You will, said James Potter from behind her, his voice lighter than Sirius's but carrying the same weight. Or you won't. That's what this is for. The grey light shifted. The figures dissolved, not dramatically, not painfully, just fading like mist in morning sun. Harry reached out, finally, and his hand passed through the space where Sirius had been. His fingers were cold. Grief, said the voice. You carry it. You understand the weight of death. That is necessary. But it is not sufficient. The ground changed under his feet. He was standing on grass now, long, wild grass, the kind that grew in places humans hadn't touched. Ahead of him, cutting across the landscape like a scar, was a line of shimmering air. It looked like heat haze, like the distortion above summer asphalt, except it was perfectly vertical and stretched from horizon to horizon. The threshold. Harry knew it the way he knew his own name. This was the boundary. The edge. On this side, the living world, warm and loud and full of wanting. On the other side, something vast and quiet and patient. Walk to it, said the voice. He walked. The closer he got, the colder the air became, not the cold of Dementors, but the cold of absence. The cold of a room after everyone has left. The cold of the space between stars. At the boundary, he stopped. He could see through the shimmer to the other side, and what he saw was not nothing. It was a landscape, grey hills under a grey sky, featureless and still. And far away, barely visible, something vast and dark moved against the horizon. A shape without shape. A presence. The Hollow King. He didn't know the name. He didn't need to. He understood, looking at it, that it was old, older than the Peverells, older than magic, older than the distinction between life and death. It was the thing the threshold had been built to contain. And it was looking at him. The voice returned, and this time it wasn't formless impression. It was sharp, clear, and very close. The Lordship is not power. It is responsibility. It is standing here, at this line, and holding it. Not for a day, not for a year. For a lifetime. The things on the other side will tempt you. They will offer you everything you've lost. They will show you the faces of the people you love and promise you can have them back. The price of the Lordship is this: you must say no. Every time, forever, no. Can you do this? Harry stared at the thing on the horizon. It stared back. He felt its attention like a weight, like a hand pressing on his chest. It wanted. The desire radiated from it, not malice, not evil, just an overwhelming, ancient, mindless need to cross over. To be where the living were. To fill the warmth with cold. He thought about Sirius. About the book on his desk at Privet Drive, the underlined passage. Those who pass through do not return. He could say no to this. Walk out, refuse the Lordship, let it default to Voldemort and go back to being Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the kid who reacted to events rather than shaping them. Let someone else hold this line. Except there was no one else. Voldemort didn't want to hold the threshold, he wanted to break it, to conquer death, to ensure he never passed through. The line would fall. The thing on the other side would come through. And everyone Harry loved would be standing in its path. He thought about his mother's arms spread wide, blocking a doorway. "Can you do this?" "Yes," Harry said. The word wasn't loud. He didn't shout it or declare it. He said it the way you'd answer a friend who asked if you were sure. Quiet. Certain. Final. The threshold pulsed. The shimmer brightened, flared, and then the gray landscape was gone, the hills, the sky, the vast shape on the horizon, all of it snapping shut like a book closing. Harry stumbled backward. The ground was stone again. The darkness returned, but this time his wand flared to life unbidden, casting warm gold light over a small stone chamber. In the center of the chamber, on a pedestal that looked like it had grown from the floor rather than been built, sat a ring. It was iron. Simple, unadorned, dark with age. The Deathly Hallows symbol was pressed into its surface, not carved, not engraved, but impressed, as if the metal itself had been shaped by pressure from the inside. Harry picked it up. It was warm. He slid it onto his finger. The world cracked open. Not literally, the vault didn't collapse, the stone didn't break. But something fundamental shifted in Harry's perception, as if he'd been seeing the world through a dirty window his entire life and someone had just wiped the glass clean. He could feel the dead. Not see them, not hear them, feel them. Every person who had ever died in this place, in the tunnels above, in the bank, in Diagon Alley, in London. Layers upon layers of absence, like the negative space in a painting. Death had been everywhere, always, and he'd been walking through it without knowing. And beyond the dead, below them, threaded through the fabric of everything like the warp of a loom, the Dementors. Harry gasped. His knees buckled. He caught himself against the pedestal with one hand, the other gripping his wand so hard his knuckles went white. He could feel all of them. In Azkaban, circling their stone prison in the North Sea, dozens, maybe hundreds, gliding endlessly in patterns that had long since lost their meaning. In hidden places across Britain, under bridges, in caves, in the shadows of old buildings, scattered, solitary, hungry. Further away, across oceans, on other continents, more of them, feral and lost, drawn to misery because misery was the closest thing to purpose they could remember. They felt him at the same moment he felt them. It was like dropping a stone into still water. The ripple spread outward from Gringotts, from the ring on his finger, touching every Dementor in existence. And every Dementor in existence turned toward him. In Azkaban, the guards later reported, every Dementor stopped moving at the same instant. For the first time in living memory, in any memory, they went perfectly, utterly still. Then, as one, they turned south. Toward London. In the Ministry of Magic, 3 floors above the Department of Mysteries, alarm crystals that hadn't activated in decades began screaming. A clerk in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures dropped her tea. "That's the Dementor monitoring grid," she said to no one, staring at the crystal with a face gone white. They're all moving. Every single one." Harry didn't know any of this yet. He knew only the feeling, a vast, cold chorus of lost things suddenly finding a fixed point. Not intelligent, not articulate, but unmistakable. Like starving animals catching a scent on the wind. "Master," the feeling said. Not the word, Dementors didn't use words. But the meaning was unmistakable. A recognition deeper than language. Master. Lord. Purpose. Home. Harry stood in the Peverell vault with tears on his face that he hadn't felt start, the iron ring warm on his finger, and felt 500 years of loneliness that wasn't his. "I see you," he whispered. "I hear you." The response was a wave of cold that swept through the vault like a winter gale, extinguished his wand again, and left him standing in darkness that was, for the first time, not hostile. It was the darkness of a room where someone was sleeping. The darkness of a held breath. The darkness of something waiting to be told what to do. He emerged from the vault an hour later, though it felt like minutes and also like years, to find Ironclaw waiting exactly where he'd left him. The goblin looked at Harry's face, looked at the ring on his finger, and did something Harry had never seen a goblin do. He bowed. It was shallow, barely a nod, and it lasted half a second. But from a senior account manager of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, it was roughly equivalent to a standing ovation. "Lord Peverell," said Ironclaw. "Welcome back. Don't call me that. It is your title. It has been your title since the moment the ring accepted you." Ironclaw straightened. "We have approximately 40 minutes before Dumbledore arrives. He was notified the moment our owl crossed your wards, a monitoring charm, I presume. He has been moving quickly. Shall we use the time?" "Use it for what?" "There are documents. Holdings. The Peverell estate, which has been maintained under Gringotts stewardship in the absence of a lord, a barrow near Godric's Hollow, self-sustaining wards, no living staff. There is the matter of the Wisengamot seat, which has been held in abeyance. And there is the matter of the Dementor covenant, which I suspect you've already felt." "I felt it." "Then you understand the urgency. The Ministry considers the Dementors their property. They are not. They have never been. The Ministry's control was always, to use a polite term, tolerated by the Dementors because no alternative existed. Now one does." Ironclaw began walking back up the tunnel. Harry followed, his legs unsteady, the ring on his finger pulsing with a warmth that seemed to sync with his heartbeat. "When the Dementors fully acknowledge your lordship, and that process is already underway, the Ministry's binding enchantments will simply stop working. Azkaban's guards will leave. The Minister for Magic will have opinions about this. I imagine he will. Rufus Scrimgeour is a pragmatic man. He was an Auror before he was a politician. He will try to negotiate first and threaten second." Ironclaw glanced back. "I tell you this not as advice but as intelligence. Gringotts is neutral in wizard politics. We are not neutral in the matter of the Peverell account. You are our client. Your interests are, within the bounds of the compact, our interests." They reached a chamber that was clearly a private office, stone walls lined with ancient ledgers, a desk of dark wood, 2 chairs sized for goblin and human respectively. Ironclaw gestured to the larger chair and began pulling documents from a vault set into the wall. Harry sat. The ring caught the light. Ironclaw. "Lord Peverell." "Harry. My name is Harry." The goblin paused. "That is not how this works, historically. I don't care about historically. People I trust call me Harry." Ironclaw regarded him for a long moment. "Very well. Harry. Sign here, here, and here. This confirms your identity, claims the lordship formally, and activates the Peverell account, which, I should mention, is substantial. The family invested well and the goblins have managed the portfolio in their absence. You are, in the crude terms wizards understand, extremely wealthy. Separately from the Potter Vault." Harry signed. The quill felt different in his hand, not physically, but the act of writing his name carried weight, as if each signature was a stone set into a foundation. "The Wisengamot seat," Ironclaw continued, producing another document. "The Peverell seat is one of the 7 founding seats. It carries additional weight in votes, a legacy provision from when the Wisengamot was established on Peverell land. You are, by accepting this seat, one of the 7 most powerful political figures in Wizarding Britain. I don't want political power." "Then you should not have claimed a lordship." Ironclaw said this without sympathy. "Power refused is power wasted, and power wasted tends to be claimed by those who will use it badly. You have enemies, Harry. Use every tool available to you." Harry thought about that. The goblin wasn't wrong. He signed. "Now," said Ironclaw, settling into his own chair. "The cloak." Harry's hand went to the moleskin pouch at his chest. "You've been carrying it. I can feel it from here, or rather, I can feel the absence of it. The cloak does not merely render its wearer invisible. It renders them absent from death's perception. It is the mantle of the Lord Peverell. Ironclaw leaned forward. You have been carrying a badge of office without knowing it. The fact that it came to you, passed down through the Potter line, kept and given, never lost or stolen, is itself significant. The cloak chose to stay with your family. Chose. The Hallows are not objects, Harry. Not truly. They are anchors, physical manifestations of the Peverell covenant with the threshold. They have a degree of volition. The cloak stayed with the heir. The elder wand wandered, as weapons do. The resurrection stone. Ironclaw hesitated. The stone was lost. Found. Lost again. Its history is tangled. Dumbledore may know more than we do about its current location. A knock on the door. A junior goblin entered, looking nervous. Senior manager, Dumbledore is in the lobby. He's requesting access. He's also accompanied by 2 members of the Order of the Phoenix. They are, insistent. Insistent. Ironclaw's lip curled. How very wizard of them. Send Dumbledore down alone. The others can wait. And if they won't? Then remind them whose bank this is. The junior goblin left. Ironclaw looked at Harry. You have perhaps 5 minutes. Is there anything you want to ask before your headmaster arrives and attempts to complicate things? The letter mentioned someone trying to access this vault. Not Voldemort, someone else. Ironclaw nodded slowly. Over the past several decades, we have detected multiple attempts to access the Peverell vault through indirect means. Proxy accounts opened under false names but funded through very old money. Magical probes testing the vault wards, sophisticated work, beyond anything we typically encounter. And twice, individuals presenting forged bloodline credentials. Who? We don't know. The false identities are layered. The money trails disappear into accounts that predate our modern record-keeping. Whoever this is, they are old, patient, and very well-resourced. Ironclaw paused. And they know what the Peverell Lordship is. Not the children's tale version. The truth. That concerns us. Before Harry could respond, the door opened and Dumbledore entered. The headmaster looked old. Not in the usual way, Dumbledore always looked old, but it was a curated, deliberate sort of age, the long beard and half-moon spectacles projecting wisdom and eccentricity in equal measure. This was different. The man in the doorway looked like he hadn't slept in days. His right hand was hidden inside his robes. His eyes, behind the spectacles, were sharp and worried and, Harry noticed with a jolt, afraid. Harry, said Dumbledore. Thank God. I'm fine. You left Privet Drive without informing anyone. The wards, the Gringotts letter bypassed the wards. Ironclaw said they have the legal right. We do, said Ironclaw pleasantly. Dumbledore turned to the goblin. I was not aware the Peverell account was active. It wasn't. It is now. Ironclaw gestured to Harry. Lord Peverell has claimed his inheritance. All documentation is in order. The Gringotts-Peverell compact is renewed. Dumbledore went very still. His gaze dropped to Harry's hand, to the iron ring on his finger, and the color drained from his face slowly, like water soaking into dry earth. Harry, he said. Tell me you didn't. Didn't what? Claim the lordship. Of course I did. The alternative was letting it default to Voldemort. There were other options. We could have contested the deadline. The legal mechanisms would have taken months, Ironclaw cut in. During which time the lordship would have remained in limbo and the Dementor covenant would have degraded further. The director judged the risk unacceptable. The risk. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. You are aware of what the Peverell lordship entails. The full scope of it. I went through the trial, Harry said. I saw the threshold. I felt the Dementors. I know what I've taken on. You're 15 years old. And I've faced Voldemort 4 times. Is this the conversation where you tell me I'm too young, Professor? Because I've been too young for everything that's happened to me, and it happened anyway. The silence that followed was the kind that leaves bruises. Dumbledore stared at Harry, and Harry saw the exact moment the old man realized that the boy he'd been managing, carefully, lovingly, manipulatively, had just stepped outside his control. "Sit down, Albus," Harry said, and was surprised by the steadiness of his own voice. "Please. We should talk." Dumbledore sat. He moved like a man carrying something heavy. "The Peverell Lordship," he said, and then stopped, seeming to gather himself. "I have spent a significant portion of my life studying the Hallows. I possessed 2 of the 3, the Elder Wand, which I won from Grindelwald, and, recently, the Resurrection Stone." Harry felt the ring pulse on his finger. "You found the stone. This summer. In a ring that belonged to the Gaunt family." There were complications. Dumbledore drew his right hand from his robes. It was blackened, withered, dead-looking from the fingers to the wrist. The ring was cursed. Voldemort's work. I was careless. Harry stared at the ruined hand. "That's killing you." "Slowly. Severus has contained it, but yes. A year, perhaps." The information landed like a physical blow, but Harry filed it away. Later. He'd deal with it later. Right now, the cold practicality he'd developed in that vault was still running, and it wouldn't let him stop for grief. "The stone," Harry said. "I need it. The 3 Hallows, they're tools of office. I can feel the cloak and the ring. The stone is missing from the set. It's like having a hand with fingers that won't close." Dumbledore closed his eyes. "I was afraid of this." "Afraid of what?" "That the Lordship would consume you. Harry, every seeker of the Hallows has been destroyed by them. Cadmus Peverell killed himself. Antioch was murdered. The Hallows carry a weight that, Cadmus and Antioch used the Hallows alone, without the Lordship to anchor them. That's the point of the Lordship, it's the framework that makes the Hallows safe to use. Without it, they're just dangerous artifacts. With it, they're tools." Harry paused, surprised by his own knowledge. The words had come from somewhere, from the trial, from the vault, from the ring itself. Understanding he hadn't earned but had been given. "You know this, Professor. You've studied the Hallows your entire life. You know the Lordship is what makes them work." "I know," said Dumbledore, "that power of this magnitude has never been wielded without cost. And I know that you are still a boy, Harry, whatever you've been through. A brave and extraordinary boy, but, how many secrets are left?" The question cut through Dumbledore's rising eloquence like a knife through silk. He stopped. His mouth worked. "Between us," Harry said. "How many things do you know that you haven't told me?" The prophecy was one. "The Peverell Lordship, you knew about the connection, didn't you? You knew I was the heir." "I suspected." "How many more, Professor? How many things are you saving for the right moment while people die and I walk into fights blind?" Dumbledore didn't answer. The silence said more than words could have. Harry stood. The ring was warm on his hand, and through it, he could feel the Dementors, closer now, drifting south, drawn to him like iron filings to a magnet. He could feel the threshold, a faint shimmer at the edge of his perception. He could feel the weight of what he'd taken on, and it was enormous, and it was his. "I need the Resurrection Stone," Harry said. "I need the Hallows united. And I need you to stop keeping secrets from me, because I can't hold this line and fight blind at the same time." Dumbledore looked at him for a long time. Then, slowly, he reached into his robes and withdrew a ring, a gold ring, cracked, with a black stone set into it. The Deathly Hallows symbol was scratched into the stone's surface. "The curse is in the ring's setting, not the stone," Dumbledore said. "I've separated them. The stone is safe." Harry took it. The moment his fingers closed around it, the world shifted, the missing pieces of a puzzle clicking into place. The cloak in his pouch hummed. The iron ring on his finger blazed with warmth. The stone in his palm completed the circuit, and Harry felt the Peverell magic wake up fully, like a heart that had been beating at half-strength suddenly finding its proper rhythm. "Thank you," Harry said. He meant it, and Dumbledore heard that he meant it, and something in the old man's face crumbled. "I was trying to protect you, Harry. I know. But I don't need protection anymore. I need allies." He left Dumbledore sitting in the Goblin's office and walked out of Gringotts into a London afternoon that felt different on his skin, sharper, more detailed, more present. The world of the living, bright and loud and fragile, and underneath it, the threshold humming like a bass note in a symphony. Tonks was waiting outside, her hair cycling through colors the way it did when she was anxious. Remus was with her, his face drawn. "Harry, what?" Tonks started. "I'll explain everything. But we're going to Grimmauld Place first." "And Tonks?" "Yeah. Something's coming to find me tonight. Don't try to stop it." They went to Grimmauld Place. Harry told them everything, the vault, the trial, the Lordship, the Dementors. Tonks went pale. Remus went very quiet and then said, "Sirius would have loved this. He would have thought it was the funniest thing he'd ever heard." Harry nearly laughed. Nearly. The house felt different to him now. Not just the oppressive gloom of the Black family home, he could feel the residue of death in its walls. Generations of Blacks who had lived and died here, their passing leaving traces like handprints on cold glass. He could feel where the threshold was thin, there were spots in the old house where the boundary between living and dead was gossamer fine. The curtained portrait of Walburga Black wasn't just a magical painting, it was a woman so determined not to die that she'd anchored a piece of her hatred to the physical world, thinning the threshold around her by sheer spite. The ghosts were worst. Grimmauld Place had never been officially haunted, no Hogwarts-style specters floating through walls, but there were presences. Cold spots that moved. Whispers in empty rooms. The sense of being watched from corners that should have been empty. When Harry walked through the front door, every presence in the house went still. He felt them focus on him, not hostile, not welcoming, just aware. The ghost traces of dead Blacks, the lingering impressions of house elves who had served and died here, the faintest echo of his mother's protective magic still woven into the stones from the night she'd visited, years ago. One of them whispered. Not aloud, in the space behind Harry's ears, in the gap between one breath and the next. "The door is thin, my lord." So thin. Harry stopped in the hallway. Remus and Tonks bumped into him. "Harry?" Remus said. "The ghosts here," Harry said slowly. "They've been acting strange, haven't they? The past few weeks." Tonks and Remus exchanged glances. "How did you know?" Tonks asked. "Molly mentioned the cold spots getting worse. And there's been, sometimes the lights flicker and we hear, whispers," Harry finished. "They're trying to tell someone about the threshold. It's thinning. The boundary between life and death is weakening." He paused. "The Peverell Lordship, the whole point of it, is to keep that boundary intact. There hasn't been a lord in over 5 centuries. The threshold's been decaying the entire time. And Voldemort's Horcruxes," Remus said quietly. Harry looked at him sharply. "What about them?" "Dumbledore told me about them last year. The objects containing pieces of Voldemort's soul. Each one punches a hole in the boundary between life and death. It's part of why they work, they anchor a soul fragment on this side of the threshold. If the threshold is already weakening, then every Horcrux is a nail through the membrane." Harry felt the truth of it resonate through the Peverell bond, a sickening confirmation. "How many are there?" Dumbledore believes at least 6. 6 holes in a wall that was already crumbling. Harry closed his eyes and felt the threshold, really felt it, stretching his new awareness as far as it would go. It was vast, encompassing the world, and it was thin. Not failing, not yet. But stressed, strained, worn down by centuries without maintenance and punctured by a madman's desperate bid for immortality. And on the other side, the shape he'd seen in the vault. The Hollow King. Pressing. Waiting. Patient. The Order members began arriving as the afternoon wore on. Moody stumped through the door and stopped dead, his magical eye spinning to fix on Harry. Something's different about you, Potter. I've been to Gringotts. Something's very different about you. The eye world. You feel like a cold spot. Like the whole room gets colder when you walk into it. That's going to get more pronounced, Harry said. Sit down, Alastair. Everyone sit down. I need to tell you something, and you're going to want to be sitting when I do. He told them. All of it. The Peverell Lordship, the Threshold, the Dementors, the Hollow King. The Order of the Phoenix sat around the kitchen table of Grimmauld Place and listened to a 15-year-old boy explain that the boundary between life and death was failing and that he was now responsible for holding it together. Moody was the first to speak when Harry finished. The Dementors, he growled. You're saying they're yours now. I'm saying they were always supposed to be. The Ministry's control was never real, it was a leash on a creature that had forgotten it could bite. I'm giving them back their purpose. And that purpose is guarding the threshold. Guarding me. They're soul-eating monsters, Potter. They're feral animals that used to be trained wardens. There's a difference. Harry met Moody's eye, the real one and the magical one both. I know what they are. I've felt them. They're not evil. They're broken. And I can fix them. You're 15. Everyone keeps saying that like it changes something. Moody stared at him for a long time. Then he barked a laugh, short, sharp, surprised out of him. Merlin Saga left, James Potter's boy, Lord of the Dementors. Sirius is laughing himself sick wherever he is. Sirius is beyond the threshold, Harry said quietly, and I'm going to make sure he stays safe there. That killed the laughter. But the respect in Moody's eye didn't fade. Hermione arrived by Floo an hour later, took one look at Harry, and said, You've done something enormous and you didn't consult anyone, didn't you? A bit, yeah. How enormous? Sit down. She sat down. He told her. She didn't interrupt, not once, not through the entire explanation, which was unlike Hermione and therefore terrifying. When he finished, she was quiet for 30 seconds. I need to go to a library, she said finally. A very old library. Possibly a goblin library. That can be arranged. Harry. She grabbed his hand. Her eyes were fierce and frightened and full of something that might have been awe. Are you okay? Actually, genuinely okay? No, he said honestly. But I'm better than I was yesterday. Ron arrived last, by Floo, looking windswept and confused. He took longer to process it than Hermione had, asked more questions, circled back to the Dementors 3 times. Mate, he said finally, you're telling me you can command the Dementors. Like, tell them what to do. Yes. Can you tell them to sod off? Because a few of them owe me for 3rd year. Harry smiled. It was the first genuine smile he'd worn in weeks, and it hurt the muscles in his face like stretching after too long sitting still. I'll put it on the list. Night came to London. Harry stood on the roof of Grimmauld Place. He'd found the access, a narrow stair behind a hidden door on the top floor that Sirius had once shown him. For when the family gets too much, Sirius had said, grinning. Every black who lived here had a bolt hole to the sky. The London night was orange-grey, the sky stained by streetlights, the city humming with the oblivious energy of millions of muggles going about their lives. Harry stood at the parapet and felt the wind and waited. He could feel her coming. Through the bond, the Peverell bond, alive and singing in his blood, he could feel one Dementor separating from the mass. Not from Azkaban, from somewhere closer. From somewhere old and deep, a place she'd been hiding for a very long time. While the others had gone feral, she'd gone to ground. Waiting. Remembering. She was the oldest. She was the last one who remembered what they had been. Harry felt her approaching from the east, a cold current in the warm summer air. He felt the Order members below react, Moody's magical eye snapping upward, Tonks's sharp intake of breath, Remus's hand going to his wand. He felt Mrs. Weasley's terror, felt Ron's skin prickle, felt Hermione's intellectual fascination war with primal fear. "Don't," Harry said, not loudly, knowing Moody would hear him through the ceiling. "Don't cast at it. Let it come." The Dementor appeared over the rooftops of Islington like a tear in the fabric of the night. Darker than the darkness, taller than a man, its robes, were they robes? Were they part of it? Trailing behind it like a funeral train. The temperature plummeted. Harry's breath misted. Frost crept across the parapet stones. Happy memories stirred in Harry's chest and then settled, undisturbed. The Dementor wasn't feeding. It wasn't even hungry, not in the mindless way Harry had experienced before. Its cold was focused, directional, intentional, the chill of a servant approaching a throne with measured steps. She, and it was a she, Harry knew this without knowing how, descended. She hovered before him, 8 feet of darkness and cold, and Harry looked into the void beneath her hood and saw nothing. No. Not nothing. Something very old, and very tired, and very, very grateful. He felt her memories press against his mind, fragments, shards, scattered by centuries of masterless wandering. A stone circle on a green hill. A man in an iron ring, his hand raised, his voice calm, giving orders that made the world right. Purpose. Belonging. The warmth of knowing what you were for. Then the fall. The last lord dying without an heir of age to succeed him. The covenant fraying. The purpose dissolving like sugar in rain. The slow, terrible descent into hunger without end, into cold without meaning, into the monster the wizards would chain and use and fear. 573 years. Alone. Remembering. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked hard. "I see you," he said. The Dementor descended until she was level with him, her hooded face inches from his. The cold was intense, frost on his eyelashes, ice in his lungs, but it was the cold of a January morning, bracing and honest. Not the cold of despair. "I don't know your name," Harry said. "Do you have one?" A feeling, not a word. An impression of age, of primacy, of being the first among many. Of dark wings over a darker sea. Of watching. Of waiting. Harry thought of a name. It came to him from nowhere, from a Muggle mythology book he'd read at the Dursleys when he was 10, hiding in the cupboard with a stolen library book. A goddess of fate and death and sovereignty. "Morrigan," he said. The Dementor shuddered. The cold intensified for one sharp moment, then eased, and Harry felt something change in the bond, not break, not reform, but deepen. Like a rope that had been frayed suddenly braiding itself whole. The act of naming. The Lord names the servant. The servant gains identity. The covenant completes. Morrigan bowed. It was not a human gesture translated onto a non-human form. It was something else entirely, a lowering, a settling, a diminishment that was also an offering. She folded herself before Harry like a shadow kneeling before a light, and Harry felt through the bond her loyalty, ancient and absolute, and her relief so vast it was almost indistinguishable from grief. "My lord," the feeling said. At last. At last. From below, through the ceiling, Harry heard running feet. The door to the roof burst open. Tonks, wand out, hair white with shock. Behind her, Moody, his magical eye fixed on Morrigan with an expression that was half horror and half something that looked terribly like wonder. "Harry," Tonks started. "It's all right," Harry said. "She's mine." Morrigan rose. She turned to face the newcomers, and Harry felt her regard them, not as prey, not as threats, but as members of her lord's household. Under her protection now, whether they wanted it or not. Tonks's wand hand trembled. What is it doing?" Harry corrected gently. "Her name is Morrigan. She's the oldest of the Dementors. The last one who remembers what they were." He paused. "She's my guard. My advisor. The first of my household." Moody lowered his wand. He stared at Harry with an expression Harry couldn't read, something between fear, respect, and the dawning recognition that the world had just changed in a way that couldn't be unchanged. "Lord Peverell," Moody said. It wasn't a question. It was an acknowledgement. Harry looked out over London. The Dementors were coming, he could feel them, a slow tide of cold sweeping south across Britain. It would take days for them to arrive, maybe weeks. But they were coming. All of them. And on the other side of a barrier that was thinner than it should have been, the Hollow King pressed its vast, patient weight against the membrane of reality and waited for the new lord to falter. Harry didn't plan to falter. He raised his hand, and Morrigan settled beside him like a sentinel, and the night got colder, and the world, the frightened, fragile, beautiful world, kept spinning beneath them. The morning after, the Daily Prophet's headline screamed, "Dementor sighted over London, Ministry scrambles." Below it, a smaller story about Azkaban's guards going still and beginning to drift south. Below that, buried on page 4, a notice from Gringotts confirming the activation of a previously dormant noble house seat in the Wisengamot. Harry read the paper at the kitchen table while Morrigan circled the house outside, invisible to Muggles but very visible to everyone else. The ambient temperature in Grimmauld Place had dropped 4 degrees. Creature, of all people, seemed unbothered. He kept glancing toward the windows with an expression that looked almost like satisfaction. "The old ways," he muttered. "The proper old ways." Dumbledore arrived at 9. He looked worse than yesterday, the cursed hand darker, the circles under his eyes deeper. He sat across from Harry and placed a small leather journal on the table between them. "My research," he said. "Everything I know about the Peverell family, the Hallows, and the Threshold. It's yours." Harry took it. "Thank you. I've also instructed Severus to provide you with information about the Horcruxes, their likely locations, their nature, how they interact with the Threshold." "You were right, Harry. The Horcruxes are accelerating the decay. And the thing on the other side?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "I encountered it once," he said. "Through the Resurrection Stone, before the curse took hold. A presence. Ancient. Hungry. Not evil in the way Voldemort is evil, not choosing to cause harm. Simply, vast, and indifferent to the distinction between life and death. The Hollow King. You've named it." Dumbledore looked at him. "Be careful with names, Harry. In the oldest magic, naming is power. If it knows your name. It already does." Harry thought of the vault, the grey landscape, the shape on the horizon that had turned to look at him. "I saw it during the trial. It saw me. We know each other now." Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were bright with something Harry had never seen in the old man's face before, not fear, not regret, but humility. The look of a man realizing he'd been playing chess while the real game was something else entirely. "What do you need from me, Harry?" It was the first time Dumbledore had ever asked him that. "Not what should we do or what I think is best or trust me, Harry. What do you need?" "I need you to be honest with me," Harry said. "From now on. Everything. You have my word. I need the Order to understand that the Dementors are not the enemy. They're going to be guarding this house, guarding me, guarding anyone I tell them to. People are going to have to get used to it. That will take time. Then it takes time. But it starts now. And Harry looked at the ring on his finger, the iron band that pulsed with the heartbeat of a 500-year-old covenant. He thought about the threshold, thin and fragile, holding back something that should never cross. He thought about Voldemort, whose shattered soul was punching holes in the barrier. He thought about the faceless someone who'd been trying to break into the Peverell vault for decades. He thought about Sirius, safe on the other side, trusting Harry to keep the door closed. I need to learn what I am, Harry said. And then I need to use it. All of it. The Lordship, the Dementors, the Hallows. Everything. Because this isn't just about Voldemort anymore, Professor. It's about what's behind him. What's behind everything. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then we begin. Outside, Morrigan circled. The temperature dropped another degree. And somewhere in the distance, getting closer every hour, the cold tide of the Dementors swept south toward their lord, toward purpose, toward home. Harry finished his tea and went to work. Chapter 2, The Court of Hollow Things. 3 days after claiming the Lordship, Harry learned that Morrigan had a sense of humor. He'd been sitting in the drawing room of Grimmauld Place, reading Dumbledore's journal by the grey light filtering through curtains nobody ever opened. The journal was dense, decades of research compressed into tiny handwriting that changed character over the years, starting precise and confident, growing looser and more uncertain as the subject matter deepened. Harry had learned more about his own family in 3 days than in 15 years of living, and most of it was terrifying. Remus walked in with tea. Morrigan was behind the door. Not hiding, Dementors didn't hide in the way humans understood the concept. She simply existed in the shadow behind the hinged side of the drawing room door, occupying a space that shouldn't have been large enough to contain her. When Remus pushed the door open, his shoulder passed within 6 inches of her hooded form. The teacup hit the ceiling. Remus didn't scream, werewolves didn't scream, apparently, they made a sound somewhere between a snarl and a yelp that was considerably worse. He spun, wand out, his face gone grey-white, and found himself staring into the void beneath Morrigan's hood from a distance of roughly 2 feet. Harry felt it through the bond, a pulse of something from Morrigan that was unmistakably, undeniably amusement. Morrigan, Harry said, not looking up from the journal. Don't terrorize Remus. The Dementor drifted sideways, out of Remus's personal space, with the lazy grace of a cat that had knocked something off a table and felt no remorse. The temperature in the room, which had plummeted, climbed back to merely uncomfortable. Remus stood very still for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry. Did that thing just, she thought it was funny. It wasn't funny. She disagrees. Harry turned a page. And she's been doing it to Moody all week. He hasn't caught her yet. Remus stared at the Dementor. Morrigan stared back, or at least oriented her hood in his direction in a way that suggested attention. The silence stretched. I need a stronger drink than tea, Remus said, and left. Harry felt Morrigan's amusement fade into something warmer, satisfaction, maybe, or the Dementor equivalent of contentment. She'd been doing this more as the days passed, showing flickers of personality beneath the cold. The bond was restoring her, slowly, giving her back the identity that centuries of purposelessness had stripped away. She was still terrifying. She would always be terrifying. But she was becoming specifically terrifying, rather than generically so, and Harry found that the distinction mattered. He returned to the journal. Dumbledore's research on the Peverell family filled nearly 200 pages, but the most important section was a chapter titled simply, The Wardens. In it, Dumbledore had reconstructed, from fragmentary sources across half a dozen magical cultures, the history of the Peverell Covenant. The threshold, the boundary between life and death, was not natural. Or rather, it was natural in the way a riverbank was natural, it existed because forces on either side pressed against each other and reached equilibrium. But equilibrium was fragile. Things disturbed it. Violent death thinned it. Necromancy damaged it. And on the other side, there were things that pushed. The Hollow King was the largest, but not the only one. The Peverell family had been wardens for at least 2,000 years, the records were vague before that, tangled with pre-Roman magical traditions that had been overwritten by later civilizations. They maintained the threshold through active magic, reinforcing weak points, patching tiers, keeping the boundary stable. The Dementors were their tools and their guards, creatures that existed naturally at the boundary, equally at home in life and death, capable of operating on both sides. When the last lord died without a proper successor, the system collapsed. Not all at once, the threshold had momentum, like a spinning top that keeps turning after you stop pushing. But it was slowing down. The Dementors going feral was a symptom, not a cause. Without a lord to direct them, they forgot their purpose and defaulted to their base nature, feeding on warmth, on happiness, on the emotional energy of the living. They became parasites instead of sentinels. Dumbledore estimated that the threshold had perhaps another century of integrity left before something breached it permanently. That had been written 10 years ago. Before Voldemort's return. Before the Horcruxes started actively eroding the membrane. Harry closed the journal. "How long do we really have?" he asked the empty room. Morrigan answered. "Not in words, in feeling." A sense of urgency pressing against his mind like cold water. The impression of cracks spreading, of fingers finding gaps, of pressure building behind a dam. "Not long. Not long." "Right," Harry said. He stood. "Let's go make some enemies." The Wizengamot met in the lowest levels of the Ministry of Magic, in a chamber that predated the ministry itself. Harry had been here once before, during his trial the previous summer, dragged in front of the full court for defending himself against Dementors. The irony of returning as Lord Peverell, master of those same Dementors, was not lost on him. He dressed deliberately. The goblins had delivered a package the previous evening, the formal robes of the Peverell Lord, pulled from storage in the family vault. They were simple, dark grey, almost black, cut close and without ornamentation except for the Hallows symbol embroidered in silver thread at the collar. They looked like shadows given shape. When Harry put them on, Tonks took one look and said, "Well, that's going to make an impression." He wore the iron ring openly. The Elder Wand stayed with Dumbledore for now. Harry wasn't ready for that fight yet, and taking it would weaken the old man at a time when weakness could kill him. The resurrection stone sat in the mokeskin pouch against his chest, next to the cloak. 2 of 3. Close enough for the Peverell magic to function, though Harry could feel the gap where the wand should be like a missing tooth. Moody accompanied him as security. Tonks came as his official escort, wearing her aura robes with an expression that dared anyone to challenge her dual loyalty. Remus stayed behind. A werewolf in the Wizengamot would cause a different kind of scene. They entered the ministry through the visitor entrance. The atrium was busy with morning foot traffic, clerks, officials, paper airplanes carrying memos, the whole grinding machinery of magical government. Harry walked through it and felt the moment people started recognizing him. It happened in waves. First one head turning, then two, then a ripple spreading outward through the crowd like a stone dropped in water. The boy who lived was here. But more than that, something was different about him. The robes, the ring, the way he walked. Harry had spent 15 years hunching, shrinking, trying to be smaller than the attention demanded. In the Peverell robes, with the ring on his hand and Morrigan's bond humming at the edge of his awareness, he didn't hunch. He walked like he had somewhere to be and the world could either clear a path or get walked through. Moody noticed. His magical eye swiveled to fix on Harry with an appraising look. "You're doing that on purpose." "Doing what?" "The whole," Moody gestured vaguely at Harry's entire person. "You're going to walk into the Wizengamot looking like that? Is there a problem?" "No. But I want you to know you're doing it." Moody's scarred face split in something that wasn't quite a smile. "Constant vigilance includes being aware of your own impact, Potter." They descended to the courtroom level. two Aurors flanked the doors. They straightened when they saw Tonks, then stiffened further when they recognized Harry. "Mr. Potter," one of them said. "You're not on the Lord Peverell," Tonks corrected, and held up a Gringotts document sealed in wax. "Claiming the Peverell seat. Here's the authentication. Check it with whoever you need to check it with, but we're going in." The Auror took the document, read it again, and went pale. He handed it to his partner. His partner went paler. "One moment, please," the first Auror said, and disappeared through the doors. Harry waited. The corridor was cold, underground, stone-walled, lit by torches that guttered and flickered. He could feel the threshold here, faintly. The ministry was built on old ground, and old ground remembered the dead. The doors opened. Not by the Auror, by a witch Harry didn't recognize, middle-aged, severe, wearing the plum robes of a Wisengamot administrator. She looked at Harry as if he were a clerical error that had achieved sentience. "Lord Peverell," she said, the title sitting awkwardly in her mouth. "The chief warlock has been informed. The Peverell seat the seat has been vacant for 573 years. I know. There will need to be verification. The bloodline authentication, the Gringotts certification, it's all in the document your Auror is holding. Can I go in, or should I wait here while the ministry decides whether to acknowledge a founding seat of its own government?" The administrator's mouth opened and closed. Behind her, Harry could see the courtroom filling, rows of plum-robed figures taking their seats, the hexagonal arrangement that he remembered from his trial. Dumbledore was already seated in the chief warlock's chair, watching the door with an expression of carefully maintained neutrality. "This way," the administrator said, and stepped aside. Harry walked in. The Wisengamot was not prepared for him. He could see it in the way conversation died as he entered, not all at once, but in sections, each cluster of witches and wizards falling silent as they registered his presence, his robes, the iron ring catching the torchlight. The Peverell seat was at the highest tier of the chamber, among the founding seats. It was carved from dark stone, unlike the wooden benches of the lower tiers, and it had been empty so long that someone had placed a potted plant on it. Harry climbed the stairs. He removed the potted plant, set it on the floor, and sat down. The chamber went fully silent. Dumbledore cleared his throat. "The Wisengamot recognizes Lord Harry James Potter Peverell, claiming the founding seat of the most ancient house of Peverell, authenticated by Gringotts Wizarding Bank under the provisions of the Peverell-Gringotts Compact." He paused, letting the words settle. "Is there any challenge to this claim?" Silence. Harry could feel the desire to challenge radiating from half the room, the pure-blood traditionalists who didn't want a half-blood teenager in a founding seat, the ministry loyalists who sensed a threat to the established order, the Dumbledore allies who hadn't been consulted and didn't like surprises. But challenging a Gringotts authenticated bloodline claim was a legal minefield, and nobody wanted to be the first one into the blast zone. "The claim is accepted," Dumbledore said. "Welcome, Lord Peverell." Harry inclined his head. Said nothing. Let the weight of the moment do the work. The session proceeded. Routine business, budget allocations, regulatory adjustments, a debate about cauldron thickness standards that somehow took 40 minutes. Harry watched, learning the landscape. He identified the factions quickly: Dumbledore's allies, the Order-adjacent members, progressive, focused on the war effort, the traditionalists, old money, old blood, cautious about everything, the ministry bloc, Scrimgeour's people, focused on maintaining institutional authority, and the independents, a loose collection of members who voted their interests rather than their ideology. He noticed Lucius Malfoy's seat was empty. Still in Azkaban, for now. He noticed Amelia Bones's seat, draped in black. She'd been killed 3 weeks ago by Death Eaters. The loss showed in the room like a missing tooth. He noticed a thin, dark-haired witch seated 2 rows below him, watching him with eyes that gave nothing away. She wore well-cut robes in deep green with silver accents, Slytherin colors, but understated. She wasn't a Wisengamot member herself, she was seated in the gallery section reserved for noble house heirs and representatives. A small placard in front of her read GRNGRASS. She caught him looking and raised one eyebrow. The gesture conveyed, in a single muscle movement, something along the lines of, "Yes, I see you. Yes, you're impressive. No, I'm not going to swoon about it." Harry almost smiled. He filed her away and turned his attention to the front of the chamber, where things were about to get interesting. Rufus Scrimgeour stood. The Minister for Magic looked like a lion that had traded its mane for a politician's robes and was not entirely happy about the exchange. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with a mane of grey-streaked hair and sharp tawny eyes that swept the room with the habitual alertness of a career orar. He moved with a limp, an old injury, that somehow made him look more dangerous rather than less. "Before we conclude routine business," Scrimgeour said, his voice carrying the easy authority of a man accustomed to being listened to, "I wish to address the matter of the Dementor irregularity." Here we go, Harry thought. Over the past 72 hours, the Ministry has documented unprecedented changes in Dementor behavior across Britain. The Azkaban Guard contingent has become non-responsive to established control protocols. Multiple Dementors have been sighted in locations far from their designated stations. And a single Dementor has been confirmed present in London, in apparent proximity to, Scrimgeour's eyes found Harry, the newly claimed Lord Peverell. Every head in the chamber turned. Harry kept his expression neutral. "I am requesting," Scrimgeour continued, "that Lord Peverell address this body regarding the nature and extent of his connection to the Dementors, and that the Wizengamot consider emergency provisions to ensure that Ministry authority over these creatures is maintained." Dumbledore looked at Harry. "Lord Peverell, you may address the Wizengamot." Harry stood. The founding seat was the highest in the chamber. Standing there, he looked down on everyone, including the Minister. He hadn't planned that, but he appreciated it. "The Dementors are not the Ministry's creatures," Harry said. "They never were." The murmur that swept the chamber was sharp and immediate. The Dementors were bound to the House of Peverell by a covenant that predates the Ministry, predates the Wizengamot, and predates Gringotts. They are the household guard of the Peverell Lord. When the Lordship fell vacant, they lost their master and their purpose. They became feral. The Ministry found feral creatures and chained them, and because nobody remembered what they actually were, everyone assumed the chains were legitimate. "Lord Peverell," Scrimgeour began. "I'm not finished, Minister." Harry's voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. "I claimed the Peverell Lordship 3 days ago. The Dementor Covenant reactivated. The Dementors are responding to their rightful lord for the first time in 5 centuries. The Ministry's binding enchantments are failing because they were never real authority, they were a temporary measure that lasted 500 years past its usefulness. You're claiming personal command over every Dementor in Britain," Scrimgeour said, his voice flat. "I'm not claiming it. I'm stating it as fact. The Gringotts Peverell Compact, which this body has just accepted as authentic, includes the Dementor Covenant. It's in the documents. Section 12, Paragraph 4, if the Minister would like to read it." Scrimgeour's jaw tightened. A 15-year-old boy in personal command of the most dangerous creatures in the wizarding world. Surely the Wizengamot sees the problem. The Wizengamot sees a founding lord exercising his legal authority over his own household, said a voice from the traditionalist section. Harry looked. It was an elderly wizard he didn't recognize, small and wizened, with the bearing of someone who had been voting in this chamber since before Scrimgeour was born. "The Peverell Covenant is older than the Ministry, Minister. You cannot legislate it away." "I'm not suggesting legislation. I'm suggesting common sense." "Common sense," Harry said, "would be recognizing that the Ministry's Dementor control was always an illusion. They tolerated the chains because they had nothing better to do. Now they do. The question isn't whether I command them, I do, and no vote in this chamber will change that. The question is whether the Ministry wants to work with me or against me." The silence that followed was different from the earlier ones. This wasn't shock or confusion. This was the Wisengamot recalculating, every member running the political arithmetic in their heads. A founding lord with legal authority. Dementors that didn't answer to the ministry anymore. A war on, with Voldemort's forces growing. The balance of power had shifted, and everyone in the room could feel it. Scrimgeour stared at Harry for a long moment. Then he smiled, a thin, dangerous smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I look forward to working with you, Lord Peverell," he said, and sat down. Harry knew a threat when he heard one. The session ended 2 hours later. Harry descended from the founding tier and found the corridor outside the chamber clogged with people wanting to talk to him, journalists, ministry officials, lobbyists, the entire parasitic ecosystem that attached itself to power. Moody ran interference, his scarred face and magical eye doing what a dozen security wizards couldn't. Harry was halfway to the lifts when a voice cut through the noise. "Lord Peverell." A moment. The Greengrass girl. She'd slipped through the crowd with the ease of someone who'd spent her life navigating social obstacles, a step here, a turned shoulder there, a polite smile that moved people aside like a plow through fresh snow. Up close, she was his age, maybe a few months older. Dark hair cut to her shoulders, sharp features, gray-blue eyes that assessed him with the clinical precision of someone pricing an antique. "Daphne Greengrass," she said. "Heir to the noble house of Greengrass. I'd like 5 minutes of your time, and I'll make them worth more than the next 5 hours of whatever these people want from you." Harry glanced at the crowd behind him. She had a point. "Walk with me," he said. They walked. Moody followed at a distance, his eye trained on Greengrass with professional suspicion. Tonks drifted along the other side of the corridor, pretending to read a memo. "You handled Scrimgeour well," Daphne said. "Like a Gryffindor with half a brain. Which I suppose is an improvement over the baseline. Is there a compliment in there, or should I keep looking?" It was about 30% compliment. "Take what you can get." She matched his pace precisely, not hurrying to keep up, not lagging behind. Walking with him, not after him. "I'll be direct, Lord Peverell, because we're both too busy for anything else. My family is neutral. Do you know what neutral means in this war? It means you're being squeezed from both sides. Crushed. The word is crushed. The Dark Lord wants our resources and our bloodline. The Ministry wants our compliance and our silence. Dumbledore wants our public support but won't lift a finger to protect us if we give it. We have perhaps 6 months before one side or the other forces the issue, and when that happens, my father and my sister are dead either way." She said this with the matter-of-fact tone of someone who had already done the grieving and moved on to logistics. Harry recognized the tone. He'd used it himself in the past week. "What do you want from me?" he asked. "Alliance. Protection. The weight of a founding house behind us, which makes attacking my family a declaration of war against yours. In exchange, I offer you something you desperately need and don't have. Which is knowledge of how the Wisengamot actually works. Who owes whom. Where the alliances fracture. Which members can be persuaded, which can be bought, and which will need to be broken." She paused. "You've just announced yourself as the single most powerful individual in wizarding politics, and you have no idea what you're doing. You won. Today. Scrimgeour backed down because you surprised him. He won't be surprised again." Harry stopped walking. He turned to face her fully. She was exactly his height, unusual for a girl their age, and she used every inch of it, standing straight, meeting his eyes without flinching. "You're the first person who's been honest about wanting something from me," he said. "I find dishonesty inefficient. And if I say no, then I leave and find another solution, and you stumble through wizarding politics blind until someone eats you alive. Scrimgeour, probably. He's good at it. You know, you're the first Slytherin who's asked for an alliance without pretending it's something else." Something shifted in her expression, not much, barely a flicker. But for an instant, the calculation dropped and something else looked out from behind it. Surprise, maybe. Or the faint warmth of being seen clearly. We're not all liars, Lord Peverell. Some of us just have better priorities than pretending to be noble about it. Harry considered. The smart move was to say he'd think about it, consult his advisors, send an owl. The careful move was to check her story, verify her motives, make sure this wasn't a Death Eater trap wrapped in a pretty package. But Harry was tired of careful. Careful had gotten Sirius killed. Careful had left him locked at Privet Drive while the world burned. Careful was Dumbledore's game, and Harry had just spent the morning demonstrating that he wasn't playing Dumbledore's game anymore. Thursday, he said. Leaky Cauldron. Bring names. Daphne Greengrass looked at him for a beat longer than necessary. Then she nodded. Thursday. Don't be late. She turned and walked away, and Harry watched her go and thought, interesting. Moody materialized at his elbow. Slytherin, the old Auror growled. I noticed. Her father's played both sides of every conflict since Grindelwald. She's not her father. How do you know? Harry thought about it. He didn't know. There'd been something in the way she'd said crushed. Something that wasn't performance. I've got a sense about people, he said. Moody snorted. Constant vigilance, Potter. Always. The week between the Wisengamot session and Harry's meeting with Daphne was the most productive and exhausting of his life. Training. Not the kind Dumbledore had in mind, not practice dueling, not defense lessons, not the structured curriculum of a Hogwarts classroom. Harry was learning Peverell magic, and Peverell magic didn't come from textbooks. It came from Morrigan. Their sessions happened at night, when the house was quiet and the other Order members had retreated to their rooms. Harry would sit in the drawing room, and Morrigan would settle across from him like a patch of deeper darkness, and they would share. That was the only word for it. Through the Lordship bond, Morrigan could press memories against Harry's mind, her memories, stretching back centuries. They weren't clear or linear. They were fragments, a gesture, an image, an emotion, a moment of clarity embedded in centuries of fog. But through them, Harry began to understand what Peverell magic was. It wasn't wand magic. Wand magic was about shaping, forcing your will through a focus to alter reality. Peverell magic was about perceiving. Seeing the threshold. Feeling where it was thin, where it was strong, where it was damaged. And then, this was the hard part, reaching into the boundary itself and reinforcing it. Not with power, but with intent. With the clear, unwavering intention that the boundary would hold, that death was separate from life, that the things on the other side would stay on the other side. It was exhausting. After his first real session, Harry slept for 14 hours and woke up feeling like he'd run a marathon in someone else's body. But he was learning. He could see death now, not metaphorically, but literally. The residue of it clung to surfaces, pooled in corners, gathered in places where living things had stopped being alive. Grimmauld Place was thick with it, layers of death trace accumulated over generations, the house itself a palimpsest of endings. Harry walked through the building and felt the cold spots where Black family members had died, a heart attack in the third-floor bathroom, a suicide in the attic, a duel that had ended badly in the entrance hall. Creature carried death trace like perfume, the elf was old, so old, and every master he'd outlived had left a mark on him. The living carried it too, Harry realized. Not death itself, but the potential for it, a shimmer around every person, like a heat haze, marking the threshold's claim on them. Everyone died. The shimmer was a reminder. Only Harry was different. In the mirror, looking at himself with Peverell's sight, he saw no shimmer. The cloak, even in his pouch, even unworn, hid him from death's perception. He was invisible to the threshold. To the things on the other side. To the Hollow King. He hoped. On Tuesday, he tried commanding multiple Dementors for the first time. 6 more had arrived in London, drawn by the bond, drifting in from wherever they'd been hiding. Harry reached through the Lordship and gave them orders, patrol patterns, perimeters, behavior restrictions. No feeding. No approaching muggles. No kissing anyone under any circumstances without his direct command. The Dementors accepted the orders with something that felt like relief. Purpose. After 5 centuries of aimless hunger, someone was telling them what to do. Morrigan helped. She was the bridge between Harry and the others, an intermediary who could translate his human-framed commands into something the feral Dementors understood. Under her guidance, the newly arrived Dementors began organizing themselves into patrol formations, sweeping the area around Grimmauld Place in precise, overlapping circuits. The ambient temperature in the neighborhood dropped. The Muggles on Privet Drive noticed nothing. Morrigan showed the others how to operate beneath human perception, the old skill of the Peverell Sentinels. Moody watched the patrols with his magical eye and said nothing, but Harry caught him nodding once, a grudging acknowledgement of tactical competence. On Wednesday, Hermione arrived with 3 books, 4 scrolls, and a look on her face that meant she'd found something. "The Peverell Barrow," she said, dropping the materials on the kitchen table. "Harry, it's real. It's been documented in Muggle archaeological surveys, a Neolithic burial mound near Godric's Hollow, heavily warded. Muggle archaeologists can't get near it, they get confused and wander off. The magical surveys are older, 17th century mostly, and they describe it as a place of ancient power, shunned by all prudent wizards." "Shunned why?" "Because the threshold is thin there. Very thin. It was the Peverell family seat, not just where they lived, but where they worked. The main locus of threshold maintenance for all of Britain." Hermione spread a map on the table. "And Harry, look at this. I cross-referenced locations of known Dementor concentrations with threshold thin points, and they correlate almost perfectly. The Dementors aren't random, they've been gathering at the weakest points of the boundary, even without a lord to direct them. It's instinct." Harry studied the map. Dots clustered at Azkaban, the Ministry, Godric's Hollow, and a scattering of other locations across Britain. "They've been trying to do their jobs," he said quietly. "All this time. Even feral, even mindless, they've been drawn to the thin points. They've been guarding the threshold on autopilot." "Yes. But badly. Without direction, they cause more damage than they prevent. Their feeding weakens the living near the thin points, and weak, miserable people are actually more vulnerable to threshold breaches. The Ministry stationing them at Azkaban made it worse, it concentrated them in one location and left the other thin points unguarded. So I need to redistribute them." "You need to redistribute them. Based on this map, I'd suggest clusters of 4 to 6 at each major thin point, with a mobile reserve you can deploy as needed." Hermione paused. Looked at him. "I can't believe I'm creating a deployment strategy for Dementors. Welcome to my life, Harry." She put her hand on his arm. "Ron wrote me. He's worried about you." "I know. He said you've changed. That you feel different. That the house is cold and you spend your nights sitting in the dark with Morrigan and he doesn't know how to talk to you anymore." Harry closed his eyes. He'd felt Ron pulling away, not from loyalty, not from friendship, but from understanding. Ron looked at the Dementors and saw the train from 3rd year, the cold and the despair and his sister's screams. He couldn't look at Harry surrounded by those things and see anything but wrongness. "I'll talk to him," Harry said. "Talk to him soon. Before the distance becomes a wall." He didn't get the chance. Thursday came, and with it, everything went sideways. Harry arrived at the Leaky Cauldron at 10 in the morning. Moody insisted on sweeping the building first, which took 20 minutes and resulted in the confiscation of 3 suspicious artifacts from the pockets of a warlock who turned out to be a harmless collector of enchanted bottle caps. Moody was unapologetic. Daphne was already there, in a private booth at the back, drinking coffee and looking like she'd been up for hours. She had a leather portfolio beside her and a quill balanced behind her ear. You brought an entourage, she observed, glancing at Moody. I brought security. There's a difference. There really isn't, but all right. She opened the portfolio. Names. As promised. Harry sat down. Tom the bartender brought him tea without being asked. Over the next hour, Daphne walked him through the Wiesengemot like a surgeon explaining anatomy. This member owed money to that family. This member had a son who'd been seen with Death Eaters. This member was secretly terrified of losing her seat and could be swayed by a promise of support. This member hated Scrimgeour personally and would vote against the minister on any issue if properly motivated. It was fascinating. It was also depressing. How do you know all this? Harry asked. My family has been neutral for 3 generations. Neutral means you watch. You listen. You collect information because information is the only defense you have when you can't pick a side. She paused. My father taught me to observe before I could read. Your father. The one who's played both sides. The one who's kept his family alive. Her voice was cool. You can judge his methods or you can benefit from them. I'd suggest the latter. Harry looked at her. In the dim light of the leaky cauldron, she looked tired, not the tiredness of a late night, but the deeper tiredness of someone carrying something heavy. He thought of what she'd told him about her family, about the squeeze closing in from both sides. The blood curse, he said. Daphne went still. Her hand, holding the quill, stopped moving. How do you know about that? I didn't. Not until just now. Harry shook his head slightly. Since the Lordship, I can see things. The threshold, death's proximity to the living. Everyone has a shimmer, a potential. Yours is different. There's something else. Something woven in. Daphne set the quill down carefully. She looked at him with an expression he hadn't seen on her face before, not calculation, not control, but something raw and startled. Like a door she'd kept locked had just been pushed open from the outside. The Greengrass blood curse, she said quietly. 7 generations. A death curse laid on the family line by a witch my ancestors wronged. Every Greengrass woman dies before 30. My mother died at 28. My aunt at 26. She paused. I'm 16. Harry heard what she didn't say, I have 14 years, maybe less. Is that why you're here? He asked. The protection, is it for your family, or for yourself? Both. Neither. She picked up her coffee, held it without drinking. The curse isn't why I'm here. The curse is why I'm not wasting time. When you have a deadline, you stop pretending that things matter when they don't. Political maneuvering matters. Alliances matter. The war matters. Being too proud to ask for help doesn't matter. I have a deadline too, Harry said. The prophecy. Daphne looked at him sharply. Neither can live while the other survives, Harry said. That's the short version. One of us has to kill the other. The silence between them was different from any silence Harry had shared with another person. Not awkward, not heavy. Honest. 2 people with death sentences looking at each other across a table and finding, in the other, someone who understood what it meant to have an expiration date stamped on your life. Well, Daphne said finally. At least we won't bore each other. Harry laughed. It was startled out of him, a real laugh, sharp and sudden, and Daphne's mouth twitched in response, the closest thing to a smile he'd seen from her. The moment broke when Moody's magical eye spun wildly and the old Auror was on his feet before Harry registered the sound, screaming, from outside, from the direction of Diagon Alley. They hit Diagon Alley in broad daylight. Harry was out the leaky cauldron's back door and through the brick archway in seconds, Moody at his shoulder, wand drawn. Daphne was right behind them, her wand in her hand with the ease of someone who'd been carrying one since she could walk. The alley was chaos. 20 Death Eaters. Maybe more, it was hard to count in the smoke. They'd come in fast and hard, operating into the middle of the shopping district and fanning out in pairs. Storefronts were burning. People were running. The screaming was constant, a wall of sound that made thought difficult. A curse streaked past Harry's head and blew a chunk out of the wall behind him. He ducked, pulled Daphne behind a overturned cart, and assessed. The Death Eaters were organized. 2 groups pressing up the alley from the south, one holding the north exit, 2 more guarding the apparition points. A box. They were trying to box the civilians in and maximize casualties. It was a show of force, Voldemort proving the Ministry couldn't protect its people. Moody was already dueling, his wand a blur, 2 Death Eaters falling back under a hail of curses that demonstrated exactly why he'd survived to retire. Tonks appeared from somewhere. She'd been in Diagon Alley separately, shopping for something, and had transformed into combat mode with the sharp-edged competence of her aura training. It wasn't enough. 20 Death Eaters, 2 Aurors and a retired one, and Harry. Harry reached through the bond. The response was immediate. 8 Dementors, the ones patrolling Grimmauld Place's perimeter, turned and streaked toward Diagon Alley at a speed that defied their usual drifting gait. They weren't floating, they were flying, cutting through the London sky like dark arrows. "Get down and stay down," Harry told Daphne. "I'm not helpless," she snapped, and fired a curse over the cart that caught a Death Eater in the chest and spun him off his feet. "I know you're not. But what's about to happen is going to be, just stay close." They came through the roof. Later, witnesses would describe it differently. Some said the sky darkened. Some said the temperature dropped so suddenly that the puddles on the cobblestones froze in an instant. Some said they heard a sound, not a scream, not a moan, but a chord, like a dozen voices singing a note that existed below the range of human hearing. 8 Dementors descended on Diagon Alley. They were not the mindless, drifting horrors of Azkaban. They were directed. They came in formation, 2 pairs sweeping the northern exit, 1 pair hitting the southern groups, 2 breaking off to clear the apparition points. They moved with the precision of trained soldiers executing a battle plan, because that's exactly what they were, and the plan was Harry's, fed through the bond in an instant of pure intention. The Death Eaters panicked. 2 of them managed patron uses, a boar and a hawk, silver and bright, pushing against the Dementors with the force of happy memories. Against feral Dementors, it might have worked. Against Dementors with a Lord's will behind them, the patron uses lasted about 4 seconds. Harry felt his Dementors hit the silver shields with focused, intentional cold, not the scattered hunger of wild creatures, but the concentrated force of sentinels fulfilling their purpose. The patron uses shattered like glass. The Death Eater who'd cast the boar staggered, his mask askew, and a Dementor was on him, not kissing, not feeding, just there, hovering inches from his face, its cold so intense that the man's body simply locked up. Magical hypothermia. He dropped like a stone, alive but immobilized. Harry walked into the alley. He shouldn't have. It was stupid, tactically unsound, the kind of thing Moody would scream about later. But something in him, the Peverell instinct, the Lordship's weight, or maybe just Harry being Harry, demanded that he not hide while his people fought. He walked through smoke and frost with Dementors flanking him, and the Death Eaters broke. Not all at once. The disciplined ones held for a few seconds, throwing curses that Harry batted aside with shield charms. He was still a wizard, still trained, and his reflexes were sharp. But one by one, they looked at the Dementors, looked at the boy walking calmly through the chaos with frost in his hair and shadows at his shoulders, and they ran. One didn't run fast enough. Harry felt the Dementor at his left reach for the retreating Death Eater, a woman, her mask fallen, blonde hair streaming behind her. Not Bellatrix. Someone else. The Dementor's hunger was a cold spike in his mind, a request and a desire. Kiss? Feed? Please. No, Harry said, aloud and through the bond simultaneously. Incapacitate. Don't feed. The Dementor obeyed. The woman collapsed, frost-locked, her wand skittering across the cobblestones. 12 Death Eaters captured. 8 fled. No civilian deaths that Harry could see, though there were injuries: a man with a burned arm, a child crying over a mother who was unconscious but breathing, an elderly witch who'd taken a cutting curse to the shoulder and was bleeding badly. Healers from St. Mungo's were already arriving, pushing through the crowd with the practiced urgency of emergency medicine. Harry stood in the middle of Diagon Alley, surrounded by Dementors and wreckage, and felt the eyes of 100 witnesses on him. A camera flash. Then another. The Daily Prophet photographer, a man Harry vaguely recognized, was clicking away with an expression that was equal parts terror and professional excitement. Harry looked at the camera. The photographer took the picture. It would be on the front page by evening. He found Daphne afterward, still behind the overturned cart, her wand in her hand and 2 stunned Death Eaters at her feet. She looked at Harry, at the frost melting in his hair, at the Dementors circling above, and her expression was complex. Impressed, shaken, something else he couldn't name. "Well," she said. "That's one way to make a political statement." It wasn't a statement. They were killing people. Everything is a statement, Lord Peverell. Especially the things that aren't intended to be. She stood, brushed dust from her robes, and looked at the captured Death Eaters. "You held them back. The Dementors. They wanted to kiss. I felt it. And you said no." "I said no." She studied him for a moment. "Good," she said quietly. "Hold that line." Moody appeared, bleeding from a cut above his ear and looking mildly deranged with satisfaction. "Potter. That was either the bravest or the stupidest thing I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of both." "Which was it?" "I'll let you know when I decide." Moody surveyed the aftermath. 12 captured. No civilian deaths. Minimal collateral damage. If you told me a week ago that I'd be praising a Dementor deployment, I'd have hexed you. And now? Moody's magical eye fixed on the Dementors overhead. They were settling into a patrol pattern, unprompted, guided by instinct and Harry's residual intention. Guarding the alley. Protecting the civilians. Doing what they were made to do. "Now," Moody said slowly, "I'm thinking about what else they could do." The aftermath was worse than the battle. The Daily Prophet photograph showed Harry standing in the smoke-filled alley, Dementors flanking him like dark wings, frost on his robes, his wand in one hand and the other raised in command. It was dramatic. It was powerful. It was terrifying. "Lord Peverell commands Dementor army in Diagon Alley attack," read the headline. The article was breathless, veering between praise for the rescue and horror at the method. Quotes from witnesses ranged from, "He saved my daughter's life," to, "I've never been more frightened in my life, and I was frightened of the Death Eaters less." The editorial page was worse. A piece by someone Harry had never heard of, titled, "Should One Teenager Control the Dementors?" laid out the case for ministry oversight with the careful, reasonable logic of someone who had never been in a battle and never would be. The argument was sound, which made it dangerous. No individual, however well-intentioned, should wield unchecked power over creatures capable of destroying a human soul. Checks and balances existed for a reason. History was full of young men with good intentions and terrible power, and it never ended well. Scrimgeour's office released a statement within hours. The minister applauded Lord Peverell's quick action, but urged the Wisengamot to consider the broader implications of personal command over Dementor forces. It was a dagger wrapped in a handshake, and everyone who read it understood both parts. Harry sat at the kitchen table of Grimmauld Place and read everything. Around him, the Order argued. "This is a disaster," said Hestia Jones. "The public is terrified." "The public should be grateful," Moody growled. 12 Death Eaters captured. No one died. When's the last time an engagement went that clean? The public doesn't think in terms of engagements, Alastair. They think in terms of how they feel, and right now they feel like they've traded one monster for another. I'm not a monster, Harry said, not looking up from the paper. Of course not, dear, Molly Weasley said quickly. But the perception is what Scrimgeour wants it to be. Remus, leaning against the kitchen counter, his arms crossed. He's controlling the narrative. Harry saves dozens of lives, and the story becomes, Teenager with Dementor Army. It's deliberate. So we counter it, said Tonks. We get Harry's side of the story out. Interviews, public appearances. I'm not doing interviews, Harry said. Harry, I'm not performing for the Daily Prophet so they can feel better about the fact that their government can't protect them. He put the paper down. Scrimgeour wants me to be a mascot. I won't be that. He wants me to be a villain. I won't be that either. I'll be what I am, and people can decide for themselves. And if they decide wrong? Hestia asked. Then they decide wrong. The room was quiet. Harry could feel the Dementors outside, his patrol, expanded now to 12, circling Grimmauld Place in a pattern that Morrigan had adjusted after the Diagon Alley battle. He could feel their contentment. They were doing their job. For the first time in 5 centuries, they were doing their actual job, and the bond hummed with a satisfaction that was almost warm. He's right, said a voice from the doorway. Everyone turned. Ron stood there, still in his traveling cloak, his face red from the flu. He looked at Harry, at the iron ring, at the dark circles under his eyes, at the way the room was colder than it should have been. He's right, Ron repeated. People are scared. They're always scared. They were scared of him in 2nd year when they thought he was the heir of Slytherin, and they were scared of him in 4th year when they thought he was a liar, and they were scared of him last year when they thought he was crazy. And every time, he was right and they were wrong. So maybe stop trying to make them comfortable and start letting them catch up. The room stared at Ron. Ron shrugged. What? I'm not smart about everything, but I'm smart about this. Harry looked at his best friend and felt something in his chest unclench. Thanks, Ron. Yeah, well. Someone had to say it. Ron dropped into a chair. Also, is it true you named a Dementor? Because that's either brilliant or mental, and I haven't decided which. Morrigan. Morrigan. Right. Ron paused. Is she the one that keeps hiding behind doors and scaring Lupin? That's her. Okay, that's brilliant. That's definitely brilliant. The note from Daphne arrived by owl that evening. Harry opened it at his desk in the room he'd claimed on the 2nd floor, Sirius's old room, because it felt right and because the death trace here was Sirius's, and Harry found it comforting rather than painful. Lord Peverell, they'll fear you until you give them something else to feel. That's not a criticism. It's strategy. The Wisengamot emergency session is scheduled for next week. Scrimgeour will push for a vote on Dementor oversight. You need allies before then. I have 7 members I can deliver. You need 12 for a blocking majority. Also, my sister Astoria says she saw the photograph in the Prophet and wants to know if you're single. I told her you're too busy being terrifying to date. She was not deterred. Enclosed, a list of 5 members who are persuadable but will need something in return. I've noted what they want. Don't offer more than necessary. DGPS, you walked through a battle like you'd done it before. Have you? Harry read the note twice. He started to write a response, stopped, started again. Something about the letter, its frankness, its precision, the unexpected detail about her sister, made him want to get the reply right. Greengrass, thank you for the names. I'll work through the list. Your sister, tell her I'm flattered, but my dating life currently consists of nightly meetings with a 500-year-old Dementor who communicates through emotional projection. It's complicated. Your postscript, yes. More times than I'd like. HP he sent it with Hedwig, who seemed pleased to have a job that didn't involve carrying carefully censored letters to people who wouldn't answer properly. Then he went downstairs for his nightly session with Morrigan. The drawing room was dark. Harry preferred it that way for the training sessions. Light was distracting, and Peverell magic lived in the spaces between perception, in the boundary between seeing and not seeing. Morrigan was waiting. She'd taken to occupying a specific corner of the room, a dark space between the bookshelf and the window where the shadows pooled deepest. Whether she chose it out of preference or comfort, Harry didn't know. But it was becoming her corner, and the other Order members had learned to avoid it. Harry sat cross-legged on the floor and opened the bond. Tonight, Morrigan showed him the Diagon Alley battle from her perspective. Not her own, she'd been at Grimmauld Place, holding the perimeter, but through the 8 Dementors who'd responded to Harry's call. Their perception was nothing like human sight. They didn't see light and color. They perceived vitality, the warmth of living things, the emotional energy that radiated from every human like heat from a flame. The Death Eaters had burned with the dark, crackling energy of people doing violence. The civilians had blazed with fear and pain. And Harry had been a cold point in the middle, not cold like a Dementor, but cold like the eye of a storm. The center around which everything turned. The Dementors had responded to his commands with reflexive obedience, but Harry could feel their confusion beneath it. They weren't used to restraint. The old lords had allowed them to feed, carefully, measured, taking only what was necessary to maintain their strength. Harry's blanket prohibition on feeding was leaving them hungry. I need to figure that out, Harry thought. He couldn't have his Dementor guards starving. Starving Dementors would eventually lose control, no matter how strong the bond. But the idea of allowing them to feed on people made his stomach turn. Morrigan pressed an image into his mind, the old way. Peverell lords had maintained feeding stations, places where the Dementors could draw on ambient emotional energy without targeting individuals. Battlefields, hospitals, places where strong emotion was concentrated and diffuse. Not feeding on people, but feeding on the emotional residue left in the environment by human experience. It was a distinction that mattered. Grief, Harry thought. There's a lot of grief in the world right now. Enough to sustain them? Morrigan's response was affirmative, tinged with something that might have been dark humor. A war on, people dying daily, fear and sorrow soaking into the magical landscape like rain into soil. The Dementors would not go hungry. Harry filed the solution away and moved to the next lesson. Show me the threshold, he said. How the old lords monitored it. Morrigan complied. Through her memories, clearer now, sharper each day, the bond restoring what centuries had worn away, Harry saw the threshold as the first Peverell lords had perceived it. Not a line or a wall, but a gradient. A zone of transition where life blended into death, where the rules of one side slowly gave way to the rules of the other. In healthy sections, the gradient was wide, a smooth, gradual transition. In damaged sections, the gradient collapsed into a knife edge, a point where life and death existed side by side with nothing between them. Those collapsed points were where breaches happened. Where dead things stirred. Where the Hollow King could reach through. Harry stretched his Peverell sight outward, feeling for the threshold. It was there, everywhere, all around him, the constant background hum of the boundary. He could feel the thin points, the Ministry's Vale, a cluster in the Scottish Highlands, the Peverell Barrow near Godric's Hollow, a handful of smaller weaknesses scattered across the country. He could feel one more. Close. Very close. There's a thin point in this house, Harry said. Morrigan confirmed. Of course there was. Grimmauld Place, soaked in centuries of death trace, home to dark artifacts that toyed with the boundary between life and death. The thin point was in the basement, near the room where the Black family had practiced their darkest magic. Harry made a mental note to reinforce it. Later. Tonight, he had something else to address. The body, he said. In Diagon Alley. The Death Eater who died. Morrigan went still. After the battle. A Death Eater died, hit by crossfire, I think, friendly fire from his own side. After he died, his body moved. Not like an inferius. Something else. And it spoke. The silence from Morrigan was different from her usual silences. This was the silence of something very old recognizing something it had hoped not to recognize. 3 words, Harry said. Almost through now. I heard it. Nobody else did. Morrigan's response was a flood of impression, not memory, but warning. The feeling of something pressing against a barrier. The sound of cracking ice. The image of a door swollen in its frame, the wood bowing inward under pressure from the other side. The hollow king. It was using the thin points. Every time someone died near a threshold weakness, every time death energy discharged into the boundary, the hollow king was pushing. Using the deaths as leverage. And in that moment, in that dead Death Eater's body, it had pushed through just enough to borrow a dead mouth and speak. Almost through now. Not a threat. A status report. To itself, or to anyone listening. Harry sat in the dark drawing room of Grimmauld Place, surrounded by cold and shadow, and felt the weight of his lordship settle onto his shoulders like a physical thing. How long do we have? He asked. Morrigan's answer was not a time frame. It was a feeling, the feeling of standing on a frozen lake and hearing the first crack run through the ice beneath your feet. Not long. Not days or weeks. Months, maybe. A year if they were lucky. The threshold was failing. The Horcruxes had punched holes. 5 centuries without a warden had worn it thin. And the Hollow King, patient beyond human comprehension, was gathering itself for a push that might break through. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the Wizengamot, about Scrimgeour's political maneuvering, about the photograph in the Daily Prophet. All of it, the politics, the public fear, the arguments about oversight, was noise. Background static. The real problem was the thing behind the barrier, and nobody in the wizarding world knew about it except Harry and Dumbledore. He needed to change that. But not yet. Not until he had the credibility and the power to make people listen. One thing at a time, Harry said to the dark room, to Morrigan, to himself. Beat Scrimgeour first. Then save the world. Morrigan's response was the Dementor equivalent of a dry laugh. Harry was starting to learn the texture of her emotions, the way amusement felt different from satisfaction, the way concern had a different temperature than warning. She was coming back to herself. Day by day, session by session, the ancient sentinel was emerging from the fog of 5 centuries. And she was not what Harry had expected. She was sharper. Funnier. More present than any creature of pure cold and darkness had a right to be. The Dementors, it turned out, had been people, not human people, but people nonetheless, with personalities and quirks and preferences. The feral state had erased all of that. The bond was bringing it back. Harry wondered what the other Dementors would be like when they were restored. 12 down. Hundreds to go. He went to bed at 2 in the morning and dreamed of ice cracking under a grey sky, and a vast shadow pressing against the underside of the world. Thursday. 1 week after the Wizengamot session. 4 days until Scrimgeour's emergency vote. Harry met Daphne at Gringotts, neutral ground, safe ground, a place where politics was secondary to the older, harder currency of gold and obligation. They sat in a private meeting room that Ironclaw had arranged, surrounded by the comforting solidity of goblin-cut stone. "I've worked through your list," Harry said. 3 of the 5 are reasonable. Marchbanks wants a seat on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Done. Dumbledore owes me that much. Ogden wants tax relief on his fire whiskey exports. I can negotiate that through the founding seat privileges. Diggory wants, he stopped. Amos Diggory, Daphne said carefully, wants a formal investigation into his son's death. I know what happened to his son. Harry's voice was flat. I was there. He wants an official inquiry. A Wizengamot investigation into the circumstances. The ministry swept it under the rug, Fudge didn't want to acknowledge Voldemort's return, so Cedric's death was ruled accidental. Amos has been trying to get a proper inquiry for a year. And you think I should give it to him? I think you're the only one who can. You're a founding lord. You can compel a Wisengamot inquiry. And Amos Diggory's vote is worth the cost. Harry sat with it. Cedric's face, surprised, wand half raised. Kill the spare. The green light. The body hitting the ground. I'll do it, he said. Not because I need his vote. Because he's right. Cedric deserved better. Daphne watched him for a moment. You do that a lot. Do what? The right thing for the wrong reason, or the wrong thing for the right reason. Most politicians do neither. I'm not a politician. You are now, whether you like it or not. She leaned forward. The other two on the list, Parkinson and Knott. Both have Death Eater connections. Both are persuadable, but not by you directly. They need a Slytherin intermediary. You. Me. I can get their votes, but it'll cost me. Parkinson's father will want to know why a greengrass is aligning with Potter Peverell. Knott's mother will assume it's a trap. I'll need to offer them something concrete, proof that your protection is real, not theoretical. What kind of proof? Daphne looked at him steadily. Station a Dementor at the Greengrass estate. Just one. Visible. A clear statement that my family is under your protection. Harry felt the request's weight. A Dementor guard on a private estate, it would be visible, public, undeniable. It would also terrify the Greengrass neighbors and probably generate another round of panicked headlines. Done, he said. Just like that. You're my ally. Your family is under my protection. That's not complicated. Something shifted in Daphne's expression. Not the calculation, not the control, something underneath, quick and vulnerable, there and gone before Harry could fully register it. She blinked, and when she looked at him again, her composure was intact. Thank you, she said. The words came out with a slight roughness, as if they'd had to push past something to reach air. Don't thank me. Just get me those votes. I'll get you those votes. She paused. Harry. He looked up. She'd used his first name for the first time. The Dementor thing, she said. In Diagon Alley. When they wanted to feed and you stopped them. The papers are calling it control. But it's not, is it? It's not about controlling them. No. It's about giving them a choice. The bond lets me command them, but what they actually respond to is purpose. They want to serve. They want to do what they were made to do. I just have to make sure what I ask them to do is worth serving. And if it's not? If you ask them to do something wrong? Harry thought about it. Then they'll do it anyway. The bond is absolute. Which means the responsibility is absolute too. He met her eyes. I can't afford to be wrong, Daphne. Not about this. That's a terrible amount of pressure for one person. Yes. So don't be one person. She held his gaze. That's what allies are for. The moment stretched. Something was happening between them, not romance, not yet, nothing so simple. It was the beginning of something that didn't have a name. Recognition. The sense of finding someone who operated at the same frequency, who understood the calculus of responsibility without needing it explained. Ironclaw knocked on the door and entered without waiting for a response, goblin manners. Lord Peverell. There's a matter requiring your attention. What kind of matter? The kind that involves Albus Dumbledore looking extremely troubled and asking to speak with you urgently. Ironclaw paused. He says the word wraith, and insists you'll understand. Harry felt the temperature in the room drop, not from the Dementors, from him. The Peverell ring pulsed. I have to go, he told Daphne. The votes, I'll handle the votes. Go. She was already gathering her portfolio, efficient, focused. And Harry? Be careful. Always. Liar. He left Gringotts at speed. Morrigan fell in beside him as he crossed the Diagon Alley threshold. She'd been waiting, lurking in the shadow of the bank's marble columns, and her presence at his shoulder was becoming so natural that Harry barely registered the drop in temperature anymore. Dumbledore was waiting at Grimmauld Place. The old man was in the kitchen, sitting at the long table with his blackened hand cradled against his chest. His face was the color of old parchment. The journal Harry had been reading was open in front of him, turned to a page Harry hadn't reached yet. "Sit down, Harry." Harry sat. Morrigan drifted to the doorway and stayed there, a sentinel shadow. Dumbledore's eyes flickered to her and away. "I've been remembering," Dumbledore said. "Since you claimed the Lordship, memories I had, suppressed, perhaps, or simply not understood, have been surfacing. The Peverell magic has a way of clarifying things." He paused. "I met a man once, many years ago. In Albania. I was searching for Tom Riddle's traces. This was before his return, before he had a body. I was following rumors of dark magic in the forests near Berat. Albania. Where Voldemort was hiding. Where his spirit was hiding, yes. But I found something else first. A man in a village tavern. He called himself Wraith." Dumbledore said the name the way someone might say cancer, with the careful neutrality of a person naming something they deeply feared. He was middle-aged. Well-spoken. Scholarly. He asked me about the Hallows. "What did you tell him?" "Everything. I was younger, and the Hallows were my obsession. I'd spent years searching for them. This man, Wraith, knew more about them than anyone I'd ever met. He understood what the Peverell Lordship was. He understood the threshold. He spoke about the Dementors with a familiarity that I should have found alarming and instead found thrilling." Dumbledore's voice had taken on the particular quality of someone confessing a sin they'd been carrying for decades. He wanted to know if the Lordship could be claimed by someone outside the bloodline. If the Hallows could function without the Covenant. If the threshold could be, his word was renegotiated. Dumbledore looked at Harry. "I told him no. The Lordship was bloodbound. The Hallows served the Lord. The threshold was non-negotiable." "What did he say?" "He thanked me for my time. He smiled. And he said, 'Everything is negotiable, Dumbledore. Even death.'" The old man paused. "I met him 30 years ago. He looked middle-aged then. If I saw him today, he would look exactly the same." The kitchen was very quiet. The cooling charm on the icebox hummed. Morrigan's cold seeped through the doorway like a slow tide. "He's the one who's been trying to access the Peverell vault," Harry said. "Almost certainly." "What is he?" "I don't know. Not entirely. But I've spent the past week researching, and what I've found is disturbing." Dumbledore opened the journal to the page he'd been studying. There are references, in the oldest Peverell texts, to a figure they called the Seeker. Not a title, a warning. A person who pursued the Peverell legacy not to maintain the threshold but to destroy it. Why would anyone want to destroy the threshold? Because the threshold is death, Harry. It's the mechanism by which living things die. If you destroy it, if you breach it permanently, merge the two sides, then death, as a process, ceases to function. Nothing dies. Nothing can die. Harry stared at him. That sounds like Voldemort's goal. It sounds like it, but the method is entirely different. Voldemort wants personal immortality. He doesn't care if death exists for everyone else. Wraith wants to eliminate death entirely. For everyone. Dumbledore let that sink in. His goal, arguably, is the most compassionate motivation of any enemy we face. He wants to end suffering. He wants no one to ever lose anyone again. But the threshold exists for a reason. It separates life from death because they are fundamentally incompatible states. Merging them wouldn't create a world without death. It would create a world where life and death exist simultaneously, where nothing fully lives and nothing fully dies. Where the Hollow King and everything on the other side pours into our reality without constraint. Dumbledore's voice was very quiet now. Wraith has been working toward this for centuries. He's kept himself alive through rituals that have slowly stripped away his humanity. He's patient, intelligent, and far more dangerous than Voldemort when it comes to the specific threat we face. Does he know I've claimed the Lordship? He knows. The activation of the Peverell Covenant would have been felt by anyone sensitive to the threshold. He'll come to you, Harry. Sooner or later. He'll come, and he'll offer you everything you've ever wanted. Dumbledore met his eyes. He'll offer to bring them back. Your parents. Sirius. Everyone. Harry felt the words land like physical blows. He kept his face still. He didn't look away. And I say no. You say no. No matter how much it costs you. Because the moment you say yes, the moment you open the threshold willingly, everything falls. Harry was quiet for a long time. Through the bond, he felt Morrigan's presence at the door, old, patient, aware. She knew about Wraith. She'd known about the Seeker since before Harry was born, since before Dumbledore was born. The Dementors' memories, ancient and fragmented, carried echoes of this threat stretching back centuries. How long has he been at this? Harry asked. Based on what I've been able to piece together, at least 400 years. Possibly longer. 400 years of trying to crack open the boundary between life and death. Yes. And now there's a Peverell Lord again. Which means he finally has a key. The Lord Peverell is the only one who can open the threshold fully, by design. That's the power and the danger of the Lordship. You can seal the boundary, but you can also unseal it. Wraith has been waiting for an heir to emerge because an heir is necessary for his plan. Harry sat with that. The iron ring was warm on his finger, it was always warm now, a constant pulse of connection. Through it, he felt the Dementors patrolling outside, felt the threshold humming at the edge of awareness, felt the vast, patient pressure of the Hollow King against the other side. He was the key to the gate and the guard of the gate simultaneously. The only person who could open the door, and the only person whose job it was to keep it shut. No wonder the vault trial had been about acceptance. Thank you for telling me, Harry said. All of it. Dumbledore nodded. He looked exhausted. The blackened hand was worse, the corruption had crept past his wrist, darkening the skin of his forearm. He saw Harry looking and tucked the hand back into his robes. It will not stop me from helping you, Dumbledore said. I have, a year. Perhaps less. I intend to use it. Then use it, Harry said. Help me find the Horcruxes. Every one of them is a hole in the threshold. We seal those, we buy time. We buy time, we can prepare for Wraith and the Hollow King. And Scrimgeour? Scrimgeour is a problem for Tuesday. I've got people handling it. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. People. Allies, Professor. Something you taught me to value, even if your methods were questionable. A ghost of a smile crossed the old man's face. I deserve that. You do. They sat in silence for a moment, not uncomfortable, not warm, but honest. The silence of two people who had stopped pretending that their relationship was simple. Harry, Dumbledore said, as he rose to leave. The boy I left at Privet Drive would have demanded answers with anger. The young man sitting in front of me asked questions with purpose. I want you to know that I see the difference. Harry didn't know what to say to that. So he said nothing, and Dumbledore left, and the kitchen was cold and quiet in a way that had become familiar. Morrigan drifted in from the doorway and settled in the corner. The cold deepened. What do you think? Harry asked her. The response was complex, layers of emotion pressed against his mind like geological strata. Concern, deep and old. Recognition of the seeker threat, ancient and bone-deep. And underneath it all, something that Harry could only describe as trust. Not in the outcome. In him. She believed in him. The oldest Dementor in the world, a creature that had watched centuries pass and Peverell lords rise and fall, believed in a 15-year-old wizard with an iron ring and a death sentence. It was the most terrifying thing Harry had ever felt. Right, he said, for the second time that week, and went to prepare for war. Saturday morning. 2 days before Scrimgeour's emergency vote. Harry met Daphne at the Greengrass estate for the final political preparations. The estate was in Wiltshire, a modest manor house surrounded by gardens that had been beautiful once but were showing signs of neglect. Harry arrived with Morrigan, who drew stares from every protective ward on the property before settling into a patrol pattern around the perimeter. Daphne's father, Cyrus Greengrass, met Harry at the door. He was a thin man with Daphne's coloring and a careful handshake. His eyes tracked to the Dementor circling his home and something complicated crossed his face. Lord Peverell. My daughter speaks highly of you. Your daughter is the most competent person I've met this year, Mr. Greengrass. I'm the one who should be grateful. Cyrus studied him with the evaluating gaze of a man who had survived decades of wizarding politics by reading people accurately. Whatever he saw seemed to satisfy him. Come in. We have work to do. They spent 6 hours in the Greengrass study, working through the Wisengamot vote count. Daphne had delivered, Parkinson and Knott were in, persuaded by a combination of political pressure and the visible reality of a Dementor guard on Greengrass grounds. With Marchbanks, Ogden, and Diggory, Harry had a blocking majority. But it was closer than Harry liked. And Scrimgeour, according to Daphne's intelligence network, had been making moves of his own. He's offering Dementor replacement, Daphne said, spreading notes across her father's desk. Azkaban guards. He's been in contact with the ICW about importing security trolls, and he's proposing a new ward scheme for the prison. If he can show the Wisengamot that the ministry doesn't need the Dementors, the argument for oversight becomes moot, they'll just vote to ban them entirely. Can he do that? Technically, yes. A full Wisengamot vote can override a founding seat's privileges on matters of public safety. The precedent exists, it was used in the Goblin rebellions. Daphne paused. He's not stupid, Harry. He's not fighting your legal authority. He's making your authority irrelevant. Harry leaned back in his chair. Through the window, he could see Morrigan's dark shape circling the estate, passing over the garden like a living shadow. Inside the house, the temperature was cool but not cold, the single Dementor's influence was manageable, almost pleasant if you'd grown accustomed to it. Then I need to make the Dementors indispensable, Harry said. Not just as guards. As something the wizarding world can't function without. What did you have in mind? The threshold thin points. The places where the boundary between life and death is weakest. There are dozens across Britain, and strange things happen near them, unexplained magical phenomena, Muggle ghost sightings, areas of dead magic. The Ministry has never been able to explain them. And the Dementors can. The Dementors can guard them. Stabilize them. It's what they were made for. Harry felt the idea crystallize as he spoke. If I can demonstrate that the Dementors serve a function that nothing else can, if the Wisengamot sees that removing them creates a worse problem than keeping them, Scrimgeour's argument collapses. Daphne tapped her quill against her lips. You'd need proof. A demonstration. I'll give them one. Before Tuesday. Before Tuesday. Daphne looked at him with an expression that was becoming familiar, the look of someone watching a plan take shape and deciding whether to be impressed or alarmed. You know, she said, when I first approached you, I thought I was getting a political ally with a scary army. I didn't realize I was getting a strategist. I'm not a strategist. I'm just tired of being reactive. That is strategy, Harry. The first and most important kind. She held his gaze. The study was quiet. Cyrus had left them alone an hour ago, retreating with the tactical wisdom of a father who recognized that his daughter was doing something important. The afternoon light came through the windows and caught Daphne's hair and the sharp angle of her jaw, and Harry thought, not for the first time, that she was striking in a way that had nothing to do with conventional beauty. She was precise. Everything about her, her words, her gestures, the way she held herself, was exactly calibrated. No waste. No performance. It was, he was surprised to realize, attractive. Not in the breathless, distracted way he'd been attracted to Cho Chang. In a quieter, steadier way. The attraction of competence. Of someone who could keep up. He filed that away too. Later. There was a war to win and a vote to survive and a cosmic horror pressing against the fabric of reality. Romance could wait. But he noticed, as they bent over the desk together to review the final vote counts, that Daphne's shoulder was warm against his, and that she didn't move away. Sunday night. One day before the vote. Harry stood in the Peverell barrow. He'd come alone, mostly. Morgan accompanied him, and 3 other Dementors formed a perimeter around the ancient site. The barrow was exactly where Hermione's research said it would be, a grass-covered mound on a hill above Godric's Hollow, ringed by standing stones that hummed with power so old it felt like part of the landscape. The threshold was thin here. Dangerously thin. Harry could feel it the moment he crested the hill, the shimmer of the boundary, visible to his Peverell sight as a curtain of pale light hanging in the air between the stones. On the other side, the grey landscape. The distant shape. The Hollow King wasn't distant tonight. It was closer than Harry had ever felt it, a pressure against the boundary like a face pressed against glass. Not pushing through. Not yet. Just looking. Studying the new lord who had finally come to the ancestral seat. Harry walked among the stones. They were carved, ancient symbols, older than the Hallows mark, their meaning lost to time but their power still active. He touched one and felt the residual magic of 1,000 years of Peverell guardianship, lords and ladies who had stood here, maintaining the boundary, keeping the doors shut. "This is where it happens," Harry said to Morgan. "The main locus. If I can reinforce the threshold here, it strengthens the entire network across Britain." Morgan confirmed. She drifted among the stones with a reverence that Harry had never felt from her. This was her home, the place where her kind had first been bound to the Peverell service. She remembered it. The stones, the hill, the green grass, the smell of the wind. Harry sat in the center of the ring and reached for the threshold. It was like gripping a fraying rope. He could feel the boundary, immense, planet-spanning, thrumming with the tension of 2 states of being pressing against each other. He could feel where it was strong, far from human habitation, far from death and violence, and where it was weak, every horcrux a festering wound, every site of mass death a thin point. He could feel the Hollow King's attention sharpen as he touched the boundary. Interest. Curiosity. And underneath, that vast, mindless hunger. Harry reinforced the threshold. It wasn't a spell, it was an act of will, channeled through the Peverell covenant, amplified by the ring and the cloak and the stone. He poured his intention into the boundary. Hold. Stay shut. The door is closed and it stays closed. The ancient Peverell magic responded, rising through the stones like sap through a tree, and for a moment the threshold blazed, visible to anyone with the eyes to see it, a wall of pale fire separating the living from the dead. Then it settled. The glow faded. The boundary was still thin, still damaged, but stronger than it had been an hour ago. The first active maintenance in 573 years. Harry opened his eyes. He was sweating despite the cold. His hands were shaking. But he was smiling. "I can do this," he said. Morrigan's response was warm. Proud, almost. The oldest Dementor, the last who remembered, watching the new lord do what the old lords had done. What they were for. Harry stood. He looked out over Godric's Hollow, the village where his parents had died, where the Potters had lived, where the Peverell blood had flowed for generations. The houses were lit against the summer night. Families inside, living their lives, unaware of the boy on the hill above them holding the door between their world and something unthinkable. "One thing at a time," Harry said. "Tomorrow, the Wisengamot. Then the Horcruxes. Then everything else." Morrigan settled at his shoulder, and the cold deepened, and the stars turned overhead, and the Hollow King watched from beyond the glass, and waited. Chapter 3, the other ere the Wisengamot vote on Tuesday was supposed to be Scrimgeour's killing blow. It wasn't. Harry walked into the chamber carrying a glass sphere the size of a cricket ball. Inside it, captured through a method Morrigan had taught him at 2 in the morning, was a fragment of threshold energy from the Peverell barrow, a swirling, pale luminescence that pulsed like a heartbeat and made every witch and wizard who looked at it directly feel a deep, primal unease in the pit of their stomach. He placed it on the speaking podium and said, "This is what the Dementors guard." Scrimgeour's carefully prepared motion, 3 hours of legal argument, 6 supporting witnesses, a 12-page proposal for Dementor replacement, died in the water before it launched. Harry didn't argue politics. He didn't debate jurisdiction. He showed them the threshold. He invited every member of the Wisengamot to touch the sphere, one at a time, and feel what he felt every day, the membrane between life and death, thinning, fraying, stressed by forces they didn't understand. Most of them recoiled. Amelia Bones's replacement, a stout wizard named Podmore, actually staggered backward and had to sit down. Griselda Marchbanks, the oldest member of the body, touched the sphere and went very quiet and said, "I remember this feeling. From the war. From the places where the most people died. The Dementors aren't weapons," Harry told the chamber. "They're wardens. They guard the boundary between life and death. Remove them, and you don't just lose prison guards, you lose the only creatures capable of maintaining a barrier that keeps something very old and very hungry on the other side of reality." Scrimgeour tried to recover. He was good, he pivoted to questioning Harry's credibility, demanding independent verification, suggesting that the sphere could be a fabrication. But the Wisengamot had felt it. The bone-deep wrongness of a thinning threshold wasn't something you could argue away with legal precedents. The vote failed. 31 to 19, with 8 abstentions. Harry's blocking majority held, bolstered by 5 additional members who touched the sphere and decided they didn't want to be on the wrong side of whatever was happening. Scrimgeour caught Harry's eye across the chamber as the count was announced. The minister's expression wasn't angry. It was calculating. Reassessing. Filing Harry away in a different category, not nuisance, not mascot, but player. Harry nodded to him. A small gesture, acknowledging the contest without gloating. Scrimgeour returned it. A fraction of an inch, barely visible. "We're not done," the nod said. "But I respect the move." Daphne was waiting in the corridor outside. She fell into step beside him without a word, and they walked in silence to the lift. Only when the doors closed and they were alone did she speak. That was elegant. It was Hermione's idea. The sphere. She figured out how to capture the threshold energy. The execution was yours. Letting them feel it instead of explaining it. That was, she paused, seeming to weigh the compliment before releasing it. That was Slytherin. Careful. I might take that as an insult. You shouldn't. It's the highest compliment I know how to give. The lift rattled upward. Harry was tired, the barrow visit, the late-night training with Morrigan, the tension of the vote, but the tiredness felt productive. Like muscle soreness after training. He was getting stronger. The lift doors opened on the atrium level, and Harry's scar exploded with pain. He grabbed the wall. The pain was blinding, white-hot, a railroad spike driven through his forehead, and through it, beneath it, he felt rage. Not his. Voldemort's. A fury so absolute that it bled through the connection like acid through cloth. Harry, Daphne's hand on his arm, steadying. He knows, Harry gasped. Voldemort. He knows about the Lordship. The pain peaked and broke, receding like a wave pulling back from shore. Harry straightened, breathing hard, and found Daphne watching him with an expression that was scared and steady in equal measure. He felt the threshold demonstration, Harry said, wiping sweat from his face. The sphere. When I showed it to the Wisengamot, it resonated through the boundary. His Horcruxes are embedded in the threshold, he felt me touch it. And now he knows another Peverell Lord exists. That's bad. That's very bad. How bad? Harry thought about what he knew of Voldemort, the obsession with pure blood, with magical supremacy, with his own heritage. The gaunt ring. The locket. The pride in being Slytherin's heir. And now, learning that the other ancient heritage in his bloodline, the Peverell line, through Cadmus, had been claimed by his greatest enemy. Imagine finding out your worst enemy just inherited your family's ancestral home, Harry said. Then multiply by Voldemort. We should leave. Now. They left. The contest notice arrived at Grimmauld Place 3 days later, carried by a snake that materialized on the kitchen table during breakfast and uncoiled to reveal a scroll of black parchment tucked in its jaws. Moody killed the snake. Hermione retrieved the scroll with a levitation charm and a look of profound distaste. Harry read it aloud. To the pretender styling himself Lord Peverell, I, Tom Marvolo Riddle, Lord Voldemort, heir of Cadmus Peverell through the noble house of Gaunt, do hereby contest the claim of Harry James Potter to the lordship of the most ancient house of Peverell. The bloodline of Cadmus Peverell is senior to that of Ignotus Peverell, and the claim of the elder line supersedes that of the younger. I invoke the reckoning of bone, as is my right under the ancient covenants. Let the matter be settled as our ancestors settled it, by blood, by will, by the judgment of the magic that binds us. The reckoning shall take place at the Peverell Barrow on the night of the next full moon. Witnesses shall be admitted under truce. The magic itself shall judge. I will have what is mine. The kitchen was silent. Ron had gone white. Hermione's hand was pressed over her mouth. Moody was staring at the dead snake on the table with an expression that suggested he wanted to kill it again. What's a reckoning of bone? Ron asked. A bloodline duel, Hermione said, her voice thin. I read about it in the Peverell histories. When two branches of a family contest a lordship, the matter is settled by a direct confrontation between the claimants. Not combat, not exactly. It's a battle of will and blood. The magic of the lordship itself decides who is the rightful heir. And if Harry loses? Hermione didn't answer. She didn't need to. Harry set the scroll down. His hands were steady. The iron ring pulsed on his finger, and through the bond, he felt the Dementors, all of them, the growing host, dozens now, orient toward him with sharp attention. They felt his tension. They were ready. The full moon is in 9 days, Harry said. That's how long I have to prepare. You can't seriously be considering this, Ron said. It's a trap. It has to be a trap. You show up at the Barrow and 50 Death Eaters jump you, the reckoning is bound by ancient magic, Hermione cut in. If Voldemort invoked it properly, and based on this scroll, he did, both parties are bound by the truce. No combat is permitted outside the reckoning itself. Attacking under truce would break the covenant and forfeit his claim automatically. Since when does Voldemort care about rules? Since the rules are enforced by magic older than he is. Harry looked at the scroll again. The reckoning isn't optional, is it? Hermione shook her head. If you refuse, you forfeit the lordship by default. The magic interprets refusal as acknowledgement that the contesting claim is superior. So I go. Harry, I go, Ron. There's no version of this where I don't go. Ron's jaw worked. He wanted to argue, Harry could see it, the fear and the frustration warring with the loyalty that had never wavered in 5 years of friendship. But Ron looked at Harry's face and saw something there that stopped the words in his throat. "Then we all go," Ron said. "You're not doing this alone." Harry didn't argue. He didn't have the heart to, and he didn't have the right. 9 days. Harry used every one of them. Training with Morrigan intensified. The reckoning of bone wasn't a wand duel, it was a contest of identity, conducted through the Peverell magic itself. The bloodline would be tested. The will would be tested. And the claimant's relationship with death would be examined and judged by magic that predated human civilization. Morrigan showed him what she remembered of past reckonings, fragments, dim and ancient, but enough to understand the shape of it. 2 claimants stood within the stone circle. The Peverell magic rose through the barrow, through the standing stones, and posed a question. Not a verbal question, something deeper, more fundamental. A reckoning of what each claimant was in relation to death. Their understanding of it. Their acceptance of it. Their fitness to stand at the boundary and hold it. The magic chose. The loser wasn't killed, not directly. But losing a reckoning of bones severed the bloodline connection permanently. For Voldemort, whose identity was built on his heritage, whose Horcruxes were anchored in the boundary the Peverell magic maintained, losing could be catastrophic. Which meant he wouldn't lose gracefully. "He'll break the truce," Moody said flatly, at the strategy meeting Harry called on day 3. "The second the reckoning goes against him, he'll attack. Ancient magic or not. Can the truce magic stop him?" Harry asked. "It can try. But Voldemort's broken supposedly unbreakable protections before. Count on him cheating. Then we prepare for cheating." The Order mobilized. Dumbledore coordinated with the Auror office. Scrimgeour, whatever his political disagreements with Harry, was not about to pass up a chance to catch Voldemort in the open. A combined force of Order members and Aurors would attend as witnesses, armed and ready. Harry's Dementor host, 37 now, with more arriving daily from across Britain and the continent, would form the outer perimeter. Harry spent his nights at the barrow, familiarizing himself with the site, strengthening the stones, deepening his connection to the Peverell magic that lived in the earth beneath the hill. Each session left him drained and sharper. The magic was responding to him, recognizing him, teaching him, opening pathways in his perception that he hadn't known existed. On day 5, Daphne arrived at Grimmauld Place with a trunk, 2 owls, and her younger sister Astoria, a slight girl of 14 with curious brown eyes and an expression that suggested she found everything around her mildly amusing. "We're staying," Daphne said, in a tone that foreclosed discussion. "My father is securing the estate. Astoria and I are safer here, under your Dementor guard, than anywhere else." "You're welcome," Harry said. "Both of you." Astoria looked at Morrigan, who was lurking in the entrance hall like a decorative nightmare. "Is that the one you named?" "That's Morrigan. She's brilliant." Astoria beamed at the Dementor. Morrigan's emotional response, filtering through the bond, was something Harry could only describe as nonplussed. "Can I draw her?" "You can try. She doesn't sit still." Astoria produced a sketchbook and stationed herself in the entrance hall, perfectly content. Daphne watched her sister with an expression that broke through every layer of calculation and control, raw, fierce, protective love, the kind that burned like a physical thing. "She's why I do this," Daphne said quietly, once they were out of earshot. "Everything. The politics, the alliances, you. She's why. I know. The curse takes the women. My mother. My aunt. If I die before 30, Astoria is alone. My father won't survive losing both of us. The family ends." She paused. "I need you to understand what's at stake for me, Harry. Not abstractly. Specifically. I understand. Do you?" He turned to face her. They were in the first-floor corridor, narrow and dark, the walls lined with the mounted heads of house elves that nobody had gotten around to removing. Daphne stood with her back straight and her chin up and her eyes bright with something that wasn't tears because Daphne Greengrass did not cry, except that the brightness was there and it was real. I lost my parents when I was 1, Harry said. I lost Sirius a month ago. I've had a death sentence on my head since before I could talk. You don't need to convince me that I understand loss, Daphne. I live in it. She searched his face. Whatever she found there made the brightness in her eyes intensify and then, slowly, recede. She nodded. Once. Okay, she said. Then let's make sure neither of us dies. Deal. They shook on it, which was absurd and solemn and somehow exactly right. Daphne's hand was warm and firm in his, and Harry held it a beat longer than a handshake required, and neither of them mentioned it afterward. Day 7. 2 days before the reckoning. Harry was alone in the drawing room, Morrigan outside on patrol, the house quiet in the late afternoon, when the wards rippled. Not broke. Not triggered. Rippled. Like a stone dropped into still water, the protective enchantments around Grimmauld Place shivered with something that wasn't an attack but wasn't welcome either. Harry's wand was in his hand before he finished processing the sensation. The iron ring flared hot. He waited. A knock on the front door. Polite. Patient. 3 measured taps. Nobody knocked on the door of Grimmauld Place. The house was under Fidelius. You either knew the address and walked through the door, or you didn't know it and the door didn't exist. Knocking implied a visitor who could perceive the house without the secret, who could see through the Fidelius as if it were tissue paper. Harry walked to the entrance hall. Astoria's sketchbook lay abandoned on the stairs, she'd gone upstairs an hour ago. The house was otherwise empty, Ron and Hermione at the Burrow, the Order members scattered on various duties, Daphne at a meeting with her father. 3 more taps. Patient. Unhurried. Harry opened the door. The man on the doorstep looked like a scholar. Thin, middle-aged, with close-cropped gray hair and a narrow, intelligent face built around eyes that were the color of old amber. He wore Muggle clothing, a dark coat, dark trousers, leather shoes that were expensive but understated. No robes, no wand visible, no magical signature that Harry could detect. Except that the Peverell ring on Harry's finger was burning like a brand, and the threshold, the vast, encompassing boundary that Harry felt constantly now, was bending around this man like water flowing around a stone. Lord Peverell, said the man. His voice was quiet, measured, carrying the faintest trace of an accent Harry couldn't place. My name is Erasmus Wraith. May I come in? Harry's grip on his wand tightened. Through the bond, he sent a sharp pulse to Morrigan, come. Now. You walked through the Fidelius, Harry said. I walked through the Fidelius, Wraith agreed, without apology or explanation. It's a remarkable piece of magic, but it relies on the principle of hidden secrets, and I've been alive long enough that very few secrets remain hidden from me. He smiled. It was a warm smile, the kind that reached his eyes. I'm not here to fight, Lord Peverell. I'm here to talk. You'll find that I'm considerably more pleasant than the alternative. The alternative being the creature you call the Hollow King, pressing against the barrier you've sworn to protect. I know a great deal about it. I know a great deal about everything you're facing. I've been studying it for a very long time. Harry felt Morrigan approaching, a cold wind sweeping toward the house from the east, fast, her agitation vibrating through the bond like a struck wire. She recognized this man. Not his face, not his name, but his nature. The Seeker. The threat the old lords had warned about. You've been trying to access the Peverell vault for decades, Harry said. I have. Unsuccessfully, which I found frustrating. The goblins are excellent guardians. Wraith's amber eyes held no deception. I could stand out here and we could circle each other verbally, Lord Peverell, or you could invite me in and I could tell you things that Dumbledore doesn't know and can't learn. The reckoning is in 2 days. Voldemort is coming for your lordship. The threshold is failing. You need information, and I have it. Why would you help me? Because I want the same thing you want. I want to solve the problem of the threshold. We simply disagree on the solution. Morrigan arrived. She swept around the corner of the house like a storm front and stationed herself between Harry and Wraith, her cold so intense that frost formed on the doorframe and the welcome mat crackled underfoot. Wraith looked at her. Something shifted in his expression, not fear, but recognition. Respect, even. Morrigan, he said. You remember me. The Dementor's response was a blast of cold fury that Harry felt like a punch to the chest. She remembered. She remembered this man, not this face, not this name, but the essence of him. She'd encountered the Seeker before, in a previous life, when the old Lord still walked and the threshold was strong. He'd been there. Watching. Studying. Waiting for an opportunity. She doesn't like you, Harry said. She has every reason not to. I've spent 4 centuries trying to undo everything her kind was created to protect. Wraith said this calmly, without shame. But I'm not your enemy, Lord Peverell. I'm the only person alive who understands what you're facing as well as you do. Perhaps better. Harry weighed his options. Every instinct, Peverell instinct, Morrigan's warning, Dumbledore's caution, screamed at him to close the door, raise the wards, summon the order. But Harry had learned, painfully, that closing doors didn't make threats go away. It just meant you couldn't see them coming. 5 minutes, Harry said. In the doorway. You don't cross the threshold of this house. Appropriate, Wraith said, and the word carried a weight that suggested he appreciated the double meaning. They stood in the open doorway, Harry inside, Wraith outside, Morrigan hovering at Harry's shoulder like a frozen shadow. The summer evening was warm around them, the London street quiet, the contrast between the normal world and what was happening in this doorway almost surreal. The threshold is failing, Wraith said. You know this. You've felt it. You've even begun the work of reinforcing it, the Barrow sessions, the Dementor deployments, the stabilization work. It's admirable, and it's futile. Futile. The threshold has been degrading for 6 centuries. The Peverell line failed. The Dementors went feral. The wardens abandoned their posts. And in that time, the other side has been building pressure, not just the Hollow King, but the fundamental entropic force that the threshold exists to contain. You are one person, Lord Peverell. One teenager with an iron ring and a handful of restored Dementors. You cannot hold a planetary boundary through willpower alone. No single lord ever could. The old system relied on a full family, a trained household, generations of accumulated knowledge. You have none of that. Harry said nothing. The words landed because they were true. He'd felt it at the Barrow, the immensity of the task, the knowledge that he was patching a dam with his fingers. The Horcruxes make it worse, Wraith continued. Each one is a wound in the membrane. Voldemort punched holes in the threshold to anchor his soul fragments, and those holes are widening. Even if you destroy them, which you should, and quickly, the damage is done. The membrane won't heal. It can be maintained, slowed, managed. But it will keep thinning. In 5 years, 10 years, 20, it will fail. And when it does, the Hollow King comes through, and everything on this side of reality is consumed. You've been alive for 400 years, Harry said. You've had all that time to study this. What's your solution? Wraith's eyes brightened. Not with madness, with conviction. Eliminate the threshold entirely. Dumbledore told me what that means. Life and death merged. Nothing fully alive, nothing fully dead. A nightmare. Dumbledore told you his interpretation of what it means. And Dumbledore, brilliant as he is, has never crossed the threshold. He's never been to the other side. He's theorizing about a place he's never seen. Wraith leaned forward slightly. I have been there, Lord Peverell. I have crossed the boundary and returned. Not through the veil, through older paths, ritual paths, methods I developed over centuries of study. And what I found on the other side is not what Dumbledore imagines. Harry felt the pull. Not magical, emotional. The pull of someone offering answers to questions that kept him awake at night. He resisted it, but he felt it. What did you find? A world. Not a void, not an abyss. A world. Different from ours, operating under different principles, but a world. The dead are there, not as ghosts, not as echoes. As themselves. Complete, whole, aware. Your parents are there, Lord Peverell. Your godfather. Everyone you've lost. Harry's hands curled into fists at his sides. The ring burned. The threshold doesn't protect the living from the dead, Wraith said. His voice was soft now, intimate, the voice of a man sharing a revelation that had consumed his entire existence. It separates them. Unnecessarily. Cruelly. It takes the people we love and puts them behind a wall we can never breach. And the Hollow King, the thing you fear, is not a monster. It's the force of reunion. The natural pressure of separated things trying to come back together. Life wants death. Death wants life. They are two halves of a whole, divided by a barrier that was never meant to be permanent. The Peverells maintained it for 2,000 years. The Peverells were wrong. Wraith said it without heat, without malice. With the quiet certainty of a man who had spent centuries testing a hypothesis and found it proven. They were given a duty by a power they didn't understand, and they performed it faithfully because they didn't know any better. But the threshold was always temporary. A holding measure. A stopgap while the two sides of reality learned to coexist. The Peverells were supposed to prepare for reunification, not prevent it forever. And you know this how? Because I've read the original texts. The ones that predate the Peverell Covenant by millennia. The ones that describe the creation of the threshold as a temporary measure, until the living and the dead learn to share the same sky. Those are the words, Lord Peverell. The oldest words. The threshold was never meant to last. Harry stared at him. The conviction in Wraith's eyes was absolute, and the worst part, the most dangerous part, was that his logic was internally consistent. If the threshold was a temporary measure, then maintaining it was futile. If the Hollow King was a force of reunion rather than destruction, then opposing it was fighting the natural order. If the dead were whole and present on the other side, then the threshold was a cruelty, not a protection. If. Everything rested on if. You want me to open the threshold, Harry said. I want you to consider the possibility that the threshold should be opened. Not recklessly, not all at once. Gradually. Controlled. The Lord Peverell has the authority to thin the boundary, to create controlled points of contact between the two sides. Start small. Open a window. See what happens. And if what happens is the Hollow King pouring through and destroying everything, then I'm wrong, and you close the window. Wraith spread his hands. I'm not asking for blind faith, Lord Peverell. I'm asking for experimentation. For the courage to question whether the duty you've inherited is actually the right one. The silence between them was vast. Morrigan's cold was a wall at Harry's back, her warning a constant pressure in his mind. She'd heard this argument before, or an earlier version of it, from an earlier seeker, centuries ago. The Dementors had always rejected it. The covenant was clear. The door stays shut. But Harry wasn't a Dementor. He was human. And the human part of him heard Wraith say your parents are there and felt something crack inside his chest. No, Harry said. The word cost him. He felt it leave his body like something physical, a weight thrown off that left him lighter and emptier. No, he repeated. I don't know if you're right or wrong. I don't know if the threshold was meant to be permanent. But I know that opening it now, with the Horcruxes weakening it, with the Hollow King pressing against it, with me barely understanding my own power, would be catastrophic. If there's a time for reunification, it's not now. Not like this. Wraith studied him for a long time. The amber eyes were unreadable. You're afraid, Wraith said. Not accusatory. Observational. I'm cautious. There's a difference. Is there? A pause. You'll change your mind, Lord Peverell. When the door opens, and it will open, whether you choose it or not, you'll see what I've seen. And you'll understand that I was trying to help. He turned to leave. Then stopped. The reckoning of bone, he said, without turning around. Voldemort will lose. His soul is too shattered, his relationship with death too broken. The magic will reject him. But the rejection will be violent, and he won't accept it. Be ready for what comes after. Thank you for the warning. It's not a warning. It's a prediction. Now Wraith did turn, and his smile was sad, and old, and terribly human. I want you alive, Lord Peverell. I need you alive. You're the only one who can open the door when the time comes. Remember that, when you think of me as your enemy. He walked down the steps and into the London evening. Between one step and the next, he was gone, not apparat, not invisible, just gone, as if reality had opened a seam and let him step through. Harry closed the door. His hands were shaking. Morrigan pressed close, her cold enveloping him, and the bond between them vibrated with a single, urgent message: he is the most dangerous thing you have ever faced. More than the Snake Lord. More than the Hollow King. Because he is not wrong about everything. Harry leaned his forehead against the door and breathed. I know, he said. That's what scares me. He told Dumbledore everything. The old man listened without interruption, his good hand gripping the arm of his chair, his face growing progressively more ashen. He crossed the threshold, Dumbledore said when Harry finished. He's been to the other side and returned. That should be impossible. Apparently not. And his claim about the original texts, that the threshold was intended as temporary, I don't know if it's true. I don't know how to verify it. The Peverell vault might have the original records, but I haven't had time to go through everything. Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. Outside the kitchen window, the London sky was darkening toward evening. Morrigan patrolled the perimeter, her cold a familiar pressure at the edge of Harry's awareness. Harry, Dumbledore said finally. Did you consider it? His offer. Harry could have lied. He didn't. For about 3 seconds. He said my parents are there. On the other side. Whole. Themselves. Harry paused. Yes. I considered it. And you said no. I said no. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The fact that you considered it, that you were honest enough with yourself to feel the temptation, is not weakness, Harry. It's humanity. Wraith's greatest danger isn't his power or his knowledge. It's his ability to find the truth inside a lie and present it so convincingly that you can't see where one ends and the other begins. He might not be lying about any of it. He might not. But the question isn't whether the threshold was meant to be temporary. The question is whether now is the time, and whether he is the one who should decide. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. That decision belongs to you, Harry. To the Lord Peverell. Not to a man who has spent 4 centuries dismantling himself in pursuit of a theory. No pressure, then. The ghost of a smile. None at all. The night before the reckoning, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in Sirius's old bed, his bed now, he supposed, though it still smelled faintly of Sirius's aftershave and there was still a motorcycle magazine on the nightstand, and stared at the ceiling and felt the threshold pulse like a second heartbeat. A knock on the door. Soft, careful. Come in. Daphne. She was wearing a dressing gown over pajamas, her dark hair loose around her shoulders for the first time Harry had seen. Without the precise styling, without the armor of composure and calculation, she looked younger. More real. I couldn't sleep either, she said. I saw your light. There is no light. Exactly. You're lying in the dark, which means you're thinking, which means you can't sleep. She sat on the edge of the bed, uninvited, with the casual ease of someone who decided that social conventions were optional at 1 a.m. Are you frightened? About tomorrow? Harry considered lying. Yes. Good. If you weren't frightened, I'd be worried. Why? Because fear means you understand what you might lose. Fearless people are either stupid or empty. She drew her knees up. My mother was fearless about the curse. She never talked about it, never acknowledged it, acted as if it didn't exist. She died at 28, and the last thing she said was, I don't understand. Because she'd never let herself understand. She'd been so busy being brave that she forgot to be honest. Harry turned his head to look at her. In the darkness, her face was all angles and shadows, the sharp architecture of her features softened by the absence of light. The prophecy, he said. Neither can live while the other survives. Tomorrow isn't going to fulfill it, the reckoning isn't a death match. But it's the first time I'll have faced Voldemort since I learned what the prophecy means. Since I knew that one of us has to die. Are you afraid of dying? No. I'm afraid of what happens to the threshold if I die. I'm afraid of what happens to the Dementors. They'd go feral again, masterless, and this time there's no other heir to claim them. I'm afraid of, he stopped. Started again. I'm afraid of leaving people behind. My parents didn't choose to leave me. Sirius didn't choose it. But if I die tomorrow, knowing what I know, it's different. It's my responsibility. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she reached out and took his hand. Her fingers were cool. Not Dementor cold, the ordinary coolness of someone who'd been walking through a cold house. But the touch was warm in every way that mattered. Present. Deliberate. You're not going to die tomorrow, she said. You can't know that. I can know that I'm not going to let it happen. Neither is your Dementor army. Neither is Dumbledore, or the Order, or your ridiculous Gryffindor friends. You've built something, Harry. In 3 weeks, you've built a network of protection around yourself that didn't exist before. Trust it. I trust the people. I don't trust the magic. The reckoning isn't about combat, it's about identity. Who I am, what I believe, my relationship with death. Voldemort has been fighting death for 50 years. He's built his entire existence around conquering it. I've been the Peverell Lord for 3 weeks. And in those 3 weeks, you've done more for the threshold than anyone's done in 5 centuries. You've restored Morrigan. You've deployed the Dementors. You've reinforced the Barrow. You've faced the Wizengamot and won. You've met the Seeker and said no. Her grip on his hand tightened. The reckoning isn't about time, Harry. It's about truth. And the truth is that you understand death better than Voldemort ever will. He fears it. You accept it. That's the difference. That's why the magic will choose you. Harry looked at her in the darkness and felt something settle in his chest, not peace, not quite, but something adjacent to it. The feeling of being understood without having to explain yourself. The rare, invaluable gift of someone who saw you clearly and didn't look away. Thank you, he said. Don't thank me. Just win. She squeezed his hand once more, then stood and left, and the room was cold and dark and empty, and Harry closed his eyes and slept without dreaming. The Peverell Barrow on the night of the full moon looked like something from a myth. The standing stones caught the moonlight and held it, glowing with a pale luminescence that wasn't reflection but emanation, the Peverell magic in the earth, responding to the gathering power above. The grass on the hilltop was silver-white. The sky was vast and clear and cold. Harry arrived at sunset. He wore the Peverell robes, the iron ring, the cloak folded in the moleskin pouch at his chest. The resurrection stone sat warm against his heart. 2 of 3 hallows, and through them, the Peverell magic humming like a live wire. The witnesses gathered in a wide circle outside the standing stones. Dumbledore, grave and ancient, his wand, the Elder Wand, visible at his side. Moody, both eyes scanning the perimeter. Tonks and Remus, shoulder to shoulder. Ron and Hermione, pale but present, their wands in their hands. A contingent of Aurors, led by Kingsley Shacklebolt, in formal battle robes. Scrimgeour himself, because the Minister for Magic was not about to miss this. Daphne, standing at the edge of the circle, in combat robes that Harry had never seen her wear. She looked at him and nodded once. Win. Neville Longbottom, who had arrived unannounced that morning and simply said, "I'm coming." Don't argue. Harry hadn't argued. Luna Lovegood, who had appeared with Neville and was currently gazing at the standing stones with an expression of dreamy fascination. "They're singing," she said to no one in particular. "Can anyone else hear them?" Nobody else could. The Dementors held the outer perimeter. 43 of them now, the largest gathering of directed Dementors in 5 centuries. Morrigan commanded them in Harry's stead, arranging them in overlapping patrol patterns that covered every approach to the hilltop. The temperature on the hill dropped steadily as the sun set. Breath misted. Exposed water froze. The Death Eaters arrived as the moon rose. They came from the north, a dark procession emerging from the tree line at the base of the hill. 20, 30, more, Harry lost count. They walked in formation, cloaked and masked, wands visible. At their center, walking with the unhurried grace of absolute confidence, was Voldemort. He wore no mask. He needed none. The bone-white face, the red eyes, the flat serpentine nostrils, he was his own mask, and the moonlight loved him, painting his features in silver and shadow. He stopped at the edge of the stone circle. His eyes found Harry across 50 feet of sacred ground. "Potter," he said. The sibilant voice carried perfectly in the still air. "Or should I say, Peverell? Lord Peverell will do. You claim the title of my ancestors. I claim the title the magic offered me. You're welcome to contest it. That's why we're here." Voldemort's lipless mouth curved. Not a smile, the memory of a smile, performed by a face that had forgotten how. Indeed. The reckoning of bone. An old tradition. I am pleased to observe it. His gaze swept the assembled witnesses. Such a gathering. Dumbledore. The Ministry. Your little friends. One might almost think you expect this to go badly. I expect the unexpected. A habit I've developed around you. Red eyes narrowed. Witty. You've grown, Potter. Last time we met, you ran and hid behind the shades of the dead. Last time we met, you couldn't touch a teenage boy in a graveyard. Maybe we've both changed. The silence after that was electric. Voldemort's hand twitched toward his wand, an involuntary gesture, quickly suppressed. His followers shifted behind him. "The reckoning," Voldemort said, and the word was ice. Harry stepped into the stone circle. The moment he crossed the threshold of the standing stones, the world changed. Sound dropped away, the wind, the distant sounds of the witnesses, the soft breathing of 43 Dementors. The stones sealed the circle, creating a space that existed slightly apart from normal reality. The grass underfoot was silver. The moonlight was white fire. The air tasted of iron and old earth. Voldemort stepped in from the other side. The stones admitted him, reluctantly, Harry felt, the magic testing his blood and finding it valid but damaged. The gaunt line, descended from Cadmus. The blood was there. But the soul behind it was shattered, fragmented, distributed across 7 Horcruxes, and the Peverell magic knew it. They faced each other across the center of the circle. Two descendants of two brothers. Two claimants. Two relationships with death, as different as fire and ice. The Peverell magic rose. Harry felt it come up through the ground like roots pushing through soil, ancient, slow, irresistible. It climbed through his feet, his legs, his spine, filling him with a cold clarity that burned away everything extraneous. Fear. Doubt. Anger. Hope. All of it stripped away, leaving only the essential question, what are you? Not who. Not what do you want, not what do you believe. What are you, in relation to death? What is your nature? What is the truth of your existence when everything else is burned away? The magic asked the same question of Voldemort. Harry could feel it, could feel the ancient power reaching through the boundary of the circle, touching both claimants, testing both, weighing both. Voldemort stood rigid, his hands at his sides, his red eyes blazing. Harry felt the force of his will, enormous, dominating, the will of a man who had bent reality to his desires for half a century. Voldemort's answer to the question was absolute, unwavering, powerful, I am the conqueror of death. Death is the enemy. I have defeated it. I will always defeat it. I am eternal, immortal, beyond death's reach. I am the master. The Peverell magic received his answer and held it. Turned it over. Examined it. Harry's turn. The question pressed into him like a hand pressing on his chest. What are you? He could have given a dozen answers. The boy who lived. The chosen one. The orphan. The survivor. The Peverell Lord. All true. All incomplete. He reached deeper. Past the titles, past the labels, past the identities he'd been given or had claimed. Down to the bedrock of who Harry Potter actually was, stripped of everything the world had put on him. And the answer was simple. I am the one who stays. Not the conqueror. Not the master. Not the one who defeats death or defies it or transcends it. The one who stays. Who stands at the boundary between life and death and doesn't leave. Who holds the door not because he's the strongest or the bravest or the most powerful, but because someone has to, and he's here, and he's not leaving. The one who stays with the dying. Who stands in the gap. Who accepts the cost. I am the steward. I am the warden. I am the one who holds the line because the line must be held, and I will hold it until I can't, and then I'll hold it a little longer. The Peverell magic received his answer. And chose. The circle erupted. Light, not spell light, not fire, but the pale, terrible luminescence of the threshold itself, blazed from the standing stones, pouring inward, converging on the center of the ring. Harry felt it hit him like a wave, power, ancient and vast, the accumulated authority of 1,000 years of Peverell stewardship. The iron ring blazed on his finger. The resurrection stone flared at his chest. The cloak, still folded in its pouch, unfolded itself, wrapping around Harry's shoulders like living shadow. Voldemort screamed. The rejection was physical. The Peverell magic struck him like a fist, not attacking, exactly, but repelling. The bloodline connection, already weakened by his shattered soul, severed with a sound like a bone breaking. The Gaunt heritage, the Cadmus lineage, the thread of Peverell blood that had sustained his claim, cut. Permanently. The magic looked at what Voldemort had done to his soul and found it incompatible with the Covenant, and it rejected him with the finality of an immune system destroying an infection. Voldemort staggered backward. His wand came up, reflex, fury, the instinct of a killer who had never accepted defeat from anything. Avada Kedavra. The green light streaked across the circle. The Peverell magic caught it like a hand catching a ball, absorbed it, dissipated it, unmade it. The killing curse, the ultimate expression of magical death-dealing, was nothing to the power that maintained the boundary between life and death itself. It's over, Tom, Harry said. Voldemort's face was a mask of fury, the cold, controlled rage of a man whose deepest identity had just been violated. He wasn't just angry. He was wounded. The Peverell rejection had cut something in him, something connected to his sense of self, and the pain of it was written in every line of his serpentine face. "This is not over," Voldemort hissed. "The reckoning is a formality. Power is not decided by ancient rituals and antique magic. Power is decided by strength, by will, by the willingness to do what others will not." "Then we agree on something," Harry said. "Because I'm willing to do something you're not." "And what is that?" "Accept that I'm going to die. And keep going anyway." Voldemort stared at him. For one heartbeat, 2, 3, the Dark Lord stared at Harry Potter across the sacred ground of the Peverell Barrow, and something in his red eyes flickered. Not fear. Not respect. But recognition. The recognition of a man who has just understood, for the first time, that his enemy is truly different from him. Not weaker, not stronger. Different. In a way that matters. Then the moment broke, and Voldemort raised his wand, and the truce shattered. "Kill them all." The Death Eaters surged forward. They'd been waiting at the edge of the circle, 30+ wands ready, and Voldemort's scream was the trigger. Curses flew, green and red and violet, a storm of lethal magic aimed at the circle, at the witnesses, at everything that moved. The truce wards held for exactly 1.3 seconds. Ancient magic, powerful magic, but Voldemort had been preparing for this, preparing to break the unbreakable, and his followers' combined assault, channeled through artifacts designed to corrode protective enchantments, shattered the truce barrier like glass. The Battle of the Barrow began. Harry was already moving. The Peverell magic still sang through him, amplified by the Reckoning's judgment, and he wielded it instinctively, a wall of cold force that deflected the first volley of curses, a pulse through the bond that screamed engage to every Dementor on the hill. 43 Dementors descended on the Death Eaters. This time, Harry didn't hold them back. Not entirely. He gave them parameters, no kissing, incapacitate only, but he unleashed them with a fury that matched his own, and the Dementors responded with the terrible, joyful efficiency of warriors finally permitted to fight. The battlefield became chaos. Morrigan led the assault. The eldest Dementa hit the Death Eater line like a battering ram, her cold focused into a weapon, a zone of absolute thermal destruction that froze curses in midair, froze wands in hands, froze the air itself into crystalline sheets that shattered against the shields of anyone strong enough to maintain them. Behind her, the other Dementors fanned out in the tactical patterns Harry had drilled, cutting the Death Eater formation into isolated pockets. The Order and the Aurors joined the fight. Dumbledore's wand, the Elder Wand, blazed with white fire as the old man dueled 3 Death Eaters simultaneously, his movements precise and economical despite his age. Moody roared curses that Harry had never heard of, his magical eye spinning as he tracked threats in every direction. Kingsley Shacklebolt fought with the controlled power of a master Auror, his spells silent, devastating, perfectly placed. Ron and Hermione fought back to back, covering each other, their teamwork forged by 5 years of danger. Neville, quiet, unassuming Neville, fought with a ferocity that startled everyone who saw it, his wand work aggressive and relentless, as if something had been unlocked inside him. Daphne dueled with Slytherin efficiency, no wasted movement, no dramatic flourishes, just clean, effective spellwork that put Death Eaters on the ground and kept them there. Harry moved through the battle like the eye of a hurricane. Dementors swirled around him, responding to his commands with instantaneous obedience, and the effect was something no one on either side had ever seen before, a wizard fighting in perfect synchronization with Dementors, using their cold and their fear aura as weapons while covering them with spell fire, each element complementing the other. He found Voldemort. The Dark Lord was dueling Dumbledore near the Northern Stones, their combined magic shaking the hilltop. Harry saw green light flash and white light answer, saw a stone crack and earth split, saw 2 of the most powerful wizards in history trying to kill each other with the casual intensity of men who'd done this before. Harry didn't intervene. Dumbledore had the Elder Wand. This fight was his. Instead, Harry turned toward a different threat, a knot of Death Eaters pressing toward the witnesses, where non-combatants and junior order members were sheltering behind Kingsley's shield wall. The Death Eaters had broken through the Dementor line at one point, exploiting a gap, and they were pouring through with lethal intent. Harry sent 4 Dementors to seal the gap. He sprinted toward the breach himself, wand blazing, and met the first Death Eater with a stunner that hit with the force of a sledgehammer, amplified by the Peverell magic still running through him, still humming in his blood from the reckoning. 3 more fell to his spells in rapid succession. A 4th, larger, faster, fighting through the Dementor cold with sheer willpower, dueled him for 10 furious seconds before Harry's Peverell-enhanced magic overwhelmed the man's shield and dropped him. The 5th was Bellatrix Lestrange. She emerged from the smoke like a nightmare, her wild dark hair streaming behind her, her face split in a grin of pure, unhinged delight. She saw Harry and laughed. Little baby Potter. Playing with the nasty Dementors. Does baby miss his dog father? Harry's vision tunneled. The anger, the cold, heavy anger that had lived in his chest since Sirius died, surged upward, hot and red and all-consuming. Bellatrix dueled him and it was nothing like the textbook exchanges of his training. It was raw, vicious, personal. She fought dirty, unforgivables mixed with cutting curses, taunts and laughter woven through her spell chains. Harry fought back with everything he had, Peverell magic and Hogwarts training in sheer desperate fury. He drove her back. Step by step, curse by curse, he drove Bellatrix Lestrange across the hilltop, his magic stronger than hers, his anger colder, his focus sharper. She stumbled over a fallen Death Eater and went down, sprawling across the frost-covered grass. Harry stood over her. His wand aimed at her face. And a Dementor descended behind her. Harry felt it through the bond, one of his, drawn by the concentration of negative emotion, hovering over Bellatrix's prone form. The Dementor's hunger was a spike of cold need in Harry's mind. Not mindless hunger, focused, directed, requesting. Kiss. The feeling asked. This one. Please. She is empty of good. She is hollow. She would not be missed. Harry looked at Bellatrix. She looked up at him with those mad, dark eyes, and for once, for the first time, there was fear in them. Not of Harry. Of the thing behind her. The hovering cold. The void beneath the hood. Do it, she whispered. If you've got the stones, Potter. Do it. Harry wanted to. God help him, he wanted to. Every molecule of grief in his body screamed yes. This woman had killed Sirius. Had tortured Neville's parents into insanity. Had laughed while she did it. She was evil in the most concrete, undeniable sense of the word. She deserved the kiss. She deserved worse than the kiss. His hand trembled. The Dementor waited. Patient. Obedient. Ready. The battlefield noise was distant. The moon was bright. Somewhere behind him, Dumbledore and Voldemort were still dueling, and the world was shaking, and nothing mattered except this moment and this choice. Harry thought about the vault trial. The question the magic had asked. What are you? I am the one who stays. I am the steward. I am the one who holds the line. The line wasn't just the threshold. It was the line between justice and murder. Between power and tyranny. Between the person he wanted to be and the person his anger wanted him to become. No, Harry said. The word was a stone dropped into still water. No, he repeated, stronger. Stand down. Incapacitate her. Don't feed. The Dementor obeyed. The cold intensified around Bellatrix, not the kiss, but the bone-deep chill of controlled exposure, and she screamed, and then went still. Alive. Unconscious. Whole. Harry stood over her, breathing hard, his wand arm shaking. The anger was still there, it would always be there, but it was back in its box, contained, controlled. He'd made his choice. Footsteps behind him. He turned, wand up, and found Daphne. She was breathing hard, her robes torn, a shallow cut across her cheek bleeding sluggishly. Her wand was in her hand and her eyes were on Bellatrix's unconscious form and then on Harry's face. She saw something there. Whatever it was, it made her expression change, the calculation dropping away, the armor lowering, something raw and real and vulnerable looking out from behind the walls she'd built. "That's why the magic chose you," she said. Harry looked at her. Blood on her cheek. Frost in her hair. Standing on a battlefield in the moonlight, telling him why he mattered. He kissed her. It wasn't planned. Wasn't strategic. Wasn't the careful, calculated kind of first kiss that belongs in strategy meetings. It was two people who had been circling each other for weeks, finding the exact moment where the pretense became too heavy to carry, and setting it down. Daphne's hand came up to the back of his neck. Her fingers were cold and her lips were warm and she kissed him back with the same precision she brought to everything, no wasted motion, no uncertainty, just the clear, deliberate intention of someone who had decided what she wanted and was taking it. They broke apart. The battle raged around them, dimmer now, the Death Eaters retreating, Voldemort pulling back. But in the space between them, something new existed. Something that hadn't been there before. "Your timing," Daphne said, her voice slightly unsteady, "is terrible. I know. In the middle of a battle. I know. With Bellatrix Lestrange unconscious at our feet. I know." She looked at him. The cut on her cheek was still bleeding. Her hair was a mess. Her eyes were bright, and not with calculation. "Do it again later," she said. "When we're not standing on frozen ground surrounded by Dementors. Deal." She almost smiled. Almost. Then Moody's voice bellowed across the hilltop, "They're pulling back. Hold positions." And the moment shattered, and they were soldiers again. The Battle of the Barrow ended 20 minutes later. Voldemort retreated. Not defeated, you couldn't defeat Voldemort while his Horcruxes existed, but driven back, wounded, humiliated. The Reckoning's rejection had cost him something fundamental, and the battle had cost him more, 14 Death Eaters captured, including Bellatrix. His forces had been mauled by the Dementor host, and the psychological impact was devastating. His followers had seen Voldemort lose, not just a battle, but a contest of magical legitimacy. The Peverell magic had looked at Tom Riddle and found him wanting. Casualties on Harry's side were lighter than they had any right to be. 3 Aurors injured, none critically. Tonks had taken a curse to the leg that required St. Mungo's attention. Neville had a broken wrist that he hadn't noticed until someone pointed it out. No deaths. The Dementors were unharmed. They circled the hilltop in tight formation, their cold settling over the battlefield like a blanket, and Harry felt their satisfaction through the bond, deep, primal, uncomplicated. They had fought. They had served. They had done what they were made to do. Harry stood at the center of the stone circle and looked at the damage. The standing stones were cracked, the Reckoning had stressed them, and Voldemort's violent rejection had broken 2 of them at the base. The grass was scorched and frozen in alternating patches. The threshold was visible, shimmering between the broken stones, the boundary between life and death laid bare by the expenditure of Peverell magic. On the other side, barely visible in the pale light, the Hollow King watched. It was closer than ever. Harry could see details now, not a shape, exactly, but a texture. A density. A sense of mass that existed beyond physical form. It pressed against the threshold with patient, constant pressure, and where it pressed, the boundary bowed inward. Almost through now. The same words. The same flat, factual tone, communicated not through sound but through the vibration of the threshold itself. Harry raised his hand. The Peverell ring flared. Through the bond, through the hallows, through the covenant that was older than civilization, he reached out and pushed back. The threshold steadied. The Hollow King's pressure eased, not gone, never gone, but deflected. Redirected. Like leaning against a door that someone was trying to open from the other side. Not today, Harry thought. Not while I'm standing here. The Hollow King's attention shifted. Harry felt it, a vast, slow movement, like an ocean current changing direction. It regarded him with something that might have been curiosity, or hunger, or patience so enormous that it looked like indifference. Then it receded, slightly, and the threshold shimmering dimmed, and the night was just a night again. Harry lowered his hand. He was exhausted, bone deep, soul deep, the kind of tired that sleep might not fix. But he was alive, and the Lordship was his, and the door was shut. For now. The aftermath unfolded over the next 3 days in a cascade of consequences. The Daily Prophet ran a front-page story: Peverell Lord defeats WHO in ancient duel, Death Eaters captured, with a photograph that showed Harry standing in the stone circle, the threshold glowing behind him, Dementors circling above. The image was iconic. It was also, Harry thought, slightly inaccurate. He hadn't defeated Voldemort. The magic had rejected Voldemort. There was a difference. But the public didn't care about differences. They cared about the image, a young man standing against the Dark Lord and winning. For the first time since Voldemort's return, the wizarding public had a symbol of resistance that wasn't Dumbledore, too old, too removed, or the Ministry, too compromised, too slow. It was Harry. Lord Peverell. The boy with the Dementors. The fear didn't vanish. People were still terrified of the Dementors, still uneasy about a teenager wielding that kind of power. But fear mixed with hope is a potent combination, and for the moment, hope had the upper hand. Scrimgeour sent a formal letter of congratulation. It was 3 sentences long and cost the minister more to write than Harry could imagine. The political landscape had shifted. Scrimgeour couldn't move against Harry without looking like he was attacking the man who'd just defeated Voldemort. The emergency Dementor vote was quietly tabled. Indefinitely. Dumbledore spent 2 days in the hospital wing at Hogwarts. The duel with Voldemort had stressed his cursed hand further, the blackness had spread to his elbow, and Snape's containment spells were struggling to hold it. When Harry visited, the old man looked diminished in a way that had nothing to do with the curse. "I used the Elder Wand against him," Dumbledore said. "The full power of it. And I could barely match him. He's grown stronger since the graveyard, Harry. Whatever the Horcruxes cost him in humanity, they've given back in raw power. We need to destroy them. Yes. And quickly. Each one is a wound in the threshold, and after the reckoning, the wounds are bleeding faster." Dumbledore paused. "I've identified 2 with certainty. The diary is destroyed. You saw to that in your second year, though neither of us understood what it was at the time. The ring, the gaunt ring, I destroyed before the curse took hold. That leaves at least 4, possibly 5. I can feel them," Harry said. "Since the reckoning, since the magic amplified, I can feel the Horcruxes through the threshold. They're like holes in a fabric. I can sense where they are, roughly. Not precisely enough to locate them, but enough to know they exist." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. That's remarkable, Harry. The Peverell lords of old could do the same, according to the texts, but it took years of practice. The reckoning accelerated something. The magic tested me and I passed, and now it's more. Everything's more. The bond with the Dementors, the threshold perception, the death sight. It's like the Lordship was running at half power before and now it's fully online. Then we use it. Can you narrow the Horcruxes' locations? Given time, yes. I think so. Then that is your next priority. The Horcruxes and the threshold, they are the same problem. Solve one, and you address the other. Dumbledore looked at him with the crystal blue eyes that had always seen too much. Harry. What happened with Bellatrix? Harry was quiet for a moment. I wanted to let the Dementor kiss her. I know. I wanted it more than I've ever wanted anything. I know that, too. I said no. Yes. You did. Dumbledore reached out with his good hand and gripped Harry's wrist. The old man's fingers were warm and strong, and his eyes were bright with something that might have been pride, or grief, or the particular ache of a man watching someone he loved grow up faster than anyone should. That moment, that choice, was worth more than the entire reckoning. The magic chose you because of who you are. But you chose who you are, in that moment, by your own free will. That is the rarest and most powerful magic in existence. Never forget it. Harry didn't know what to say. So he nodded, and Dumbledore released his wrist, and the silence between them was, for once, comfortable. 3 days after the reckoning. Evening. Grimmauld Place. Harry found Daphne in the library, a room on the second floor that the Order had converted from the Black's private collection of dark arts references into something slightly more presentable, though there were still books on the upper shelves that hissed when you walked past. She was reading. Not political analysis, not Wisengamot proceedings. A novel. Something Muggle, with a battered cover and creased spine. She saw Harry see it and said, "It's Austen. My mother used to read Muggle novels. My father thinks it's a character flaw. I think it's the best thing she gave me." Harry sat in the chair opposite. The library was warm, one of the few rooms in the house where the Dementor influence didn't reach, insulated by old Black family wards that predated Morrigan's presence. "We haven't talked," he said. "About, the kiss." "Yeah." Daphne marked her page and set the book down. She looked at him with the direct, unflinching gaze that had become the most familiar thing about her. "What's there to talk about? Whether you want to do it again." "I told you to do it again." "On the battlefield. In front of Bellatrix's unconscious body." "I wasn't sure if that was the adrenaline talking." "I don't say things I don't mean, Harry. Ever. It's inefficient." She paused. "Do you want to do it again?" "Yes." "Good. Then we agree." "Was there anything else?" Harry stared at her. Then he started laughing, a real, full laugh that shook his shoulders and made his eyes water. The absurdity of it, the most important romantic conversation of his life, and Daphne Greengrass was treating it like a contract negotiation. "What?" she said, but her mouth was twitching. "Nothing. You're something else, Daphne. I'm aware." The twitch became a smile, small, controlled, but genuine. Her smiles were rare, and Harry was learning to treasure them for their scarcity. "For the record, I'm not good at this. The emotional part. I can run a political campaign in my sleep, but feelings are messy. Unpredictable. I don't like unpredictable. I'm fairly predictable. You're the single most unpredictable person I've ever met. You claimed a 500-year-old lordship on impulse, commanded an army of Dementors by instinct, faced down Voldemort through sheer stubbornness, and kissed me in the middle of a battle. Nothing about you is predictable. And you still want to do it again?" Desperately. The word surprised both of them. Daphne's composure cracked, just for a moment, a flash of vulnerability, quickly covered, like a hand pulled back from a flame. But Harry had seen it, and he understood what it cost her to say it, and he loved her for it in a way that was new and terrifying and absolutely right. He crossed the space between them. She stood. They met in the middle of the library, between shelves of books that hissed in disapproval, and he kissed her again. This time it was slow, deliberate, without the adrenaline of battle or the desperation of the barrel. Just two people choosing each other with open eyes and clear intentions. When they broke apart, Daphne's hand was on his chest, over the moleskin pouch where the Hallows rested. She could feel them, not their magic, but their weight. The physical reality of what he carried. "You're going to save the world," she said. "Or hold it together, anyway." "I'm going to try. Then I'm going to help. Not because I owe you, or because you're protecting my family, or because of this. She gestured between them. Because it matters. Because the threshold matters and the Dementors matter and you matter, and I'm tired of being neutral. I want to fight. Welcome to the war. It's going to be terrible, isn't it? Probably. Then we'd better be good at it. Harry held her. The library was warm. Outside, Morrigan circled the house, and the Dementors patrolled, and the threshold hummed, and the Hollow King pressed, and the war ground on. But in this room, for this moment, two people who understood death better than most stood together and breathed. The next morning, everything changed again. Harry woke to Morrigan's alarm, a pulse of cold urgency through the bond that pulled him from sleep like a hand yanking him out of water. He was on his feet, wand in hand, before his eyes were fully open. Not an attack. Something worse. Through the bond, through the Peverell sight that was now as natural as breathing, Harry felt the threshold shudder. Not at the barrow, not at any of the known thin points. Somewhere new. Somewhere in Scotland, in the Highlands, in a place where the boundary had been stable for centuries. It wasn't stable anymore. A breach. Not a small one, not a whisper through a dead man's mouth, not a ghost behaving strangely. A full breach, the threshold tearing open like cloth, and through the tear, something pouring into the living world. Harry dressed in 30 seconds and was downstairs in 45. Moody was already in the kitchen, his magical eye spinning. Reports from the Scottish Auror office, Moody said. A village in the Highlands, Peverell, population 400. The temperature dropped 60 degrees in 20 minutes. Every ward within 3 miles failed simultaneously. And the dead are moving. Inferi. No. The reports describe, the dead rising. In the village cemetery. Not animated, not controlled. Standing up. Walking around. Confused. Moody's face was grim. Harry, these aren't Inferi. Inferi are puppets, they do what the caster commands. These are behaving like people. Disoriented people who don't know where they are. Harry felt the blood drain from his face. Not Inferi. Not necromancy. Something had torn the threshold open, and the dead on the other side had walked through. The Hollow King. It was testing the barrier. Probing for weaknesses. And in Peverell, it had found one. Morrigan, Harry said. How many Dementors can we deploy to Scotland? The answer came through the bond, 15, without weakening the London perimeter. 20 if he pulled from the barrow guard. Pull from the barrow. 20 Dementors. Morrigan leads. He turned to Moody. I need a port key to Peverell. Now. You're going yourself. A threshold breach this size needs the Peverell Lord on site. Nobody else can seal it. Moody didn't argue. He started making a port key from a teacup, his wand moving with the practiced speed of decades. Daphne appeared in the doorway, dressed, alert, reading the situation from their faces. How bad? Bad. Scotland. The threshold's torn. Dead walking. She processed this in 2 seconds. What do you need? Stay here. Protect Astoria. If something goes wrong, nothing's going to go wrong. If something goes wrong, Harry repeated, get Astoria to Hogwarts. The wards there are the strongest in Britain. Daphne held his gaze. He saw her want to argue, to insist on coming, to refuse to be left behind. He saw her weigh that desire against the reality of her sister upstairs, sleeping, unprotected without Daphne. Go, she said. Come back. I will. The portkey activated. The world spun. Peverell was a nightmare. The village was nestled in a highland valley, surrounded by hills that were dark with heather and bracken. In normal times, it was probably beautiful, a postcard Scottish village of stone houses and narrow lanes and a pub called the Stag's Head. Now it looked like the set of a horror film. The temperature was below zero. In July. Frost covered every surface, not the natural frost of winter, but a thick, crystalline crust that coated buildings, roads, trees, everything. The air tasted of iron and ozone. The sky was overcast, despite having been clear in London, the clouds low and heavy and wrong, tinged with a grey-green luminescence that Harry recognized as threshold bleed-through. And the dead were walking. Harry saw them from the hillside where the portkey deposited him, figures moving through the streets of the village, slow and confused, some of them in burial clothes, some of them in the remains of whatever they'd been buried in. They weren't threatening. They weren't attacking. They were lost. Wandering through a village that some of them had lived in, looking at houses they'd owned, gardens they'd tended, with the bewildered expression of people who had woken from a long sleep and couldn't remember where they were. There were perhaps 30 of them. The villagers, the living ones, had barricaded themselves inside their homes. Harry could feel their terror from here, a hot spike of emotion against the cold backdrop. Moody arrived by Portkey 30 seconds later, followed by Kingsley and 2 oars. The 20 Dementors swept in from the south moments after that, Morrigan at their head, and Harry heard the collective intake of breath from the oars as the host descended. Positions, Harry said, speaking through the bond and aloud simultaneously. Perimeter first. Nothing else comes through the breach. Morrigan, find the tier, I need to know exactly where it is. Morrigan peeled away from the formation and streaked toward the village center, her form a dark blur against the frost-covered landscape. Through the bond, Harry felt her searching, extending her threshold sense, the ancient ability of the Dementor sentinels, probing for the breach. She found it. And through her, Harry saw it. The tear was in the village cemetery. A ragged wound in the fabric of reality, perhaps 20 feet across, shimmering with the pale light of the threshold's interior. Through it, Harry could see the other side, the grey landscape, the distant hills, the vast presence of the Hollow King, watching, always watching. The dead had walked through this tear. Pulled by memory, by attachment, by the simple, human desire to go home. They hadn't been sent. They hadn't been compelled. They'd just walked through an open door. The breach is in the cemetery, Harry told Moody. I need to seal it. The dead, they're not hostile. They're confused. We need to guide them back through before I close it. Guide them back, Moody repeated. Guide dead people back through a hole in reality. Yes. How? I'm working on that part. Harry descended toward the village. The Dementors moved with him, a cold escort that cleared the frost-covered streets. Harry reached the cemetery. The breach was worse up close, a raw, ragged wound, its edges flickering like a candle flame in a draught. The threshold here wasn't thin. It was absent. A hole, pure and simple, punched through the boundary by forces Harry could feel but couldn't fully comprehend. The Hollow King's work. Not a direct assault, more like a probe. A finger testing a weak point, finding it weaker than expected, pushing through. The breach wasn't intentional in the way a military attack was intentional. A young man, maybe 20, in the uniform of a World War II soldier, was standing at attention near the cemetery gate, staring at the village with the hollow eyes of someone who'd been gone too long and knew it. Harry's throat ached. These weren't monsters. They weren't threats. They were people, real people, dead people, who had briefly been given back a world they'd lost, and who didn't understand what was happening. I need to send you back, Harry said. The elderly woman looked at him. Her eyes were grey, filmy, but aware. Back where? She asked. Her voice was thin, distant, like hearing someone speak through a wall. Through the breach. To the other side. Where you've been. I was here, she said. This is my home. These are my flowers. My daughter planted them. I know. But you can't stay. The door isn't meant to be open. If it stays open, worse things come through. Things that aren't people. I just wanted to see my garden, the woman said, and the sadness in her voice was the saddest thing Harry had ever heard. He wanted to let her stay. God, he wanted to let them all stay, every lost soul, every confused spirit, every dead person who had stumbled through a hole in reality and found, briefly, the world they'd left behind. Wraith's words echoed in his mind, the threshold doesn't protect the living from the dead. It separates them. Unnecessarily. Cruelly. Was it cruel? Looking at this woman, her transparent fingers touching flowers she could barely feel, was it cruel to send her back? Yes, Harry thought. Yes, it's cruel. And it's necessary. Because the Hollow King is watching, and every second this breach stays open, it gets wider, and the things on the other side aren't all confused grandmothers touching flowers. He reached through the bond and asked Morrigan for help. The Dementor understood. She drifted toward the dead, not threatening, not feeding, but guiding. She radiated something through the bond that Harry could only describe as shepherding, a gentle, insistent pressure that oriented the dead toward the breach. Not forcing. Suggesting. The way a border collie moved sheep, with patience and persistence and an authority that didn't need to be aggressive to be effective. The dead began to move. He reached for the edges of the tear and pulled them together, stitching the wound with willpower and covenant-bound authority. It fought him. The breach was wide, the edges ragged, the threshold damaged. The Hollow King pressed from the other side, not hard, not with force, but with that constant, patient pressure that was worse than force because it never stopped. Harry held. He stitched. He sealed. Morrigan was beside him, her cold a buttress, her ancient loyalty an anchor. Through the bond, the other Dementors lent their strength, not much individually, but collectively, 43 sentinels channeling their purpose through the Lord, reinforcing his will with theirs. The breach closed. Slowly, painfully, like pulling a wound shut with bare hands. The edges came together, sealed, and the pale light died, and the cemetery was just a cemetery again. Harry collapsed. Not dramatically, he didn't fall or faint. He just sat down, hard, on the frozen grass, and put his head between his knees, and breathed. His heart was hammering. His vision was gray at the edges. He got to his feet. His legs were unsteady, but they held. Morrigan circled above, her cold a comfort and a reminder. The Dementors held their perimeter. The village of Inverellort began, slowly, to thaw. And in the basement of the Department of Mysteries, 300 miles south, the veil stirred in its archway and began to whisper louder than it ever had before. Chapter 4, What Lies Beyond the Veil. The reports came faster than anyone could process them. Harry stood at the kitchen table of Grimmauld Place 3 days after Inverellort, staring at a map of Britain that Hermione had enchanted to update in real time. Red dots bloomed across its surface like drops of blood on linen. Each dot was a threshold anomaly, a breach, a thin point rupturing, a place where the boundary between life and death had bent or broken or simply stopped working. Yorkshire. A graveyard outside Whitby where every buried corpse had started whispering simultaneously. Not words, just sounds, a low, constant murmur that the living could hear through 6 feet of earth and the stone lids of coffins. The local muggles thought it was gas escaping from old mine shafts. As if someone had hung a curtain across the sky, blocking out the sun. Beneath that patch of darkness, the temperature dropped to absolute zero. Nothing survived. The heather froze solid, the soil crystallized, the air itself seemed to harden. And from that zone of impossible cold, Harry's Dementors, the patrol he'd left to guard the Inverellort breach, were streaming away. Fleeing. Dementors, creatures of cold and dark, running from something colder and darker than they were. Harry stared at the map and felt the threshold shudder through the Peverell bond. The membrane was tearing. Not in one place, not in a single dramatic breach, in a dozen places simultaneously, the accumulated damage of centuries of neglect and Voldemort's Horcruxes and the Hollow King's relentless pressure finally reaching critical mass. It's accelerating, Hermione said. She was at his elbow, her face drawn, dark circles under her eyes from 3 sleepless nights of research. After Peverell, I thought we had months. We don't. The breach there weakened the surrounding threshold, it's like a crack in ice, spreading outward. Each new breach weakens the boundary further, which causes more breaches, which, cascade failure, Harry said. Yes. If we can't stop it, if we can't reinforce the threshold faster than it's degrading, then the whole thing comes down. Yes. The kitchen was full. The Order had been in emergency session for 6 hours. Moody paced by the door, his wooden leg thumping a steady rhythm. Remus sat at the far end of the table, his face grey. Kingsley had come from the ministry with reports that were growing worse by the hour. Tonks, her leg still bandaged from the barrow, stood leaning against the counter. Ron sat beside Hermione, his jaw set, his hand on his wand. Daphne was across the table from Harry, a parchment covered in numbers in front of her. She'd been running calculations, Dementor deployments against breach locations, trying to optimize coverage with a force that was too small for the problem. Her face had the focused calm of someone who dealt with fear by giving it a spreadsheet. 47 Dementors, she said. That's our current host. With Hermione's breach map showing 14 active anomalies and more emerging hourly, we need a minimum of 4 Dementors per site for basic containment. That's 56. We're 9 short, and that's before accounting for a mobile reserve. More are coming, Harry said. From the continent. I can feel them, Dementors in France, Germany, Scandinavia. They're responding to the bond. But they're days away. We don't have days. I know. Dumbledore arrived at 7 in the morning, looking worse than Harry had ever seen him. The cursed hand was bound against his chest in a sling. His face was the color of cold ash. He brought with him 2 things, a vial of silver memory and the Resurrection Stone's latest intelligence. I've been using the stone, Dumbledore said, settling into a chair with the careful movements of a man managing pain. Communicating with the dead who linger near the threshold. The ones who can still perceive both sides. And? Harry asked. The Hollow King is marshalling. Not just pressing, organizing. The breaches aren't random. They're probes, testing our response time, measuring our deployment strength, mapping our coverage. Dumbledore's blue eyes met Harry's. It's intelligent, Harry. We've been thinking of it as a force of nature, a tide, a pressure. It's not. It's a strategist. And it's been studying you since the reckoning. The room was silent. There's more, Dumbledore continued. The Veil in the Department of Mysteries has become active. The whispers are no longer whispers, the unspeakables report audible voices, clear enough to record. The archway itself is vibrating. Physically shaking. The Veil is the largest thin point in Britain, and it's destabilizing. If the Veil goes, Kingsley started. If the Veil goes, we have a breach in the heart of the Ministry of Magic. In the heart of London. A breach that size, in that location, would be catastrophic. Dumbledore paused. And there is one more thing. Wraith has been seen. Every head in the room turned. Seen where? Moody demanded. Near the Ministry. 3 separate sightings over the past 48 hours, confirmed by Auror surveillance. He's made no attempt at concealment. He wants us to know he's close. Dumbledore looked at Harry. He's going for the Veil, Harry. The largest thin point, already destabilized, in the most symbolically powerful location in the wizarding world. He's going to try to tear it open. Harry felt the truth of it settle into his bones. Of course. The Veil was where Sirius had died. Where the boundary between life and death was thinnest, most visible, most vulnerable. Where Harry's deepest wound was freshest. Wraith would choose that place because it was strategic, yes, but also because it was personal. Because he wanted Harry to feel it. He needs me there, Harry said slowly. Wraith said it himself, only the Peverell Lord can open the threshold fully. He can damage it, breach it temporarily, but he can't tear it down completely without me. He's going to try to force my hand. Then don't go, Ron said. If he needs you there, stay away. Let him. If the veil breaches, everything on the other side comes through. Into the Ministry. Into London. Into a city of 8 million muggles who have no idea what's happening. Harry shook his head. I have to go. It's the only place I can seal a breach that size. It's a trap. Obviously it's a trap. But the breach is real, and the threat is real, and if I don't go, people die. Then we go in force, Moody said. His voice had shifted, no longer the growl of the paranoid veteran, but the sharp, commanding tone of a man planning a military operation. Full order deployment. Order support. Every Dementor you can pull. We treat the Department of Mysteries as hostile territory and we go in ready for anything. The Ministry won't allow, Kingsley began. The Ministry doesn't get a vote, Harry said. Not on this. The veil is a threshold artifact. It falls under the Peverell Covenant. I have the legal and magical authority to access it, and anyone who tries to stop me is interfering with the boundary that keeps them alive. Kingsley looked at him for a long moment. Then he nodded. I'll arrange access. Scrimgeour won't like it, but he'll cooperate. After the Barrow, he doesn't have a choice. When do we move? Tonks asked. Harry looked at the map. The red dots pulsed. The threshold shuddered. Through the bond, he felt the Dementors, strained, stretched thin, holding positions across Britain with the desperate loyalty of soldiers who would fight until they dropped. Tonight, Harry said. We move tonight. The hours between the decision and the departure were a blur of preparation. Harry sent orders through the bond, recall the mobile reserve, pull Dementors from the less critical thin points, consolidate everything on London. It meant leaving breaches unguarded across Britain, a calculated risk that made his stomach clench. But the veil was the keystone. If it fell, the smaller breaches wouldn't matter. Everything would fall. 31 Dementors responded to the recall. They swept in from across the country, from Yorkshire and Cornwall and Scotland, from coastal watchtowers and Highland patrols, converging on London like a cold, dark tide. Harry felt each one arrive, felt the bond strengthen as the host concentrated. 31, plus the 12 already holding the London perimeter, plus Morrigan. 44. Everything he had. Hermione spent the afternoon in the Peverell vault at Gringotts, researching the veil's history with the frantic focus of someone who understood that the right piece of knowledge could save lives. She returned at 4 o'clock with 2 ancient scrolls and a look on her face that was equal parts triumphant and terrified. The veil was constructed by the Peverell family, she told Harry, spreading the scrolls on the kitchen table. It's not a natural thin point, it was built. An intentional window in the threshold, designed to allow controlled observation of the other side. The Peverells used it for communication, for monitoring the Hollow King, for training new lords to perceive the boundary. A window, Harry repeated. Not a door. Exactly. A window that was never meant to open. But over the centuries, without maintenance, the frame has degraded. The windows become a weak point. She traced a line on the scroll, ancient runes that Harry could half read now, his understanding growing daily. Harry, there's a sealing protocol. The Peverells built a way to shut the window permanently if it became compromised. But it requires the Lord to be physically present at the veil. On both sides. Both sides. The seal has to be anchored from within the threshold. The Lord has to cross through the veil, set the anchor on the other side, and come back. The room went very quiet. Come back through the veil, Ron said. Nobody's ever done that. Everyone who goes through, nobody who's gone through has been the Peverell Lord, Hermione said. The cloak of invisibility, its purpose is to hide the wearer from death's perception. If Harry wears the cloak and passes through the veil, the things on the other side shouldn't be able to affect him. He'd be invisible to death itself. He could cross, set the anchor, and return. Shouldn't, Ron repeated. Shouldn't be able to affect him. Hermione, this is Harry's life we're talking about. I know that, Ronald. Her voice cracked. Just for a second. Then it steadied. I know. But the alternative is the veil breaching and the Hollow King coming through in the middle of London. Harry looked at Hermione. At Ron. At Daphne, who had gone very still, her pen frozen above her parchment. At Moody, whose magical eye had stopped spinning and fixed on Harry with an expression that said, I've sent men on suicide missions before and this has the same smell. If I go through, Harry said, how long do I have on the other side? I don't know. The scrolls describe the sealing ritual but don't give a time frame. The cloak should protect you, but, Harry, nobody's tested this. The last lord who used the veil crossing was Ignotus Peverell himself, and he had decades of experience. I have weeks. Yes. Harry was quiet for a moment. Through the bond, Morrigan pressed against his mind, not words, not images, just presence. Loyalty. The absolute, unshakable conviction that where Harry went, she would follow. You'd come with me, Harry said aloud. Through the veil. Morrigan's response was immediate, yes. The sentinels guarded the Lord in all places. This side and the other. That is the covenant. Has a Dementor ever crossed back through the veil? No. But no Lord has commanded it. The covenant holds. Harry looked around the room. Every face was pale. Daphne's jaw was tight, her eyes bright with something she was refusing to let show. I'll do it, Harry said. I'll cross, set the seal, and come back. Morrigan comes with me. The rest of the host holds the veil chamber and covers our retreat. He paused. But first, we have to get past Wraith and whatever he's bringing. I've been looking into that, Kingsley said. Wraith doesn't operate alone. The Auror surveillance teams have documented a network of followers, not Death Eaters, something else. Old. Organized. We've identified at least 20 individuals who appear to be part of his cult, and some of them are unusual. Unusual how? Extended lifespans sustained by rituals similar to Wraiths. Some of them are centuries old. They don't register on standard magical detection, their signatures are dampened, muted, like looking at a person through fog. Kingsley hesitated. Some of them don't appear to be fully human anymore. How many? At least 20 confirmed. Possibly more. 20 cult members, centuries old, sustained by dark rituals, fanatically devoted to Wraith's vision of tearing down the threshold. Plus Wraith himself, who could walk through Fidelius charms and disappear between footsteps. Plus the Hollow King, pressing from the other side. Plus whatever Voldemort decided to do, because the Dark Lord was still out there, licking his wounds from the reckoning, and Harry would be an idiot to assume he wouldn't interfere. We're going to need everyone, Harry said. You'll have everyone, Moody replied. The full order. Every Auror Kingsley can pull. And, he hesitated, which was unlike him. Potter, I need to tell you something. Snape came to me this morning. Harry's jaw tightened. He brought a message from Voldemort. A proposal. Temporary ceasefire, common enemy. Voldemort's people won't interfere at the ministry, and in exchange, we don't move against his operations for 30 days. The kitchen erupted. Ron's voice was loudest. You can't trust him, you can't trust Snape, you can't trust any of them, but Hermione and Tonks and even Remus were talking over each other, and the noise built until Harry raised his hand and the room fell silent. The gesture surprised everyone. Including Harry. Snape's message, Harry said. Is it genuine? Snape says yes. For what that's worth. The Horcruxes. Voldemort's Horcruxes are in the threshold. If the threshold falls, the Horcruxes lose their anchor. He can't afford to let the Hollow King through any more than we can. So the enemy of our enemy, Moody said, is still our enemy. But one that won't be shooting at us tonight. Harry made the calculation. Cold. Clear. The Peverell Lord weighing options, not the Gryffindor boy agonizing over trust. Accept the ceasefire. 30 days. And tell Snape that if Voldemort betrays it, I will personally direct every Dementor in Britain to hunt him down. Harry, Ron started. I know what he is, Ron. I know what Snape is. I know the ceasefire will be broken eventually. But I need tonight to work, and I need to know that Death Eaters won't be hitting us from behind while we're fighting Wraith. He looked at his best friend. Trust me. Ron held his gaze. The struggle was visible, loyalty warring with instinct, trust warring with everything the Weasley family had ever suffered at Death Eater hands. Then Ron nodded once, sharp and decisive. I trust you, Ron said. Don't make me regret it. I'll do my best. Harry found Daphne in the library an hour before departure. She was sitting in the chair she always chose, the one by the window, with good light, positioned so she could see the door. An ambush-proofed reading nook. Very Slytherin. She wasn't reading. She was staring at nothing, her hands in her lap, and when Harry entered she didn't look up. You're going through the veil, she said. Yes. Through the thing that killed Sirius. It's different. The cloak might protect you. Hermione said, shouldn't. Nobody's ever done this. You're going to walk into the space between life and death based on a 500-year-old scroll and the word shouldn't. Yes. Daphne looked up. Her eyes were dry, but the effort of keeping them dry was visible in the tension around her mouth, the tightness of her jaw. I am not going to stand on a rooftop and watch you walk into something you might not walk out of. I'm not asking you to. You're asking me to stay behind. To wait. To be the person who doesn't go while you, she stopped. Drew a breath. When she spoke again, her voice was controlled, each word selected. I have watched my mother die. I have watched my aunt die. I am carrying a curse that tells me I will die before I turn 30. I have accepted all of that because I had no choice. But I am choosing this, you, whatever this is, and I will not sit in a library and find out by owl whether you're alive or dead. Daphne, I'm coming. No. I'm coming, Harry. He crossed the room. Took her hands. They were cold, not Dementor cold, but the cold of someone whose blood had been running thin with fear for hours. You're coming to the Ministry, he said. You're coming to the Department of Mysteries. But you are not coming through the veil. Nobody is coming through the veil except me and Morrigan. That's not negotiable. Why? Because if something goes wrong on the other side, if I don't come back, someone needs to command the Dementors. Daphne went very still. I can't command them. I'm not a Peverell. You can if I name you as my steward before I go. The Covenant allows for a temporary proxy, someone who can issue basic commands to the host if the Lord is incapacitated. Hermione found it in the scrolls. It's limited, you couldn't command them permanently, and you couldn't access the full Peverell magic. But you could keep them directed, keep them from going feral. Long enough for what? For someone else to claim the Lordship? There is no one else. Long enough for you to figure something out. You're the most capable person I know, Daphne. If anyone can hold things together while I'm gone, it's you. She stared at him. The admission, you're the most capable person I know, landed in a place that wasn't political, wasn't strategic, wasn't any of the categories Daphne Greengrass used to organize her world. It was personal, and raw, and true. You're planning for your own death, she said quietly. You're standing here, making contingency plans for what happens after you die, and you're so calm about it that I want to hex you. I'm not calm. I'm terrified. You don't look terrified. I've had practice. She pulled her hands free and pressed them against his chest, over his heart. The moleskin pouch was there, the hallows inside, the instruments of a power that might save the world or swallow it. She could feel the heartbeat under her palms, fast, despite his calm face. Terrified, like he said. Come back, Daphne said. That's not a request. It's not hope. It's an instruction. You come back through that veil, Harry Potter, or I will find a way to come in after you, and I will be very angry, and you will not enjoy the experience. Harry almost laughed. Almost. The moment was too heavy for laughter but too absurd for solemnity, and what came out was something in between, a breath, a half-smile, a shaking of the head. I'll come back, he said. Promise me. I promise. She kissed him. Hard, fierce, the kind of kiss that is also a demand and a prayer and a declaration of war against the universe that had the audacity to threaten the person she'd chosen. Harry held her and kissed her back and tried to memorize the warmth of it, the taste, the feeling of her hands fisted in his robes. When they separated, her eyes were bright. Still dry. Daphne Greengrass did not cry. Now go save the world, she said. I'll be here when you get back. Very angry. Bring flowers. Flowers. Got it. He left the library with the taste of her on his lips and a weight on his chest that wasn't quite grief and wasn't quite courage and wasn't quite love, but was the place where all three met. The Ministry of Magic at midnight was a different creature than the Ministry by day. The atrium was empty, the golden fountain silent, the fireplaces dark. Harry's team came in through the visitor entrance, a calculated choice, slower but more defensible than the Fleur network. Moody led the advance, his magical eye sweeping the empty corridors. Kingsley had 12 Aurors in combat formation. The order followed, Tonks, limping, wand out, her face set in the particular expression of someone who had been told to stay behind and refused, Remus, Hestia Jones, Daedalus Diggle. Ron and Hermione walked behind Harry, their wands drawn, their faces pale but resolved. Neville was there. He'd arrived at Grimmauld Place an hour before departure, said, I'm coming, and sat down to wait. Nobody argued. Something about Neville's face, the set of his jaw, the steadiness in his eyes, precluded argument. Luna had come with Neville. She walked through the empty ministry with the serene unconcern of someone who found existential threats mildly interesting. The threshold energy is beautiful here, she said, looking at walls and corners that nobody else found remarkable. Like heat haze, but cold. Can you see it, Harry? I can, Harry said. And he could. The threshold bleed-through was visible throughout the ministry, a shimmer in the air that intensified as they descended. The boundary was thinner here than anywhere in London. The veil's influence, spreading outward, contaminating the entire building with the proximity of death. Daphne walked at Harry's right shoulder. She carried her wand in one hand and a Peverell token in the other, an iron coin stamped with the Hallows symbol, given to her by Harry in the brief ceremony that named her his steward. Through the token, she could feel the dimmest echo of the Dementor bond. Not command, awareness. She knew where they were, roughly, and they knew her. It was enough. The Dementors entered through the roof. Not literally, the ministry's ceiling was hundreds of feet underground. But the Dementors phased through the magical barriers of the building as if they were smoke, descending through levels of enchantment and stone and bureaucratic architecture, their passage marked by a wave of cold that swept through the empty corridors like a flood. 44 Dementors. The largest concentration of directed Dementor force in recorded history. They filled the ministry's lower levels, spreading through corridors and stairwells and antechambers, and the building groaned under their cold. Frost formed on every surface. The ambient magic flickered and dimmed. The lifts stopped working. Morrigan led them. The eldest Dementor had become something extraordinary over the past weeks, restored not just to sentience but to something approaching her original self. She moved with purpose and precision, deploying her Dementors through the Ministry's lower floors in overlapping formations that covered every approach to the Department of Mysteries. Her cold was focused, intentional, a weapon and a shield simultaneously. Harry felt her through the bond, old, fierce, ready. This was what she'd been made for. What they'd all been made for. After 5 centuries lost, the Peverell host was going to war. They reached the Department of Mysteries at midnight. The corridor was familiar. The black door, unmarked, that Harry had seen in dreams for an entire year. He'd walked this corridor in Voldemort's mind, had felt the obsessive pull of the prophecy room, had fought and bled and watched Sirius die in the chamber beyond. He pushed the door open. The Department of Mysteries was already occupied. Harry felt them before he saw them, cold presences, but not Dementor cold. Something else. Something that sat at the edge of perception like a taste on the back of the tongue. Human-shaped but not quite human, their magical signatures muted, dampened, wrong. Wraith's followers. They'd gotten here first. The circular room, the entrance hall with its rotating doors, was dark. As Harry's team entered, the doors spun, the familiar disorientation that had confused them a year ago. But Harry raised his hand and the Peverell magic pulsed through the ring, and the doors stopped. The room was part of the Ministry, but it was also threshold adjacent, and threshold magic answered to the Lord Peverell. The Veil Chamber, Harry said. The correct door glowed faintly, the pale light of threshold proximity, visible only to his Peverell sight. Morrigan, deploy forward screen. 6 Dementors in the corridor. Rest hold the entrance. Morrigan complied. 6 Dementors swept through the glowing door, their passage freezing the stone walls. Through the bond, Harry felt them encounter the first of Wraith's followers, a brief, violent clash of cold against cold, Dementor power against ritual-sustained undeath. 2 of Wraith's people went down. A third fought back with magic Harry had never felt before, old magic, corrupted, drawn from the same threshold energies that powered the Peverell Covenant but twisted into something offensive. The corridor flashed with pale fire. 1 Dementor reeled. Move, Harry said, and moved. The advance through the Department of Mysteries was a running battle. Wraith's cult, the Seekers, Harry named them in his head, because they needed a name, had prepared well. They'd set up positions throughout the department, using the rotating rooms and branching corridors to create a defensive maze. They fought with a combination of conventional magic and threshold-derived power, and some of them were old, centuries of combat experience compressed into bodies that should have crumbled to dust long ago. But they were outnumbered, and they were facing the Peverell host. Morrigan led the assault. Her Dementors hit the Seeker positions with overwhelming force, their cold cutting through the ritual protections like knives through cheese. The Seekers had countermeasures, artifacts that generated warmth, wards that deflected Dementor influence, but Harry adapted in real time, directing his forces through the bond, finding weaknesses, exploiting gaps. Moody was in his element. The old Auror tore through the Seeker defenses with the savage joy of a man who had been waiting for a proper fight, his wand ablur, his magical eye tracking threats in every direction. Kingsley's Aurors fought with disciplined precision, their training showing in the way they covered each other, controlled their sectors, communicated through hand signals and short, sharp commands. Ron and Hermione fought together with the practiced coordination of 5 years of friendship and danger. Ron was the shield, big, broad, his protective spells absorbing punishment while Hermione attacked with pinpoint accuracy, her spell selection creative and devastating. They moved like a machine. Neville was something else entirely. Harry had never seen Neville fight like this. The quiet, clumsy boy from herbology had become something ferocious, his wand work aggressive, his reactions sharp, his face set in an expression of grim focus that transformed his features. When a Seeker flanked their column, Neville put the man down with 3 spells in under 2 seconds, smooth and brutal. Where did that come from? Ron muttered. Gran, Neville said, not breaking stride. 3 summers of combat training. She said if my parents couldn't fight, I'd fight for them. Luna fought differently. She didn't duel, she navigated. She moved through the battle with preternatural awareness, stepping around curses before they were cast, appearing at crucial moments to neutralize threats nobody else had seen. Her spells were unconventional. Harry saw her use a bat bogey hex that somehow incorporated threshold energy, the bogey's trailing pale fire, and she seemed to see the battlefield in a way that nobody else could. The threshold is a fabric, she said calmly, deflecting a curse with a shield that shimmered with cold light. If you can see the weave, you can see where the threads are pulling. The seekers displace the threads when they move. It's quite obvious, really. Daphne fought with surgical precision. She'd positioned herself at the center of the column, covering flanks, her spells clean and efficient. Harry saw her drop 2 seekers with bodybind curses so fast they were almost simultaneous, then pivot and shield Neville from a blast of threshold fire that would have taken his arm off. "Thanks," Neville said. "Don't mention it." They pushed deeper. Past the time room, where the hourglasses stood dark and silent. Past the Hall of Prophecy, its shelves stretching into darkness, orbs glowing with the pale light of untold futures. Past the brain room, where the tentacled horrors drifted in their tank and seemed, to Harry's Peverell sight, to pulse with threshold energy. Toward the death chamber. The door was open. Not just unlocked, open, thrown wide, and through it, Harry could see the veil. It was worse than he remembered. A year ago, the veil had been a tattered curtain of grey fabric hanging in a stone archway, whispering, mysterious, drawing the eye and the mind. Now it was alive. The fabric rippled and billowed as if caught in a gale, and the whispers were voices, clear, distinct, dozens of them speaking over each other in languages Harry recognized and languages that had been dead for millennia. The stone archway shook. Cracks ran through its surface, spreading as Harry watched. The air in the chamber was thick with threshold energy, visible to everyone now as a shimmering, cold luminescence that made the ancient amphitheater look like it was underwater. And at the base of the arch, standing before the veil with his arms raised and his back to the door, was Erasmus Wraith. He was different. The scholarly man who had visited Grimmauld Place, the polite, restrained figure in the dark coat, was gone. In his place stood something that was struggling to remain human. Wraith's skin was translucent, the veins and bones visible beneath like a map of his own mortality. His eyes, when he turned, were no longer amber, they were the pale, luminous grey of the threshold itself. His body flickered at the edges, as if he existed in 2 places simultaneously, straddling the boundary he was trying to destroy. Around him, in a circle on the amphitheater floor, his remaining followers knelt. A dozen of them, all in the same state of semi-dissolution, their bodies flickering, their eyes glowing with threshold light. They were channeling power, drawing it from the boundary itself, funneling it through Wraith, pouring it into the veil. The ritual was already in progress. "Lord Peverell," Wraith said. His voice was layered now, his own voice, and beneath it, something else, something vast and old and cold. The Hollow King, speaking through him. Or with him. It was hard to tell where Wraith ended and the entity began. "You've come. I knew you would. Stop the ritual, Wraith. I can't stop it. I won't stop it. This is what I've spent 4 centuries working toward. The reunification. The healing. The end of the cruelest separation in the history of existence." Wraith's pale eyes blazed. "You felt the dead in Inverell, Lord Peverell. You saw them. You sent them back through the breach because you were afraid. But you saw their faces. You saw a grandmother touching her own flowers. You saw a soldier standing at attention in a village he died defending. You saw people. Not monsters. People. I also saw a village freezing to death and a woman who couldn't die screaming in pain. Birth pangs. The transition will be difficult. But when it's complete, the Hollow King comes through. Everything on the other side comes through. Not just grandmothers and soldiers, everything. The Hollow King is not what you think it is. I've told you, it's the force of reunion. The natural pressure of, I've seen it, Wraith. At the reckoning. At the barrow. I've looked at it through the threshold and what I saw wasn't reunion. It was hunger. Vast, mindless, all-consuming hunger. Whatever it was before, whatever it was meant to be, it's been pressing against the barrier for thousands of years, and the pressure has changed it. It's not a force anymore. It's a predator. Wraith's face spasmed. For an instant, just an instant, the conviction flickered. Doubt, quick and sharp, crossing those luminous eyes like a shadow over water. Then it was gone, and the certainty returned, harder than before. The certainty of a man who had invested 4 centuries in a belief and could not afford to be wrong. You'll understand when you see it, Wraith said. When the veil opens. When the two sides meet. You'll understand that everything I've done was necessary. He turned back to the veil and raised his hands higher, and the ritual intensified. The veil billowed. The archway cracked. The voices rose in a cacophony that pressed against the eardrums and pushed at the edges of sanity. Take them, Harry said, and the Dementors attacked. The Battle of the Veil Chamber was the most violent and concentrated magical engagement in living memory. 12 Dementors swept into the amphitheater from above, descending on Wraith's circle like dark lightning. The remaining cult members surged to their feet, their countermeasures activating, artifacts embedded in their flesh, glowing with stolen threshold energy, creating zones of warmth and resistance around each seeker. The artifacts worked. Partially. They deflected the Dementors' emotional attack, the soul-draining cold that was their primary weapon. But Harry's Dementors weren't just weapons, they were trained sentinels fighting under command, and Harry adapted instantly. He split his forces. 6 Dementors engaged the Seekers directly, keeping them occupied, preventing them from channeling power to Wraith. The other 6 formed a ring around the Veil Arch, blocking the threshold energy that the ritual was drawing on. Cut the supply, starve the ritual. It should have worked. It almost did. But Wraith was drawing power from somewhere else, from the Hollow King itself, channeled through the veil, pouring through the thin point like water through a crack in a dam. The Dementors couldn't block it. It was coming from the other side, and short of sealing the veil completely, nothing on this side could stop it. He's using the Hollow King as a battery, Harry shouted to Hermione, who was sheltering behind an amphitheater bench, her wand blazing. The power's coming through the veil directly. I can't cut it from this side. Then you have to seal it from the other side, Hermione called back. The Peverell Protocol. It's the only way. I need to get to the veil first. Between Harry and the Veil Arch were 12 Seekers, a ritual circle pulsing with threshold energy, and Erasmus Wraith, who was channeling the power of an entity older than human civilization. Cover me, Harry said. To Moody. To Kingsley. To everyone. And he moved. The descent into the amphitheater was a gauntlet. Harry ran down the stone steps, Dementors flanking him, wand blazing. Seekers turned to intercept, pale-eyed, half-dissolved figures hurling threshold fire that burned cold instead of hot. Harry's shields held, the Peverell magic, amplified by the ring and the cloak and the stone, created a barrier that absorbed threshold energy rather than deflecting it. He drank their attacks, transmuted them, used the stolen power to fuel his advance. Moody and the Aurors poured down after him, engaging the Seekers in brutal close-quarters combat. The amphitheater became a cauldron of spellfire and cold and pale light. Neville appeared at Harry's left shoulder, wand out, face set. Go, he said. I'll hold the stairs. Neville, I can hear it, Neville said. His voice was strange, focused, distant, as if he were listening to something nobody else could hear. The Hollow King. I can hear it whispering. I've been hearing it since we entered the ministry. He looked at Harry with clear, steady eyes. My parents are between life and death, Harry. The Cruciatus, it didn't kill them, but it pushed them so close to the threshold that they exist in both places. I've always been connected to this. I just didn't know what it was. Neville, go. Seal the veil. I'll hold the line here. Neville turned to face the approaching seekers, his wand raised, his stance solid. Gran would have a fit if I didn't. Luna materialized beside Neville as if she'd been waiting for the cue. I can see the threshold energy flows, she said. I can guide you around the worst of it, Neville. And I have a theory about the Seeker's artifacts. I think they're resonating on a frequency that can be disrupted by a properly tuned dissonance charm. Luna, that's brilliant, Hermione said from somewhere above them. Thank you. I thought of it in the bath. Harry left them and pushed forward. 3 Seekers between him and the arch. He hit the first with a Peverell amplified stunner that crumpled the man like paper. The second fought back with a blade of threshold energy that nearly took Harry's head off. He ducked, rolled, came up casting, and 2 Dementors hit the Seeker from either side, their combined cold overwhelming the artifact's protection. The third was Wraith's lieutenant, a woman who might have been beautiful 3 centuries ago and was now something else entirely. Her body was more threshold than flesh, her eyes twin points of cold light, and she fought with the desperate fury of a true believer defending her prophet. She dueled Harry for 30 seconds that felt like hours, her threshold magic meeting his Peverell power in clashes that cracked the stone floor and sent shockwaves through the amphitheater. Harry beat her. Not with power, with precision. The Peverell magic wasn't just force, it was understanding. He could see the threshold energy she wielded, see its structure, see the points where it was weakest. He dismantled her attacks methodically, peeling away layers of protection until she stood exposed and defenseless, and then Morrigan descended behind her and she collapsed under the weight of 500 years of Dementor cold. The path to the veil was clear. Wraith stood before the arch, his arms raised, the ritual at its peak. The veil was fully open now, not a curtain of grey fabric but a doorway, shimmering with light, and through it Harry could see the other side. The grey landscape. The pale sky. And filling that sky, enormous beyond comprehension, the Hollow King. It was closer than it had ever been. Close enough that Harry could see it clearly for the first time, and what he saw was not what Wraith described. It was not a force of reunion. It was not the natural pressure of separated things seeking each other. It was alive, in a way that transcended any definition of life that Harry understood. It had presence, intention, desire. And its desire was simple, singular, all-encompassing, through. To be through. To pour itself into the world of the living and fill every space and consume every warmth and make everything on this side as cold and vast and empty as it was. Wraith couldn't see it. Or wouldn't. For centuries of conviction had made him blind to what was directly in front of him. Wraith, Harry said. Look at it. Really look at it. Wraith's concentration broke for a fraction of a second. His eyes shifted to the open veil, to the shape beyond, and for that fraction of a second, Harry saw the doubt return. Sharper this time. Deeper. The flicker of a man who has bet everything on a theory and is beginning to suspect, in the deepest part of himself, that the theory is wrong. Then Wraith slammed the doubt down and the ritual surged. The archway cracked. A chunk of stone the size of a man's head fell to the amphitheater floor. The veil stretched wider, wider, the doorway growing, and through it, the Hollow King pressed forward. Not through yet. Not quite. But close. Inches from the barrier, its vast presence filling the gateway, and Harry could feel the threshold screaming under the pressure. Now or never. Harry pulled the cloak of invisibility from the moleskin pouch and threw it around his shoulders. The world changed. Through the cloak, Harry could see the threshold in its entirety, not as a shimmer or a feeling, but as a visible, tangible structure. A wall of light stretching in every direction, infinitely thin, impossibly vast. And through the veil, a hole in that wall, growing by the second. He could see the dead. Not shapes, not shadows, people. Thousands of them, pressing close to the breach on the other side, drawn by the opening, by the light, by the warmth of the living world bleeding through. Faces he didn't recognize and faces he did, somewhere in the crowd, and he couldn't look, couldn't afford to look, because looking would break him. Morrigan was at his side. Through the bond, she radiated absolute focus. Now, my lord. Through. I am with you. Harry looked back once. Daphne was on the steps of the amphitheater, her wand out, her face white, watching him. She knew what he was about to do. He could see it in her eyes, the understanding, the terror, the fury, the love that she still hadn't said aloud but that was written in every line of her body. He raised his hand to her. She raised hers back. He stepped through the veil. Cold. Not Dementor cold. Not frost cold. Not the cold of winter or ice or the spaces between stars. The cold of absence. The cold of a universe with no living thing in it, no warmth, no light, no sound. The cold of entropy given form. The cold of the other side. Harry stumbled and caught himself. The cloak billowed around him, and he felt its protection, a sphere of not quite existence that surrounded him like a bubble, keeping death's perception from reaching him. Inside the cloak's protection, he was alive. Outside it, he would simply stop. The other side was not what he expected. It was not empty. It was not dark. It was a landscape, gray, vast, stretching in every direction under a sky that was the color of old bone. Hills rolled away toward a horizon that seemed impossibly far. The ground was soft, yielding, like walking on packed ash. There were no trees, no buildings, no features except the hills and the sky and the light, which came from everywhere and nowhere. And the dead. They were everywhere. Thousands, millions, he couldn't count them. They stood on the hills and in the valleys, filling the landscape in every direction. Most were still, standing quietly, their faces turned toward the breach, the rectangle of warm light behind Harry where the veil opened onto the living world. Some moved, slowly, drifting toward the light with the aimless yearning of moths. They were real. Wraith hadn't lied about that. Not ghosts, not echoes, not the pale shades of the resurrection stone. People. Complete, solid, present. Harry saw their faces, old and young, every era, every culture. A man in Roman armor. A woman in medieval robes. A child in Muggle clothing, holding a teddy bear, looking at Harry with wide, confused eyes. And among them, closer than the rest, standing barely 10 feet from the breach, Sirius. Harry's heart stopped. Literally stopped, for one beat, two, then crashed back into rhythm so hard he gasped. Sirius stood there, his dark hair falling around his face, his gray eyes clear and alive and full of something that was not surprise. He'd been waiting. Harry, Sirius said. His voice was the same. Rough, warm, carrying that aristocratic undertone he'd never shaken. The voice of the man who'd offered Harry a home, who'd fought for him, who'd died for him. Real. Present. Here. Harry's eyes burned. The cloak shivered around him. Sirius. You came through. You mad, brilliant, reckless boy. Sirius smiled, and it was the real smile, the one that crinkled the corners of his eyes and made him look 10 years younger. You're wearing the cloak. Good. Don't take it off. Whatever happens, don't take it off. I have to seal the breach. Harry's voice was thick. He swallowed. There's a ritual, a Peverell sealing protocol. I need to anchor it from this side. I know. We've been aware. The dead talk to each other here. Word travels. Sirius glanced behind him, at the endless expanse of gray hills and the millions of souls who filled them. Harry, you need to hurry. The Hollow King knows you're here. The cloak hides you from death, but the Hollow King is older than death. It can sense you. It's coming. Harry felt it, a tremor in the ground, a shift in the cold, a vast attention turning in his direction like a searchlight sweeping across a dark field. Morrigan, Harry said. The Dementor materialized beside him. She'd come through the veil at his heels, and on this side, she was transformed. The dark, hooded shape that the living world knew was gone. In its place stood something else, still tall, still cold, still radiating the ancient power of a threshold sentinel. But the hood was back, and Harry could see her face for the first time. It wasn't human. It wasn't meant to be. But it had features, dark, angular, constructed from shadow and cold the way a human face was constructed from flesh and bone. Eyes that were points of blue-white light. A mouth that could shape expressions. A face that was beautiful in the way that winter was beautiful, stark, clean, utterly indifferent to comfort. She looked at Harry, and her expression was one of fierce determination. "Seal it, my lord. I will hold them back." "Hold who back?" She turned to face the horizon, where the Hollow King was rising. Not approaching, rising. Growing. A shape that had been distant was suddenly not distant, filling the sky, blotting out the grey bone light. Vast beyond measurement. A presence that made the threshold itself shudder. And smaller shapes, moving beneath it. Dark, fast, streaming toward the breach in a tide. The Hollow King's vanguard, entities that existed on this side of the threshold, things that were not dead because they had never been alive, things that the Peverell Covenant had been built to contain. Morrigan raised her arms, and her cold blazed outward in a wall of force that stopped the first wave dead. The vanguard creatures shattered against her power like ice against stone, and she stood at the breach's edge like a statue carved from winter, and she held. Harry turned to the breach. The warm light of the living world poured through, and on the other side he could see the death chamber, distant, distorted, like looking through warped glass. He could see his allies fighting, see Spellfire and Dementor cold, see Wraith's ritual straining against the resistance of the Peverell host. The sealing protocol. Hermione's scrolls had described it, a pattern of will and power, channeled through the Hallows, that would anchor the threshold on this side and close the veil permanently. Not a spell. Not a ritual in the conventional sense. An act of creation, building a seal, stone by stone, from the raw material of the boundary itself. Harry raised his hands. The cloak billowed. The resurrection stone blazed at his chest. The iron ring pulsed. He reached for the threshold, not the breach, but the intact boundary stretching in every direction, the vast membrane between life and death. He could feel it here, on this side, in a way he never could from the living world. It was texture. A fabric, like Luna said. Woven from strands of reality itself, each strand a thread connecting life to death, the living to the dead, the warm to the cold. He began to weave. Not with magic, with will. The Peverell Lord's authority, channeled through the Hallows, drawing on the covenant that bound him to the threshold. He pulled threads from the intact boundary and wove them across the breach, strand by strand, building a seal that was part of the threshold itself. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done. Each strand fought him, the threshold was degraded, weakened, and the threads wanted to fray rather than bind. The Hollow King's pressure fought him, a constant, crushing weight pressing against his work, trying to unravel each strand as he placed it. And the dead pressed close, drawn by the warmth of the living world bleeding through the shrinking breach, their faces visible, their voices audible. Some called to him. Some begged. "Please, my children, let me through, just for a moment, I just want to see my garden," Harry wove. Strand by strand. Thread by thread. Closing the window that had been open for too long, shutting out the warmth from a world of cold, and hearing the dead beg him to stop. He was weeping. He hadn't noticed when it started. The tears froze on his cheeks in the cold of the other side, tiny crystals that caught the grey light and scattered it. Harry. Serious. Still there. Still close. Not begging. Not asking. I'm proud of you. Harry's hands shook. A strand slipped. He caught it, rewove it, kept going. Stop blaming yourself. For me. For your parents. For any of it. You were a child, and you did your best, and your best was extraordinary. Another strand. Another thread. The breach was half its original size now, the warm light diminishing, the other side growing dimmer. Live, Harry. Not for the prophecy. Not for the Lordship. Not for the threshold. For yourself. You deserve that. The words pressed into Harry's mind like a handprint in wet clay. Not just heard, felt. Physical. Permanent. A message from beyond the veil, carried in the voice of the man who had loved him like a son. I'm proud of you. Stop blaming yourself. Live. Harry sealed the last strand. The breach closed. The veil sealed from the inside, the Peverell protocol anchoring it to the threshold itself, permanent, unbreakable. The warm light vanished. The grey world darkened. Sirius smiled at him one last time. And then the grey hills and the pale sky and the millions of dead were gone, and Harry was falling, and the cold was everything, and he came through the veil. Stumbling, gasping, the cloak tangled around his legs, the resurrection stone blazing so brightly at his chest that it was visible through his robes. He hit the stone floor of the death chamber hard, his hands and knees, and the shock of warmth, of life, of air that wasn't the cold of absence, hit him like a physical blow. The veil was still. Silent. For the first time in anyone's memory, the grey fabric hung motionless in its archway, and no whispers came from beyond. Harry raised his head. The death chamber was a ruin. The battle had wrecked the amphitheater, benches shattered, stone cracked, the walls scarred with spell damage and threshold burns. Bodies lay on the steps, seekers, mostly, unconscious or frozen by Dementor cold, their flickering forms stabilized now that the veil's energy had cut off. Wraith stood at the base of the arch. His body was worse than before, barely solid, his outline dissolving, his luminous eyes wide with something Harry had never seen in them. Horror. Pure, uncomprehending horror. The veil had closed. The power he'd been channeling from the Hollow King was gone, severed like an amputated limb. His ritual was broken. His life's work, for centuries of study, of sacrifice, of slowly surrendering his humanity, had just been sealed away behind a barrier he couldn't breach. No, Wraith whispered. His voice was small. Human. The layered quality, the Hollow King speaking through him, was gone. He was just a man. An impossibly old, hollowed-out man standing in the wreckage of everything he'd believed in. It's over, Wraith, Harry said. He was still on his knees. Standing was beyond him. His body felt like it had been wrung out and left in the rain. The veil is sealed. The protocol is anchored from both sides. Nothing's coming through. You don't understand. Wraith's voice cracked. You've locked them in. The dead, the people, the real people on the other side, you've locked them in forever. No more crossings, no more contact, no more breaches. No more Hollow King. The Hollow King was not the enemy. But the conviction was gone from Wraith's voice. The horror in his eyes said what his words wouldn't. He'd seen the breach from the other side while his ritual ran. He'd felt the Hollow King's power pouring through him. And on some level, in some part of his consciousness that 4 centuries of ideology hadn't quite managed to bury, he'd recognized what Harry had said. The Hollow King was not a force of reunion. It was a predator. And Wraith had been trying to open the door for it. Morrigan, Harry said. The Dementor emerged from the veil behind him. On this side, she was her normal self again, dark, hooded, 7 feet of cold and shadow. But she moved differently. Steadier. More certain. She had crossed to the other side and come back, the first Dementor to do so in centuries, and the experience had completed her in some way Harry could feel but not articulate. She turned her hooded face toward Wraith. The old man flinched. Through the bond, Harry felt Morrigan's regard for Wraith, not hatred, not anger. Pity. The deep, cold pity of an ancient being looking at a man who had wasted centuries on a beautiful, terrible mistake. "Take him," Harry said. "Don't kiss him. Just, hold him." The Dementors closed around Wraith. His followers were already down, scattered across the amphitheater, unconscious or restrained. Wraith didn't fight. He stood in the circle of Dementors and looked at the sealed veil, the motionless grey fabric, the silent archway, the closed door, and something in his face collapsed. Not defeat. Something worse than defeat. The expression of a man who had just realized that the thing he'd sacrificed everything for was not what he thought it was. "I was trying to save them," Wraith said. To no one. To the veil. To the dead he could no longer reach. "I was trying to end the suffering. 400 years, and I was trying to," he stopped. His body flickered one last time, and then solidified, and Erasmus Wraith, the Seeker, the adversary, the most dangerous man Harry had ever faced, stood still and quiet and broken in the death chamber of the Department of Mysteries. Harry watched him for a moment. Then he turned away, because there was nothing else to say, and because the battle wasn't quite over. The cleanup took hours. The Seekers were detained, those who could be detained. Some of them, their bodies too far gone, sustained too long by rituals that had eaten them from the inside, simply stopped. Without Wraith's ritual, without the threshold energy flowing through the veil, the magic keeping them alive ran out. They crumbled. Quietly, without drama, like candles burning down to the socket. 11 of Wraith's 20 followers died in the death chamber, not from violence but from entropy finally catching up. The survivors were taken into ministry custody. Scrimgeour arrived at dawn, took one look at the sealed veil and the wrecked amphitheater and the captured Seekers, and said nothing. He stood in the death chamber for a long time, staring at the archway that had been the ministry's most dangerous secret for centuries, and the expression on his face was the expression of a man reassessing everything he thought he knew. "Lord Peverell," Scrimgeour said finally. "Minister. You sealed the veil." "I sealed the veil. From the inside." "From the inside." Scrimgeour looked at him. The tawny eyes, sharp and calculating, studied Harry with a new intensity. This wasn't a political opponent who tried to leash Harry's Dementors. This wasn't a power player maneuvering for advantage. This was a former Auror, a man who had spent his career fighting dark magic, looking at someone who had just done something he would have said was impossible. "How?" Scrimgeour asked. "I'm the Peverell Lord. It's my job." A long pause. Then Scrimgeour nodded. "Once. The ministry owes you a debt," he said. The words came out stiffly, like a bone resetting. "I don't like owing debts. But I pay them." "I don't want a debt," Harry said. "I want cooperation. The threshold is stable now, the veil seal has strengthened the entire boundary. But the Horcruxes are still out there, and they're still punching holes. I need ministry resources to track them. And I need the ministry to stop treating my Dementors like a threat." Scrimgeour's jaw worked. "You're asking for a lot." "I'm asking for what's necessary." Another pause. "Longer this time." "Then, I'll consider it." "You have my word that I'll consider it." He turned and walked away, his limp more pronounced than usual, a man carrying a weight he hadn't anticipated. It was the closest thing to surrender Harry was likely to get from Rufus Scrimgeour. He'd take it. The order gathered in the atrium at dawn. The morning light filtered down through the enchanted ceiling, clear blue sky, golden clouds, a London sunrise painted in magic. After the cold and darkness of the death chamber, it was almost painfully beautiful. Harry sat on the edge of the fountain of magical brethren and tried to stop shaking. The tremors had started after the adrenaline wore off, fine vibrations in his hands, his arms, his jaw. The after-effects of channeling more Peverell magic than his body was designed to handle, compounded by the physical toll of crossing the threshold and coming back. Hermione, who had a healer's instinct beneath her academic exterior, wrapped him in a warming charm and pressed a chocolate bar into his hands. "Eat," she said. "You look like death." "I was." Briefly. "That's not funny." "It's a little funny." She sat beside him. Ron appeared on his other side, a long cut across his forearm hastily bandaged. They sat in silence for a while, the three of them, watching the morning light and breathing. "You went through the veil," Ron said. "You actually went through and came back." "Yeah." "What was it like?" Harry thought about the gray hills. The cold. The millions of dead. The child with the teddy bear. The grandmother who just wanted to see her garden. Serious, smiling, proud, telling him to live. "Cold," he said. "And sad. And beautiful, in a terrible way." "Did you see him?" Ron's voice was careful. "Serious?" "I saw him." Is he okay?" Harry felt the tears threaten again. He blinked them back. "He's okay. He told me to stop blaming myself. He said he was proud of me." Hermione's hand found his. Ron's shoulder pressed against his. The three of them sat on the fountain in the ministry atrium, battered and exhausted and alive, and the morning light was warm on their faces. Daphne found him an hour later, after the Aurors had finished their preliminary reports and the Order members had been cleared to leave. She walked across the atrium with the deliberate stride of someone who had been holding herself together through pure will and was reaching the end of the structural capacity. She stopped in front of him. Looked at his face. At his eyes, red-rimmed, dark-circled, carrying the weight of what he'd seen on the other side. "You came back," she said. "I promised." "You look terrible." "I feel terrible." "Good." Her voice cracked. "Just a little. Just enough. Because I have been standing in that amphitheater for the last 4 hours watching a sealed veil and trying to decide whether to be relieved or furious, and I've settled on both. Both is fair. Both is generous." She stepped forward. Put her arms around him. Held on. "Don't ever do that to me again." Harry held her back. She was shaking, he realized. Fine tremors, matching his own. They stood in the ministry atrium, in the morning light, surrounded by the aftermath of a battle that had changed the shape of the world, and they held each other, and neither of them spoke, because nothing needed to be said. Morrigan circled above them, a dark shape against the enchanted ceiling's blue sky. Through the bond, Harry felt her contentment, deep, ancient, satisfied. The veil was sealed. The threshold was strengthened. The Lord had crossed to the other side and returned, as the old lords had done, as the covenant promised. For the first time in 573 years, the system was working. 2 days later, Harry sat in the Peverell barrow. The standing stones had been repaired, not by magic, but by the threshold itself. The sealing of the veil had sent a pulse through the entire boundary, and where that pulse passed, the threshold strengthened. The cracks in the barrow stones had healed. The grass was green. The air was clean. Harry sat in the center of the ring and felt the threshold, the vast, planetary membrane between life and death, and for the first time, it felt stable. Not perfect. The Horcruxes were still there, wounds in the fabric, leaking, weakening. They needed to be found and destroyed. But the Cascade failure had been arrested. The veil seal was holding. The Hollow King's pressure, while still present, had eased, the loss of its breach point had cost it momentum, forced it to regroup. They had time. Not unlimited time, but time. Months, at least. Maybe more. Through the bond, Harry felt his Dementors, scattered across Britain, guarding the thin points, patrolling the borders. 51 now, with more arriving from the continent each day. A host. A household guard. Purpose restored, minds clearing, the ancient sentinels of the threshold finding their way back to what they had been. Morrigan sat beside him. On this side of the veil, she was still the dark, hooded figure that the world feared. But the bond between them had deepened since the crossing. Harry could feel her more clearly now, her personality, her humor, her fierceness, her ancient, unwavering loyalty. She was not just his guard. She was his advisor, his teacher, his connection to a legacy that stretched back millennia. "We're not done," Harry said. "No, my lord. Not done. But the door is shut, and the guard is posted, and for now, that is enough." For now. Morrigan's emotional response was the Dementor equivalent of a shrug. "Now is the only time we have, my lord. Even the immortal ones only live in now." Harry smiled. The iron ring was warm on his finger. The cloak was folded in his pouch. The resurrection stone lay against his heart, and through it, he could feel the faintest echo of Sirius's voice. "Live, Harry. Live." He stood. The wind blew across the hilltop, carrying the scent of heather and rain. Below, Godric's Hollow lay spread across the valley, a village of stone houses and narrow lanes and a cemetery where his parents lay beneath a simple headstone. He would visit them. Soon. Not today. Today, he had work to do. The Horcruxes. The political fallout. Voldemort, licking his wounds, planning his next move. Wraith, imprisoned, his followers scattered, his ideology broken but his knowledge invaluable. The Hollow King, patient beyond human comprehension, pressing against a barrier that was stronger now but not invulnerable. And on Harry's side, the Dementors, the Hallows, the Lordship. Allies old and new, Ron and Hermione, steady as stone. Neville and Luna, stronger than anyone expected. Moody and Kingsley, professional, reliable, deadly. Daphne, sharp and fierce and his, in a way that was still new and still slightly terrifying. Dumbledore, dying slowly, giving everything he had left. Harry descended the hill. Morrigan drifted beside him, a dark sentinel against the green landscape. The Dementors held their posts across Britain. The threshold hummed. The war wasn't over. The Hollow King was still there. Voldemort was still there. The Horcruxes were still punching holes in reality. But Harry Potter, Lord Peverell, Master of the Hallows, commander of the Dementor host, the boy who walked through the veil and walked back, was standing at the boundary. And the boundary held. Chapter 5, Lord of the Deathless. The world didn't stop because Harry sealed the veil. He'd half expected it to. Some irrational part of his brain had imagined that closing the door between life and death would earn him a rest, a pause, a breath. Instead, the morning after the Ministry battle, he woke to 47 owls, 3 howlers, a formal summons from the Wizengamot, and Creature standing at the foot of his bed holding a tray of toast and a copy of the Daily Prophet with the expression of a house elf who took a grim satisfaction in bad news. Peverell Lord Storm's Ministry, veil sealed in unprecedented action, screamed the headline. Below it, in slightly smaller type, Scrimgeour calls emergency Wizengamot session, Dementor debate reignited. Harry ate his toast and read the article. It was roughly 40% accurate, which was generous by Prophet standards. The paper described the battle in the Department of Mysteries as an unauthorized incursion, which was technically true, since Harry had entered the Ministry outside normal hours without filing the appropriate forms. The fact that he'd been fighting a 400-year-old death cultist trying to tear open the boundary between life and death was mentioned, but framed as unverified claims by Lord Peverell's associates. The editorial page was worse. 3 separate opinion pieces, all variations on the same theme: Harry Potter was dangerous. His Dementors were dangerous. His unchecked power was dangerous. One of them, written by a Ministry Undersecretary Harry had never met, suggested that the Wisengamot should consider emergency measures to protect the public from the concentration of potentially destabilizing forces in the hands of a single miner. Harry set the paper down. Creature. Yes, Lord Peverell. Is Daphne awake? Miss Greengrass has been awake since 5 o'clock, Lord Peverell. She is in the drawing room with papers and a very determined expression. Of course she is. He found Daphne exactly as Creature described, seated at the drawing room desk, surrounded by parchment, her quill moving with the rapid precision of someone conducting warfare by correspondence. She'd changed out of yesterday's battle robes into clean clothes, but her hair was still slightly disordered and there was a smudge of ink on her jaw that she hadn't noticed. "You've seen the prophet," she said without looking up. "I've seen it." Scrimgeour moved fast. "The emergency session is tomorrow afternoon. He's framing it as a public safety concern, the unauthorized deployment of Dementor forces within a ministry facility. It's the same angle as before, but now he has ammunition. You entered the ministry without authorization. You deployed Dementors in a government building. You sealed a ministry artifact without consultation. I sealed a hole in reality that was about to let a cosmic horror into London. Absolutely. And you should absolutely say that. But you need to say it in a way that doesn't make you sound like a vigilante who thinks he's above the law." Daphne set her quill down and looked at him for the first time. Her eyes swept his face, cataloguing the damage, the exhaustion, the shadows, the slightly unfocused quality of someone who'd crossed between life and death 12 hours ago and hadn't fully settled back into his own body. "How are you?" "Terrible." "You?" "Functional. Which is the best I can manage given that the man I kissed yesterday walked through the veil of death and almost didn't come back." She said this in her usual clipped, precise tone, but something underneath it wavered. "Sit down. We need to plan." Harry sat. They planned. The Wisengamot session was packed. Every seat filled, every gallery space occupied, the press section overflowing with reporters who could smell blood in the political water. Harry walked into the chamber in his Peverell robes, the iron ring catching the torchlight, and felt the weight of 300 eyes on him like a physical pressure. Scrimgeour was ready. The minister had spent the past 24 hours marshalling his arguments, lining up witnesses, preparing what amounted to a prosecution case against Harry's conduct. The charges, such as they were, centered on 3 points: unauthorized entry into a restricted ministry area, deployment of dangerous creatures within a government facility, and the unilateral alteration of a significant magical artifact without Wisengamot approval. The charges were, Harry had to admit, technically valid. He had done all those things. The question was whether the context justified them. Scrimgeour presented his case with the methodical precision of a former Auror constructing an investigation. Witnesses testified, unspeakables who described the damage to the Department of Mysteries, Aurors who documented the Dementor deployment, a ministry architectural assessor who estimated the repair costs. Each testimony was factual, measured, designed to build a picture of a young man who'd acted recklessly with dangerous power. It was effective. Harry could feel the Wisengamot shifting, the moderate members, the ones who'd supported him at the Dementor vote, pulling back toward caution. Fear was a powerful political force, and Scrimgeour wielded it with professional skill. When it was Harry's turn to address the chamber, he didn't argue. He didn't defend his actions, didn't justify his decisions, didn't make the speech that Daphne had helped him prepare, the carefully constructed argument about threshold integrity and legal precedent and the Peverell Covenant's authority over veil-related matters. It was a good speech. It would have worked. Harry didn't use it. Instead, he reached through the bond and called his Dementors. Not into the chamber, that would have caused a panic. He called them into his mind. Through the Lordship, through the Covenant, he opened himself to the Dementor host and asked them a question he'd never asked before: show them. Show them what you remember. Morrigan responded first. Through the bond, she pressed her memories against Harry's consciousness, not the fragmented, dim memories of their training sessions, but the full memories, clear and sharp, restored by weeks of bonded service. Memories of the first Peverell Lords. Of the original covenant. Of the Dementors as they had been, proud, purposeful, the sworn guardians of the threshold. The other Dementors followed. 51 minds, pressing their memories into Harry's, filling him with 5 centuries of accumulated experience, the loss of their lord, the descent into madness, the chains of Azkaban, the mindless hunger, the slow, terrible erosion of everything they had been. And then, the awakening. The bond reactivating. Purpose returning. Identity emerging from the fog. The memory of the Vale battle, not from Harry's perspective, but from theirs. The Dementors' experience of fighting under command for the first time in 500 years. The fierce, primal satisfaction of doing what they were made to do. Harry gathered these memories. He shaped them. And then, using a technique that Morrigan had taught him, the Peverell Lord's ability to project through the threshold, he pushed them outward. Every member of the Wizengamot felt it. The memories washed through the chamber like a cold tide. Not attacking, not feeding, sharing. The assembled witches and wizards experienced, in a compressed rush of emotional impression, what the Dementors had experienced. The glory of the old days. The horror of the fall. The chains. The hunger. The loss. And then the return, the Lord's call, the bond reforming, purpose reawakening. It lasted perhaps 30 seconds. When it ended, the chamber was silent. Several members were weeping. Griselda Marchbanks had her hand pressed over her heart, her ancient face wet with tears. Even Scrimgeour, tough as dragon hide, looked shaken, his tawny eyes wide, his composure cracked for the first time Harry had ever seen. "Those are the creatures you want to classify as dangerous animals," Harry said into the silence. "Those are the beings you want to put back in chains. They've been imprisoned for 5 centuries, not because they're monsters, but because nobody remembered what they actually were. I remember now. They remember now." He paused. The veil was going to breach. The threshold was failing. The Dementors fought to prevent it. They fought under my command, and they fought with discipline, and precision, and courage, and they saved every person in this building. And you want to punish them for it. Nobody spoke. "I'm not asking for your approval," Harry continued. "The Peverell Covenant predates this body, and my authority over the Dementors is not subject to a vote. But I am asking for your understanding. These creatures are not your enemies. They never were. They're the wardens of the boundary between life and death, and I am their lord, and I will protect them from anyone who tries to chain them again. Including the ministry." He sat down. The vote, when it came, wasn't even close. 38-7, with 13 abstentions. Scrimgeour's emergency measures were rejected. The Dementors remained under Peverell authority. The Wizengamot passed, by a separate motion introduced by Marchbanks, a formal recognition of the Peverell Covenant's legal standing, the first time in history the wizarding government had officially acknowledged the threshold and the lord who guarded it. Scrimgeour caught Harry in the corridor afterward. The minister's face was carefully neutral, but his eyes betrayed something that looked almost like respect wrestled into submission by professional pride. "That was impressive," Scrimgeour said. "The memory projection. I've never seen anything like it. It's Peverell magic. Old and not subtle." "No. Not subtle at all." Scrimgeour studied him. "You've won this round, Lord Peverell. But I want you to understand something. I'm not your enemy. I never was. I'm the Minister for Magic, and my job is to protect this country from threats, including threats from people who mean well but wield power without accountability. And my job is to hold the threshold. That's my accountability. If I fail, everyone dies. If you fail, I need to know there's a backup plan. Someone else who can take over. Something other than a 16-year-old boy and his pet Dementors between us and extinction." It was the most honest thing Scrimgeour had ever said to him. Harry heard the fear underneath it, not political fear, but genuine, human terror. The Minister for Magic, responsible for an entire country, looking at a threat he couldn't fight and couldn't control and couldn't even fully understand. "I'm working on it," Harry said. "Backup plans, contingencies, training others to understand the threshold. I won't always be the only one. See that you're not." Scrimgeour turned to leave, then stopped. "The ceasefire with Voldemort. How long do you expect it to hold?" "Not long." "Then you'd better be ready." The minister limped away, his back straight, his shoulders carrying the weight of a war he was only beginning to understand. Harry watched him go and thought, he's not wrong. About any of it. The accountability. The backup plan. The ceasefire. Voldemort was coming. The only question was when. That night, Harry did something he'd been putting off. He found Daphne in the library, their space, the room where they'd had their first real conversation and their second kiss and a dozen quiet moments stolen from the chaos of war. She was reading again. The Austen novel, the one her mother had loved. She looked up when he entered, and something in his expression made her set the book aside. "What is it?" "Your curse." Daphne went very still. The particular stillness of someone who has carefully compartmentalized a mortal threat and does not appreciate having the compartment opened. "What about it?" "I can see it." Harry sat across from her. "I've been able to see it since the Lordship, but after the veil, after crossing and coming back, everything's clearer. The Peverell site is fully active now, and I can see the curse in detail." She said nothing. Waited. "It's a death curse. Old, very old, maybe 300 years. It's woven into your magical core, into your bloodline itself. It connects you to the threshold, a thread running from your core to the boundary, pulling at you, drawing you toward death." Harry spoke carefully, precisely, because the subject demanded precision. Every greengrass woman born with the curse is born with this thread already attached. It shortens their life. Pulls them across the threshold before their time. I know what it does, Harry. I've lived with it my entire life. I can't remove it. It's too deeply integrated, pulling it out would destroy your magical core. Probably kill you instantly. Daphne's face didn't change. She'd known this. She'd always known this. The curse was part of her, woven into her blood and her magic and her identity. Removing it was a fantasy she'd stopped entertaining years ago. "But," Harry said. Her eyes sharpened. "But I can renegotiate it." Renegotiate. The curse is a death magic construct. A piece of threshold energy, anchored in your bloodline, designed to pull you toward death on an accelerated timeline. It's not alive, not exactly, but it has a structure. A logic. A purpose. Harry leaned forward. The Peverell Lord has authority over death magic. Over threshold constructs. Over the boundary itself. I can't remove the curse, but I can change its terms. Slow it down. Extend the timeline. The thread is pulling you toward the threshold, I can lengthen the thread. Give you a full lifetime instead of a death sentence. Daphne stared at him. Her composure, the armor she wore like a second skin, held for 3 seconds. 4. 5. It broke on 6. Not dramatically. Not a collapse. Just a fracture, a single crack running through the mask, and behind it, raw, terrified, desperate hope. The most dangerous emotion Daphne Greengrass knew. She'd spent her entire life guarding against it, because hope hurt more than resignation, and she couldn't afford to hurt. You can do that? Her voice was barely above a whisper. I think so. I've been studying the curse through the Peverell site, and Morrigan has shown me how the old lords handled similar constructs. It's not a cure, Daphne. The curse stays. It's part of you. But I can arrest it, stop its progression. Give you 80 years instead of 30. Astoria 2. Astoria 2. The crack widened. Something bright and terrified looked out from behind Daphne's walls, and for the first time since Harry had known her, she looked like what she was, a 16-year-old girl who had been living with the knowledge of her own early death since she was old enough to understand it. When? She asked. Now, if you're willing. It'll be intense. I need to touch the curse directly, through the Peverell magic. It's intimate. Invasive. I'll be reaching into your magical core, and you'll feel everything. I trust you. 3 words. Spoken without hesitation, without calculation, without the careful weighing of costs and benefits that characterized every other sentence Daphne Greengrass had ever uttered. 3 words that were also a surrender and a gift and a declaration of something neither of them had said aloud yet. Harry moved his chair to face hers. He took her hands. The iron ring pulsed between their interlocked fingers, warm and steady. Close your eyes, he said. She closed them. Harry opened the Peverell sight fully and looked at Daphne Greengrass as the Lord Peverell, Warden of the Threshold, Master of the Boundary between life and death. She blazed. Not with light, with life. The vitality of a young, powerful witch, her magical core burning bright, her potential enormous. She was brilliant. She was fierce. She was everything he'd come to know and more, seen now through a lens that showed the architecture of her existence in exquisite detail. And through that brilliance, the curse ran like a crack through crystal. It was dark. Not the darkness of the Dementors, a deeper dark, the darkness of entropy, of endings that come too soon. A thread of death magic woven through her core, connecting her to the threshold through a channel that shouldn't exist. Through that channel, her life force bled away, slowly, steadily, a constant drain that would accelerate as she aged until, somewhere before 30, the drain would exceed her body's ability to generate new vitality. And she would die. Harry followed the thread with his Peverell perception. Traced it from her core through her magical channels, through the layers of her blood and bone and being, to the point where it connected to the threshold. There, at the boundary, it was anchored, driven into the membrane like a nail, fixed in place by the original cursecaster's intent. Not a spell. A covenant. A dark mirror of the Peverell covenant itself, a binding agreement between a witch and the threshold, made in anger and malice, sealing the fate of an entire bloodline. Harry could see the original intent behind it. Rage. Betrayal. A woman wronged by the Greengrass family 3 centuries ago, channeling her fury into a curse that would punish them for generations. The intent was vicious, but the structure was familiar. It was death magic. Threshold magic. The same fundamental forces that powered the Peverell Lordship. Which meant Harry could speak to it. Not with words. With authority. The Lord Peverell's dominion over the threshold, exercised through the ring and the stone and the cloak, reaching into the boundary and addressing the curse construct as he would address a Dementor, not as an enemy to be destroyed, but as a lost thing to be redirected. He didn't try to break the curse. Breaking it would shatter Daphne's core. Instead, he reached for the thread, the connection between her life force and the threshold, and extended it. The thread fought him. It was 300 years old, set in place by a powerful and furious witch, and it did not want to be changed. Harry poured his will into the effort, channeling the Peverell authority through every hallow, drawing on the covenant itself. The Lordship was dominion over death magic. This was death magic. It answered to him. Slowly, painfully, the thread lengthened. The drain on Daphne's life force didn't stop. Harry couldn't stop it without removing the curse, but it slowed. The accelerated timeline stretched, the death channel widening into something that would take decades longer to complete its work. Daphne gasped. Her hands clenched on his, her nails digging into his skin. She could feel it, the curse shifting inside her, the death sentence loosening its grip. Not gone. Still there, still woven into her blood, still part of her. But changed. Renegotiated. A lifetime instead of a countdown. Harry held the new configuration in place with his will, anchoring it to the threshold the way the original curse had been anchored, but with his intent, his authority, his covenant. The Peverell Lord seal, stamped over the curse like a wax impression on a letter. Permanent. Binding. His word against the dead witch's rage, and his word was stronger, because he held the lordship and she did not. The thread settled. The drain stabilized at its new, slower rate. The curse construct accepted the renegotiation with the grudging compliance of an old magic overruled by an older authority. Harry opened his eyes. Daphne was crying. He'd never seen her cry. He'd seen her terrified, furious, controlled, vulnerable, calculating, fierce, and once, on the night before the reckoning, close to tears. But never actually crying. The tears ran down her face in silent tracks, and she didn't wipe them away, didn't try to stop them, didn't reach for the armor she usually wore against the world. She just looked at him. "I can feel it," she said. Her voice was thick, breaking. "The change. I've carried that weight my entire life. The pulling. The drain. It's still there, but it's lighter. So much lighter. It worked. It worked." She laughed through the tears, a broken, beautiful sound. "Harry, it worked. I can feel the difference. It's like I've been holding my breath for 16 years and someone just told me I can exhale." Harry's own eyes burned. He didn't trust his voice, so he pulled her forward, out of her chair and into his arms, and held her while she cried. Not the desperate grip of the ministry atrium, not the fierce kiss of the battlefield. Just holding. Just being present while someone he loved experienced, for the first time in her life, the feeling of not dying. "Astoria," Daphne said against his shoulder. "You said, Astoria too. Tomorrow. She's younger, the curse is less developed. It'll be easier." Daphne pulled back. Her face was wet, her eyes red, her hair a mess. She looked nothing like the composed, calculating Slytherin who had approached him in the Wisengamot corridor a lifetime ago. She looked like a girl whose life had just been given back to her. "I love you," she said. The words came out raw and unpolished and completely unlike anything Daphne Greengrass would normally say. No calculation. No strategy. No careful weighing of emotional investment versus potential return. Just the truth, offered without armor. Harry looked at her, at this extraordinary, terrifying, precise, fierce, vulnerable person who had walked into his life offering a political alliance and somehow become the thing he couldn't imagine living without. "I love you too," he said. She kissed him. Tasting of salt. Tasting of survival. Tasting of a future she'd never expected to have. The ceasefire broke 4 days later. Harry was in the kitchen at Grimmauld Place, eating breakfast with Ron and planning the day's Horcrux research, when Snape's Patronus burst through the wall, a silver doe, incongruous and beautiful, speaking in Snape's flat, urgent voice. "The Dark Lord attacks Hogwarts. Now. Full force. Students are present. This is not a drill." The doe dissolved. Harry was on his feet before it faded, the iron ring blazing, the Peverell magic surging through him in a wave of cold fury. "Hogwarts." His voice was flat. Controlled. The voice of a commander, not a teenager. "He's attacking a school." Ron had gone white. "The students, Ginny's there, she went back early for summer programs, and, everyone move. Now." Harry reached through the bond and pulled. Every Dementor in Britain felt the summons, a command so absolute, so infused with Peverell authority, that it brooked no interpretation. "Come. Now. All of you. Everything." 58 Dementors responded. The full host, reinforced by new arrivals from the continent, turning as one and streaking toward Scotland at speeds that no living creature could match. A tide of cold and purpose, converging on Hogwarts from every direction. The Order mobilized in minutes. Moody, battle-scarred and grinning his terrible grin, organized the flow response. Kingsley coordinated with the Auror office. Scrimgeour, to his credit, didn't hesitate. Every available Auror was deployed within 15 minutes. Harry grabbed Daphne's arm before she could follow the others to the floor. Astoria. She's at Hogwarts, Daphne said, and her face was the face of someone for whom the abstract concept of war had just become very, very specific. Summer program. Potions remedial. She's there, Harry. Then we go. Together. They went. Hogwarts was under siege. Harry arrived by emergency port key, Moody's work, key to the castle's defensive perimeter, and landed on the grounds near the lake. The scene was chaos organized into violence. Death Eaters ringed the castle, not 20, not 30. Over 100. Voldemort had committed everything. Every follower, every ally, every creature he could press into service. Giants strode through the tree line, their footsteps shaking the ground. Werewolves, Greyback's pack, feral and snarling, loped across the lawns. Inferi shambled from the lake in waterlogged ranks, their dead eyes reflecting the spell fire that lit the evening sky. Hogwarts' defenses were holding. The castle's ancient wards blazed with power, the stone walls absorbing curses, the gargoyles and suits of armor animated and fighting in the corridors. McGonagall was visible on the battlements, her wand a blur, transfiguring the very stones of the castle into weapons. Flitwick commanded a squad of 7th years at the main gate, their shield charms layered into a wall of force that flickered under the Death Eater assault but held. But it wasn't enough. The Death Eaters had numbers and ferocity and no qualms about using unforgivables on children. A section of the east wall had been breached. Giants were hammering at the main gate. The Inferi were pouring from the lake in a tide of waterlogged dead. Harry didn't hesitate. He raised both hands and released the host. 58 Dementors hit Hogwarts like a winter storm. They came from every direction, north, south, east, west, above, a coordinated assault that turned the evening sky dark and dropped the temperature across the entire grounds by 30 degrees in seconds. The effect was instantaneous and devastating. The Death Eaters felt it first. The soul-draining cold, the crushing despair, the stripping away of every happy memory and warm thought. Most of them had experienced Dementor proximity before, Azkaban veterans, hardened dark wizards, but this was different. These weren't feral Dementors drifting aimlessly. These were directed. Focused. Their cold was a weapon aimed with precision by a lord who could feel every combatant on the field and knew exactly who to target. Harry walked through the battle. Not recklessly, he'd learned from the barrow. He moved with purpose, Dementors sweeping before him, clearing a path through the Death Eater line. His wand blazed in his right hand, the Peverell magic amplifying every spell, and his left hand directed the host through the bond, a conductor's hand, sweeping and pointing, each gesture sending Dementors wheeling to new targets. The giants were first. 3 of them, enormous and stupid and devastating in their simplicity. Harry sent 12 Dementors at the nearest, they swarmed it, their cold sinking into the giant's flesh, and the creature staggered, swayed, crashed to the ground with a tremor that shook the castle. The second giant went down under a combined Dementor assault and 3 stunners from Moody's wand. The third turned and ran, its tiny brain overriding its orders in the face of absolute cold. The werewolves broke next. Greyback's pack, feral and fearless against human opponents, were not prepared for creatures that fed on fear itself. The Dementors swept through the pack like a scythe through wheat, their cold-dropping werewolves where they stood. Greyback himself lasted longer, the alpha, sustained by rage and savagery, but 4 Dementors descended on him simultaneously and he went down screaming, his human mind surfacing through the wolf's fury just long enough to feel pure, uncut despair. The Inferi were the easiest. Dead things, animated by dark magic, with no emotions to drain, but the Dementor's cold was physical as well as metaphysical. The waterlogged corpses froze solid, their shambling gait arrested mid-step, the animating magic crystallizing and shattering in the impossible cold. The lake itself began to ice over, trapping the remaining inferi beneath a growing crust of frost. Harry reached the main gate. The Death Eaters there had formed a defensive line, patronuses blazing, a dozen silver shapes, stags and wolves and birds, pushing against the Dementor advance. They held for a moment. 2 moments. Then Harry reached through the bond and his Dementors hit the patronuses with the focused, overwhelming force of 58 sentinels unified in purpose, and the silver shapes shattered one by one, and the Death Eaters behind them felt the cold pour in like water through a broken dam. 20 Death Eaters captured at the gate. 15 more across the grounds. The siege was breaking. Harry could feel it, the momentum shifting, the attack faltering, the individual will of Voldemort's followers crumbling under the onslaught of an enemy they couldn't fight and couldn't flee. Inside the castle, the defenders rallied. McGonagall's animated suits of armor counterattacked through the east wall breach. Flitwick's student defenders, emboldened by the Dementor assault, pushed forward. Neville, who Harry hadn't even known was here, who must have come on his own, who always came on his own, was fighting in the entrance hall with a ferocity that made seasoned Auror step back. Harry found him between spells, breathing hard, blood on his forehead. The students? Harry asked. Locked in the Great Hall. The younger ones. The older ones, Neville gestured at the defenders fighting alongside him, 7th years and 6th years with wands out and fear on their faces and steel in their spines. They wouldn't stay behind. Astoria Greengrass. Great Hall. Safe. Daphne's sister, Daphne went in through the kitchens to reach her. Good. Where's Voldemort? Neville pointed upward. The astronomy tower. He went up 20 minutes ago. Alone. He's waiting for you. Of course he was. Harry climbed the astronomy tower with Morrigan at his back and the cloak over his shoulders. The tower was the highest point in Hogwarts, exposed to the sky on all sides, the stars visible through the crenellated parapet. It was also, Harry realized as he climbed, one of the threshold's thin points. The castle was old, incredibly old, and the tower was the oldest part, built on a ley line that connected to the threshold itself. Voldemort had chosen his ground well. The Dark Lord stood at the parapet, his back to the stairs, looking out over the battlefield below. His wand hung loosely at his side. The red eyes reflected the spell fire and Dementor cold that raged across the grounds, and his lipless mouth was curved in something that wasn't quite a smile. You've grown, Voldemort said without turning. 3 weeks ago, you could barely manage a dozen Dementors. Now you command 60. The Peverell magic has amplified significantly since the reckoning. You broke the ceasefire. I never intended to keep it. You knew that. I hoped. Hope. Voldemort turned. In the starlight, his bone-white face was almost beautiful in its alienness, inhuman, perfect, terrible. You and Dumbledore, always hoping. Always believing the best of people. It's your weakness. It's gotten me this far. This far. Voldemort's gaze swept the tower, the sky, the castle below. And where is this far, exactly? You command the Dementors. You hold the threshold. You sealed the veil. Impressive, for a child. But the Horcruxes are still intact, Harry. My anchors in the threshold. My guarantee of immortality. You can't destroy them without finding them, and you can't find them without me. I can feel them. Through the Peverell bond. Each one is a wound in the threshold, I can sense them. Something shifted in Voldemort's expression. Not fear, the Dark Lord was too far from human for simple fear. But a recalculation. A reassessment of risk. Then we have a problem, Voldemort said. Because I cannot allow you to destroy my Horcruxes. And you cannot allow me to keep them. We are at an impasse. No, Harry said. We're not. He drew his wand. Voldemort drew his. The twin phoenix cores hummed in recognition, a harmony that Harry felt in his bones. The prophecy says one of us has to die, Harry said. I've accepted that. Have you? I have conquered death. You've run from it. Punched holes in reality to hide from it. Shattered your own soul into pieces and scattered them like a coward. That's not conquering death, Tom. That's being so terrified of it that you'll destroy yourself to avoid facing it. The red eyes blazed. Don't call me that name. It's your name. Tom Marvolo Riddle. A half-blood boy from a London orphanage who was so afraid of being ordinary, so afraid of being mortal, that he remade himself into a monster and convinced himself it was transcendence. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse screamed across the tower. Harry didn't shield. He didn't dodge. He raised his hand, the hand with the iron ring, and the Peverell magic caught the curse like a hand catching a thrown ball. The green light struck the ring and dissolved. Not deflected. Not absorbed. Dissolved. The killing curse, the ultimate expression of magical death-dealing, unmade by the authority of the Lord who governed death itself. Voldemort stared. For one heartbeat, too, the Dark Lord stared at his failed curse with an expression that was, for the first time in Harry's experience, genuinely shocked. That's impossible, Voldemort whispered. It's the Peverell Lordship. The killing curse is death magic. I am the Lord of death magic. Your curse answers to me. Voldemort's shock lasted another heartbeat. Then it hardened into fury, cold, absolute, the rage of a man whose deepest power has been rendered meaningless. He attacked. Not with the killing curse. With everything else. Fiend fire erupted from his wand, a serpent of cursed flame that lunged for Harry with heat intense enough to melt stone. Harry countered with a wall of Dementor cold, channeled through Morrigan, and the fire and ice met in a cataclysm that cracked the tower parapet and sent shockwaves through the castle below. They dueled. Properly, fully, without restraint. Voldemort was enormously powerful, the Horcruxes had traded his humanity for raw magical force, and he wielded that force with half a century of mastery. His spells were creative, devastating, and layered, attacks within attacks, feints that became killing blows, combinations that would have overwhelmed any opponent who couldn't see the threshold energies powering them. But Harry could see the threshold. The Peverell sight showed him the magical landscape of the duel in a way no other wizard could perceive, the flow of energy, the structure of spells, the points where Voldemort's magic drew on his Horcrux connections for extra power. Harry could see those connections, could trace them back to their sources, and he could disrupt them. He didn't try to kill Voldemort. He couldn't, not with the Horcruxes intact. Instead, he fought to demonstrate, to prove, beyond any doubt, that the balance of power between them had permanently shifted. Every killing curse was absorbed. Every dark curse was countered. Every threshold-linked attack was disrupted at its source. Voldemort grew desperate. His attacks became wilder, more destructive, less controlled. He blasted chunks from the tower, shattered the parapet, set the stairwell on fire. Harry weathered it all, the Peverell magic and the Dementor host combining into a defense that was, for the first time, Voldemort's equal. More than his equal. Harry pressed forward. Step by step, spell by spell, he drove Voldemort back across the tower. Not with superior firepower, with precision. Each counter was perfectly placed. Each attack was measured, controlled, designed not to destroy but to demonstrate. To show the most powerful Dark Lord in a century that he had met something he could not overcome. Voldemort's back hit the far parapet. His wand arm was shaking, not from exhaustion, but from something deeper. The rage in his red eyes was mixed with something else now. Something Harry had never seen there before. Fear. This isn't over, Voldemort hissed. The Horcruxes will be found. And destroyed. One by one. And when the last one falls, Tom, I'll be waiting for you. On this side of the threshold. And you'll have to face what you've been running from your entire life. Voldemort stared at him. The red eyes blazed with fury and terror and a hatred so pure it was almost admirable in its intensity. Then, with a crack that shook the tower, he disapparated. Through the wards. Through the castle's anti-apparition protections. Through everything. The sheer force of his magical will tore a hole in Hogwarts' defenses that sealed behind him like water closing over a stone. The Dark Lord fled. For the first time in his existence, Lord Voldemort ran from a fight. Harry stood on the tower and watched the sky where Voldemort had been. The battle below was over, the remaining Death Eaters, seeing their master flee, threw down their wands or disapparated. The Dementors swept the grounds, collecting stragglers. The castle's defenders, battered but alive, began the slow process of counting heads and tending wounds. Morrigan hovered beside Harry, her cold a comfort in the warm summer night. "He is afraid," she observed through the bond. "Not a question. An observation." "Yes," Harry said. "Good." In the moment Harry should have felt victory, a different cold touched him. Not Morrigan's. Not the Dementor host. Something else, a cold that came from inside, from the threshold itself, from the place where the Peverell magic lived in his bones. A voice. Not the Hollow King. Not the dead. Familiar. "Lord Peverell. I told you I would find another way." Wraith. The world lurched. Harry staggered, his hand going to his chest, and felt the threshold twist inside him, the Peverell bond, the connection between the Lord and the boundary, suddenly becoming a conduit. Something was being pushed through it. Something was using his connection to the threshold as a pathway. Wraith wasn't in a cell anymore. He was in the threshold. Harry understood in a flash of terrible clarity. Wraith hadn't been captured, he'd allowed himself to be captured, had sat in his ministry cell and waited and meditated and used the last of his threshold-corrupted power to slip into the boundary itself. Not to the other side, into the membrane, into the fabric, occupying the space between life and death like a worm in an apple. And from there, he'd reached for Harry. For the Peverell bond. For the connection between the Lord and the threshold that was the most powerful channel of death magic in the world. He was trying to open the threshold through Harry himself. The Lord Peverell was the threshold, in a sense, the living embodiment of the boundary, the human anchor that held the entire system together. If Wraith could compromise that anchor, if he could force Harry to open the boundary, even involuntarily, even for a moment, pain. Blinding, searing pain, as Wraith's will pressed against Harry's through the Peverell bond. The threshold magic inside Harry flexed and strained, pulled in two directions, Harry's will holding it shut, Wraith's will trying to tear it open. Harry fell to his knees on the tower stones. The ring blazed white-hot on his finger. The cloak constricted around him. The stone at his chest pulsed with a frantic rhythm. "My lord!" Morrigan's alarm was a spike of ice through the bond. She could feel what was happening, the threshold being twisted, the Lord's connection being weaponized. She surged toward Harry, her cold wrapping around him, and Harry felt her ancient loyalty like a wall between him and the abyss. "Hold on," she projected. "I will shield you. Hold on." Morrigan poured herself into the bond. Her cold, her centuries of loyalty, her identity, everything she was, became a barrier between Harry's mind and Wraith's intrusion. The Dementor Sentinel, doing what she'd been created to do, protecting the Lord from threats that came through the threshold. Wraith pushed harder. Harry felt the Seeker's desperation, for centuries of conviction, of certainty, of absolute belief that death was wrong and the threshold should fall. Wraith wasn't evil. He never had been. He was a man who had looked at death and found it unacceptable, and had spent 400 years trying to fix it, and had sacrificed his body and his humanity and his sanity in the attempt. And now, in his last gambit, he was trying to use the one person who could open the threshold, the Lord Peverell himself, as a doorway. "Let me show you," Wraith's presence pressed. "Let me show you what I've seen." What's really on the other side? The people, Harry. Your parents. Sirius. Everyone who's ever been lost. They're there, they're real, and they want to come home. I can bring them home. Just, let go. For one moment. Just let the boundary open, and Harry fought. Not with magic, not with the Hallows, not with the Dementor host. With himself. With the answer he'd given in the Peverell vault, the answer the magic had chosen, the core truth of who Harry Potter was. I am the one who stays. I am the one who holds the line. He poured that truth into the bond, into the threshold, into the connection between himself and Wraith. Not rejecting Wraith's argument, answering it. Yes, the dead were real. Yes, they suffered. Yes, the threshold was cruel in its separation. Harry had been to the other side. He'd seen the grandmother touching her flowers. He'd heard Sirius tell him to live. But the threshold existed because the alternative was worse. Because the Hollow King waited. Because life and death, merged, would become something neither. Because the door had to stay shut, even when it was cruel, even when it hurt, even when every fiber of his being screamed to open it and let the dead come home. The truth hit Wraith like a physical force. Not Harry's truth, a deeper truth, carried through the Peverell bond from the threshold itself. The ancient magic that maintained the boundary, speaking through its lord, showing the seeker what he had refused to see for 400 years. The threshold was not a wall built by frightened mortals. It was a necessity, a fundamental structure of reality, as essential as the separation between matter and energy, between past and future. Without it, existence itself collapsed into undifferentiated chaos. The Hollow King wasn't waiting to reunite life and death. It was waiting to consume the distinction between them, to devour the boundary and everything on both sides. Wraith had been wrong. Not about the dead being real. Not about the threshold being cruel. About the solution. Tearing down the wall didn't free the dead, it destroyed the concept of living. There was no reunion. There was only entropy. Harry felt Wraith's resistance crumble. Not all at once, for centuries of belief didn't shatter instantly. But the core of it broke, the central pillar that had supported everything, the conviction that death was a design flaw, fractured under the weight of truth that the threshold itself revealed. No, Wraith whispered through the bond. No, that can't, I've seen the other side. The people. The world. It's real. It's beautiful. How can something real and beautiful be wrong to pursue? It's not wrong to love what's on the other side, Harry answered. It's wrong to destroy both sides trying to reach it. The silence that followed was vast. A 400-year-old mind, confronting the reality that its life's work, every sacrifice, every ritual, every year of slowly surrendering humanity, had been in service of a mistake. Harry felt Wraith's presence change. The pushing stopped. The attempt to open the threshold collapsed. In its place, something quieter. Smaller. The presence of a man standing at the edge of an abyss, looking down, understanding for the first time what he'd been about to fall into. Show me, Wraith said. Show me what's really on the other side. Not my version. Not my theory. The truth. Harry could have refused. Could have slammed the bond shut, expelled Wraith from the threshold, let the man's failing body collapse into the nothing that centuries of self-erosion had earned. Instead, he opened the connection wider. Through the Peverell bond, through the Lordship, through the authority that let him see both sides of the boundary, Harry showed Erasmus Wraith the other side. Not the version Wraith had constructed during his brief crossings, filtered through 4 centuries of ideology. The real other side, seen through the eyes of the Lord who had crossed and returned, who had stood at the breach and spoken to the dead, who had sealed the veil from within. The dead were there. Real, present, whole. Wraith was right about that. But so was something else. Vast and patient and hungry, the Hollow King filled the spaces between the dead, its presence so enormous that it was easy to mistake for the landscape itself. It wasn't separate from the other side, it was the other side, or had become so over the millennia, its presence saturating everything on that side of the threshold like water saturating a sponge. The dead existed within it. Not as captives, as contents. The Hollow King was the medium in which the dead existed, the substance of the afterlife itself. And if it crossed the threshold, it wouldn't just bring the dead with it, it would bring everything. The cold. The gray. The vast, indifferent entropy that was the fundamental nature of the other side. Wraith saw it. Really saw it. And the seeing broke something in him that had been holding him together for 400 years. "Oh," he said. A small word. A nothing word. A word that contained the complete collapse of a man's entire reason for existing. "Oh. I see. I understand now." The presence in the bond shifted one final time. Not attacking. Not retreating. Choosing. "The threshold needs to hold," Wraith said. His voice was calm now, terribly calm, the calm of someone who has made a final decision. "The dead need to stay on the other side. And I am in the threshold. In the fabric. I can feel the damage. The Horcrux wounds. The breach scars. The places where the membrane is thin." "What are you doing?" Harry asked. "What I should have done 4 centuries ago. What I would have done, if I hadn't been so convinced I was right." A pause. "I'm going to strengthen it. From the inside. I've spent 400 years studying the threshold, its structure, its composition, its weaknesses. I know it better than any living person. I can patch the wounds. Reinforce the weak points. Weave myself into the fabric and hold it together. That will kill you. I died a long time ago, Lord Peverell. I just forgot to stop moving." Wraith's presence was fading, not disappearing, but integrating. Becoming part of the threshold. Dissolving into the boundary, his consciousness spreading through the membrane like dye through water. "Take care of your people. Hold the door. And when the time comes, when you've destroyed the Horcruxes, when the wounds are healed, when the boundary is strong enough, perhaps then we can talk about windows. Small ones. Controlled. A way for the living and the dead to communicate without merging." "Wraith, Erasmus. My name was Erasmus." A fading echo of something that might have been a smile. "I was a scholar once. Before I forgot what questions were for." The presence dissolved. Erasmus Wraith, the seeker, the adversary, the 400-year-old man who had been wrong about everything except the things that mattered, merged with the threshold and was gone. Harry felt the change immediately. The threshold strengthened. Not dramatically, not all at once, but the membrane grew slightly thicker, slightly more resilient, the weak point stabilizing as Wraith's consciousness wove itself through the fabric. A dead man, choosing in his last moment to become part of the wall he'd spent his life trying to tear down. Harry knelt on the tower and pressed his forehead to the cold stone and breathed. Morrigan settled beside him. Through the bond, her response was complex: grief, respect, the ancient understanding of a being who had watched countless mortals come to terms with death. She had hated Wraith. She respected how he ended. "He was the most dangerous enemy you have ever faced," she observed. "And in the end, he chose to become your greatest ally." "Yeah," Harry said. "People are complicated." "Yes, my lord. Even the dead ones." Dawn came to Hogwarts. The castle stood damaged, the east wall would need rebuilding, the astronomy tower's parapet was rubble, the grounds were a mess of frozen earth and spell-scorched grass, but standing. The ancient wards, reinforced by the Peverell magic and the Dementor host, had held through the worst assault in the castle's modern history. The casualties were real. 3 Aurors dead. 2 Order members wounded critically. A 6th-year student, a Hufflepuff whose name Harry would learn later and never forget, killed by a stray curse in the entrance hall. Not zero. Not the clean, bloodless victory of a story. Real cost. Real grief. But it could have been so much worse. Without the Dementors, without Harry's intervention, the castle would have fallen. Voldemort's forces would have reached the Great Hall, where 200 students sheltered behind doors that would have held for minutes at most. The calculation was brutal and undeniable. Harry's power had saved hundreds of lives. The students and staff gathered in the Great Hall as the sun rose. The enchanted ceiling showed a sky that was clearing, the last clouds of the battle dissipating, the first rays of sunlight hitting the lake and turning the ice-crusted surface to gold. McGonagall approached Harry where he stood near the doors, still in his battle-worn Peverell robes, the iron ring dull with exhaustion on his finger. She looked at him with the particular expression of a teacher confronting a student who has done something simultaneously magnificent and deeply concerning. "Lord Peverell," she said. "The castle and its occupants owe you a debt." "No debts, Professor. Just doing my job." "Your job?" McGonagall's lips thinned. "You are 16 years old, Mr. Potter. Everyone keeps mentioning that. I'm starting to think it matters." The ghost of a smile crossed her stern face. "It matters a great deal." "And not at all." She paused. "Would you address the hall? The students they need to understand what happened." "What is happening?" "They're frightened." Harry looked through the doors at the sea of faces, young faces, scared faces, faces that had spent the night hiding behind locked doors while their world shook. He saw Astoria Greengrass, sitting at the Slytherin table, her eyes red from crying, her hands clenched in her lap. He saw first-years who should have been worrying about homework, not war. He saw seventh-years who'd fought on the ramparts, who'd cast patron uses and shield charms and felt the Dementor cold sweep past them like a friendly wind. He walked to the front of the hall. The noise died as he moved, conversations falling silent, heads turning, the entire population of Hogwarts watching the boy in the dark robes with the iron ring and the shadows at his back. Harry didn't give a grand speech. He'd never been good at grand speeches. He stood at the front of the Great Hall and looked at the faces looking at him and said what was true. The threshold, the boundary between life and death, is real. It's failing. And holding it together is my responsibility. That's what the Peverell Lordship means. That's why the Dementors follow me. Not because I'm special, but because someone has to do this job, and I'm the one who can. He paused. Let the word settle. Voldemort attacked this school because he's afraid. Afraid of me, afraid of the Lordship, afraid of what it means that someone is willing to stand at the boundary and hold it shut. He's spent his life running from death, and I've spent the last month running toward it, not because I want to die, but because someone has to understand death well enough to keep it in its place. Another pause. The hall was utterly silent. Even the ghosts, the Hogwarts ghosts, who had been agitated for weeks, who had sensed the threshold's decay and the Hollow King's pressure, were still. I can't promise safety. I can't promise that no one will be hurt. What happened tonight, what happened to the people we lost, I can't undo it, and I won't pretend I can. But I can promise this. He looked at the faces. Young, old, frightened, brave, all of them. I will hold the door. That's all I can promise. But I won't hold it alone. The silence held for one more moment. Then Neville Longbottom stood up from the Gryffindor table. He didn't say anything. He just stood. A moment later, Luna rose at the Ravenclaw table. Then Ron. Then Hermione. Then, at the Slytherin table, Daphne stood, and Astoria beside her. The hall rose. Not all at once, not in a dramatic surge. One by one, two by two, student by student, the population of Hogwarts stood up. Not because Harry had asked them to. Because they understood, in the wordless way that courage communicates, that standing was the answer. Harry looked at them, at the school that had been his first home, at the people who had been his first family, and felt something crack in his chest that wasn't grief and wasn't anger and wasn't fear. It was something warmer. Something that the Dementors couldn't touch and the Hollow King couldn't reach and Voldemort couldn't kill. Hope. Genuine, hard-won, tested in fire hope. He didn't cry. He'd done enough crying. He nodded to them, a small gesture that said thank you and I see you and we're going to make it, and then he walked out of the Great Hall and into the morning. The Dementors took up positions around Hogwarts as the day progressed. Harry directed them personally, 12 at the gates, 8 at the lake, 6 at each compass point, the rest in mobile patrols that covered the grounds in overlapping circuits. Not prison guards. Not instruments of despair. Sentinels. Wardens. The Peverell Household Guard, restored to something close to their original purpose for the first time in 5 centuries. It took time. The students were terrified at first, generations of horror stories, of Azkaban nightmares, of the bone-deep instinct that said Dementors mean danger. But the Dementors that Harry deployed were different. Under command, under purpose, they didn't drain happiness. Their cold was present but controlled, the chill of a winter morning, bracing rather than crushing. Their presence was watchful, protective, the vigilance of guardians rather than the hunger of predators. The first student to approach one was, inevitably, Luna Lovegood. She walked up to a Dementor stationed near the Ravenclaw Tower, looked up at its hooded face, and said, "You have very interesting energy. Has anyone ever told you that?" The Dementor, through the bond, expressed what Harry could only describe as bewilderment. Luna smiled. "I thought not. You should know, your aura is a lovely shade of periwinkle. Very rare." She walked away. The Dementor watched her go. Through the bond, Harry felt its confusion gradually resolve into something warmer, the first Dementor equivalent of fondness that Harry had ever encountered. He laughed. For the first time in what felt like forever, he laughed freely, standing on the grounds of Hogwarts in the morning sun, surrounded by cold and shadow and the beginning of something new. The afternoon found Harry on the astronomy tower. The parapet was still rubble from the duel with Voldemort, stones scattered, the railing destroyed, the floor cracked and scorched. But the view was untouched. The lake, the mountains, the forest stretching toward the horizon. Scotland in summer, green and vast and alive. Daphne found him there. She climbed the damaged stairs, navigated the debris, and settled beside him on the broken wall with the easy grace of someone who had decided that inconvenience was irrelevant. They sat in silence for a while. Below, the Dementors circled. The castle hummed with the activity of recovery, repair spells, healer visits, the sound of McGonagall organizing everything with terrifying efficiency. Life, continuing. "A story is fine," Daphne said. "Shaken, but fine." She spent the night in the Great Hall playing chess with a second-year Gryffindor and apparently won every game. "That sounds about right. She also asked me to tell you," Daphne paused, and the corner of her mouth twitched. "She asked me to tell you that she approves of you, and that if you hurt me, she will learn hexes that haven't been invented yet specifically for the purpose of making you regret it." "I believe her." "You should. She's a greengrass. We follow through." Another silence. Comfortable. The kind that exists between people who have stopped needing to fill empty space with words. "Wraith is gone," Harry said. He wove himself into the threshold. Became part of it. He's strengthening it from the inside. Daphne absorbed this. "Is he dead?" "I don't know. He's not alive in any way that matters. But he's present. Part of the boundary. Holding it together." Harry paused. He was wrong about almost everything. But in the end, he chose to help. He chose to become the thing he'd spent 4 centuries trying to destroy. People are more complicated than their mistakes. That's what I said. Great minds. She shifted, leaning against his shoulder. Her warmth was a counterpoint to the Dementor cold that hung in the air around them, the two temperatures meeting at the boundary of Harry's body, life and death in their smallest, most intimate form. What happens now? Harry looked out at the landscape. The threshold was stable, strengthened by the Veil seal, reinforced by Wraith's sacrifice, maintained by the growing Dementor host. But the Horcruxes were still out there, still punching holes, still weakening the boundary. Voldemort was still alive, still dangerous, still nursing a rage that would only grow more desperate with time. The Hollow King was still pressing, patient as geology, waiting for the next crack. The Horcruxes, Harry said. That's next. Everyone we destroy heals a wound in the threshold. Dumbledore knows where some of them are. I can feel the others through the Peverell bond, rough locations, getting clearer by the day. We find them. We destroy them. We heal the boundary. And Voldemort? Voldemort is a problem that solves itself once the Horcruxes are gone. Without them, he's mortal. An immortal Voldemort is a Voldemort I can face on equal terms. Harry paused. Better than equal terms, actually. I have Dementors. Daphne almost smiled. The Wizengamot? Scrimgeour and I have an understanding. Not an alliance, an understanding. He'll cooperate on the Horcrux hunt because the alternative is the threshold failing and everyone dying. After that, we'll see. He's not my friend, but he might not be my enemy. The Hollow King. Harry was quiet for a long time. Through the bond, he felt the threshold, the vast, planetary membrane, battered but holding. On the other side, the Hollow King waited. Patient. Ancient. Aware. The Hollow King is a long-term problem, Harry said. Not today. Not tomorrow. But eventually, it will try again. The threshold will need to be reinforced, maintained, guarded. That's my job. That's what the Lordship is for. He paused. Wraith said something, at the end. About windows. Small, controlled points of contact between the living and the dead. Not tearing the barrier down, just opening a window. Letting the two sides communicate. Maybe, someday, that's where this goes. But not today. No. Not today. Daphne was quiet. Then she asked the question that Harry had been waiting for someone to ask. What did it feel like? On the other side of the veil? Harry thought about it. The grey hills. The cold. The millions of dead, standing quietly, looking toward the warmth they'd lost. The grandmother touching her flowers. The soldier at attention. Serious, smiling, proud. Live, Harry. Live. Quiet, he said. It felt quiet. Are you afraid of it? Of dying? Of going back there? No. And the answer surprised him with its truth. Not anymore. I've been there. I've seen it. It's not nothing, it's something. A different kind of something. And knowing that, it changes things. I'm not afraid of death. I'm afraid of not doing enough with life first. Daphne turned to look at him. Her grey-blue eyes, sharp and clear, the eyes of a woman who had been given back a future she'd never expected. You'll do enough, she said. You've already done enough. Everything after this is extra. I don't believe in enough. There's always more. More to protect, more to fix, more to build. He met her eyes. More to live for. She held his gaze. Something passed between them, not words, not even feelings, but something deeper. Recognition. The mutual understanding of two people who had been shaped by death and chosen life, who had found each other in the cold and decided to stay. I'm not afraid of quiet, Daphne said. I know. They sat together on the broken tower, looking out over a world that was damaged and dangerous and beautiful and worth fighting for. Below them, the Dementors circled, cold sentinels in a warm landscape, shadows in the summer sun. They were not what the world had thought they were. None of this was what anyone had thought it was. The threshold hummed. Stable for now. Held by a 16-year-old lord, a host of restored sentinels, and the woven consciousness of a 400-year-old scholar who had found, at the very end, the answer he'd been looking for. The Horcruxes were waiting to be found. Voldemort was waiting to be faced. The Hollow King was waiting at the edge of everything, pressing its vast patience against the door. Harry would deal with all of it. He would find the Horcruxes and destroy them. He would face Voldemort and end the prophecy one way or another. He would guard the threshold and command the Dementors and hold the line between life and death until he couldn't hold it anymore, and then he would hold it a little longer, because that was who he was and what he was for. But right now, in this moment, on this broken tower, in the warmth of the summer afternoon with the cold of his Dementors below and the warmth of Daphne beside him, right now, Harry Potter was alive. And that was enough. In the final hour before sunset, the threshold pulsed. Harry felt it from the tower, a deep, resonant vibration in the boundary between life and death, like a bell struck in a cathedral too large to see. The Hollow King. Not attacking, not pressing, not probing. Just, acknowledging. The vast, ancient presence on the other side, turning its attention to the new lord who had sealed the veil, defeated the Seeker, broken the siege, and stood on the ruins of a tower with a girl beside him and shadows at his back. It knew his name now. He knew its nature. They were aware of each other in a way that transcended the threshold, that would last as long as the boundary held and perhaps longer. The Hollow King was patient. It had been patient for millennia. It could be patient for more. The door was shut. The Lord was strong. The guard was posted. But doors, the Hollow King knew, could open. Lords could fall. Guards could falter. It would wait. And Harry, feeling that vast, patient attention settle over him like a shadow, feeling the weight of the Lordship and the Hallows and the Covenant and the war still to come, Harry looked at the sunset and the mountains and the lake and the castle and the Dementors and the girl beside him, and he felt the iron ring warm on his finger and the cloak folded at his chest and the stone pulsing with the faint, fading echo of Sirius's voice. Live, Harry. Live. He intended to. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.